yesterday. Our round number 1 Super Pro Best Losing Package to Kevin McClellan. You got yourself a certificate for a set of Goodyear tires. Our round number 2 Super Pro Best Losing Package, gift certificate for a set of Hoosier tires to Larry Richardson. Jonathan Fiello, our round number 4 Best Losing Package in Super Pro, gets that Autometer gift certificate. I think the Autometer gift certificate is, what, $250? So a $250 gift certificate from Autometer going to Jonathan Fiello. Howard DeVore, our round number 2 Pro Best Losing Package. You've got the Mazier $250 gift certificate. Ricky Duschel, our round number 3 Pro Best Losing Package. You've got the $200 gift certificate for California Car Cover Company. Tony Marconi, round number 5 R&B gift certificate, $250 R&B gift certificate. Mike Agnew, round number 6 Pro Best Losing Package. You've got the FTI $400 gift certificate. So again, from yesterday, Kevin McClellan, Larry Richardson, Jonathan Fiello, Howard DeVore, Ricky Duschel, Tony Marconi, and Mike Agnew. Come on up here to the tower and find Matt Fishley. He'll get you all hooked up with your gift certificates and your prizes. From today, we got prizes up here in the tower for Chuck Hawk, Joe Cox Jr. Joe, you were the Bounty Award winner. We've got a Specialty Fasteners product bundle for you. Thanks again to the entire Specialty Fasteners crew. Appreciate what you guys are doing, but you are the Bounty winner. And Marco Ocampo, go ahead and come on up here. We've got a scholarship for you to the This Is Bracket Racing Elite program that is put on by Luke Bugaki, and his, I mean, just that knowledge is amazing. But did he pay up? You are the Bounty winner, and Marco Ocampo. Go ahead and come on up here. We've got a scholarship for you to the This Is Bracket Racing Elite program that is put on by Luke Bugaki, and his, I mean, just that knowledge is amazing. But, closed caption for Steve Williams. Thank you for the $1. And yes, we will accept the double or nothing. Wager accepted. Oh, that's awesome. All right, so again, Chuck Hawk, Joe Cox Jr., Marco Ocampo, we've got prizes up here in the tower. So basically, everybody that we're waiting on is Kevin McClellan, Larry Richardson, Jonathan Fiello, Howard DeVore, Ricky Duschel, Tony Marconi, Mike Agnew, Chuck Hawk, Joe Cox Jr., and Marco Ocampo. If you heard your name called just a moment ago, we have got prizes for you up here in the tower. I'm actually going to need to disappear at some point in the time and go down into the staging lanes and try to get Steve Williams' signature on this little green piece of paper that I got. Mike's like, get one for me too. But anyway, we've got a little cleanup happening here. Hey, just a reminder for everybody that, again, Mike mentioned it a little while ago. We have got Margie and Sierra and the crew down there in the concession stand who have been taking great care of our crew here this weekend. That food that they are putting out in that concession stand is fantastic. I mean, what we had for lunch and dinner yesterday, what we had for breakfast this morning, it's just awesome. So if you guys get a chance, I recommend at some point, get over there to the concession stand, get something. It's amazing food. So thank you, Margie. Thank you, Sierra. Thank you to the whole crew over there. Also, Coffee to Cones. I guess they are open up down there. They've got some just delicious stuff as well. So make sure you swing by, see the concession stand, see Coffee to Cones. Get yourself taken care of. We also have the raffle to support the Tucson Dragway Junior Dragster program. I got my tickets in yesterday. Mike got his in. Hopefully everybody on property has got their tickets. Again, they bought $200 worth of lottery tickets, like lottery scratchers, put together like this lottery ticket bouquet. And to raise funds for the Tucson Junior Dragsters that are going to be headed up to Bandamere for the Western Conference Finals, they are selling entries into that lottery for $10. Essentially, it's a raffle. $10 a piece gets you a ticket into the raffle. If you are the one who's drawn, you get all of those scratcher tickets. You get all the opportunity to win whatever's on those tickets. And the juniors will get the entry fees that'll all go to help them travel up to Bandamere. So if you happen to see Bob Darling out there, they're driving around on the golf cart in the pits, wave them down, get your lottery ticket or get your raffle tickets for the chance to win the lottery scratchers. You're definitely going to want to do that. We've also still taking entries for tonight's $50,000 Kidd Performance and Dyno Shootout. So if you haven't yet been by the West Coast Bracket Races trailer to pay your entry for tonight's shootout, you got a great chance to go down there and do that now. And I think I see Brandon Umberger standing down there in front of the tower trying to impress some people with his knowledge of drag racing. But basically, Umberger is standing down there, and we did get the text that while we are debating the name of the new car, whether it'll be called the pickle or the zucchini or the gummy worm or whatever it is, or the lima bean, I think he sent up a message, goes, yep, we're going to call it. I said, no, you don't understand. The announcers are the ones that, we're the ones that are going to talk about it, so we're going to call it what we want to call it. Oh, that message was for, oh, it was from, I thought he sent it to you. Never mind. Ah, it's Gherkin. All right. It's the pickle. So with that, we are going to put out another call. Super Pro Dragsters. Super Pro Dragster, round number 1. Super Pro Dragster, round number 1. Let's get you headed back into the staging lanes, please. Super Pro Dragster, round number 1. Still looking for Jeff Ford to make his way up here to the tower, too. And, man, I'll tell you what, Travis Ringeth, I know you guys are going to be taking the truck back into the pit area. You're going to try to be figuring out what had happened. You see, what had happened was they're going to go back to try and fix that up. And then once they get that figured out, they'll get things taken care of. But Travis Ringeth, at your convenience, you can come on up here to the tower. We've got a gift certificate for you from Taylor Motorsports Products. So Travis Ringeth, at your convenience. You guys obviously have things that you need to worry about, but we'll go ahead and get that figured out. The answer, just real quick, RTC, your question there is, no, we haven't talked about bacon yet. We have talked about food, because the food that's coming out of the concession stand here is awesome. I actually had something yesterday that never experienced in my life, never even thought about the possibility of that. I mean, you've heard of like fusion, right? Like, you know, Asian and Mexican fusion. Like a lot of people are making like bulgogi style tacos, and they'll take Korean barbecue and make burritos out of it and all that. I mean, it's delicious stuff. Yesterday, I had like an Italian Mexican fusion type dish where they actually took spaghetti and meatballs and wrapped it up in a burrito. Made it a whole lot. I mean, you could just, it is a little handful of spaghetti and meatballs that doesn't make a mess. It was delicious. So I don't know if the spaghetti and meatball burrito is something that's on the like menu over there regularly, but it should be. So yeah, the next time you're thinking about making spaghetti and meatballs, throw a tortilla down on the table, throw it in the middle of that, wrap it up, boom. You've got a well, no, we got to figure out like it's an Italian burrito, so is it an Talarito? A Bertalian? Yeah, see, even Chad agrees. The spaghetti burrito was amazing. Everything's better when it's wrapped in a tortilla. What's that? Mike Ames says certain things sometimes, and I'm just like, man, that makes me very uncomfortable. Oh, that makes me so uncomfortable. Talking about certain other things wrapped in a burrito. I thought maybe I had crossed the line yesterday talking about, you know, certain females that work in Vegas, but oh my goodness. Hey, by the way, we actually have a lost and found item up here in the tower. the lost and found item, if you are missing a Sony, like, certain camera, if you have misplaced yours, it has been returned, is up here in the tower, and we would love to get it back to your owner, to its owner. So again, if you are missing something, Barn, you're probably right. Somewhere there is an old school Italian nana with a wooden spoon looking to hit us for wrapping spaghetti and meatballs in a burrito. Just that whole, like, oh my goodness, the sacrilege of putting spaghetti and meatballs in a burrito. But you might think that, but oh my goodness, was it amazing. Anyway, but yeah, so I mean, the whole crew back there at the concession stand, they are taking good care of us, and the food is great. So make sure you get back there and check it out. Of course, Coffee to Cones is back there as well. If you want your coffee, that's the place to go. All right, is that what we're going to call it, Chad? A spaghetterito? I like it. Spagherito. It's the spaghetterito. I'm down with that. I'm down with that. Nope, there's a lot of construction going on to the left side of the racetrack here, or the right side of the racetrack here, as they are kind of doing some road expansions and a few other things. I think it's all part of, like, improvements that they're making to the property here at the fairgrounds, and so that's what you're seeing. That's what you're seeing. They're not necessarily oil derricks. They're like cranes and stuff like that they're putting in, like, new infrastructure, new, what do you call that? Not necessarily irrigation, but water, sewer, kind of irrigation. Anyway, they're doing a lot of work over here in this area. This area is going to be pretty cool. So, again, if you have never had the opportunity to get down here to Tucson, this is a neat place. I mean, the racetrack's really cool. Jim Hughes and Matt DeYoung, the team, they have done a spectacular job. These guys are working their rear ends off. And every time we come down here, it's nicer and nicer and nicer, and it's definitely worth the trip. So if you've been thinking about, hey, look, I'm looking for a place to race, a good place, a fun place where they take really, really good care of the racers. Some people, what is it? They say California is a place they ought to be, but they're closing all their tracks, and Tucson is a place you ought to come. If it is within driving range for you, be here. Yep, I did say driving range. All right, so we're going to get an updated prize list here. But again, if you happen to have misplaced your Sony camera coming up here to the tower, we'll find it. And we've actually had a lot of folks that have come up, so still looking for Kevin McClellan, Ricky Dushel, Tony Marconi, Chuck Hawk Jr., and Joe Cox Jr. coming up here to the tower, and in a moment I'm going to find a Sharpie and go down and find Steve Williams, get an autograph, and as we mentioned, accepted. Oh, Mike, I don't want the other racers to, like, get mad at us because because you saw what happened when they made Peeps mad yesterday. Greg Hicks got the raw end of that deal. Yeah, I don't know if they've got any more room on the roof for more antennas here in the tower. I think they might be able to squeeze maybe one more up there, but they got quite a bit of those up here. But I think the good news is that we have just about finished the cleanup. We're going to fire up cars. We're going to continue on with Super Pro. We are in round number 1. It is a Hughes Performance $10,000 to win. We got the camera returned to its owner. We've got more folks coming up here picking up their prizes. We got a, hang on. We have got a whole ton of people checking in on the chat bleachers. RTC, no, actually, we're not doing wheelies yet on the bike with Carter, but we've actually kind of changed focus. He is, I mean, he still gets out and rides the bike from time to time, but he's all about sled hockey right now. Actually joined a hockey team in Vegas called the Vegas Golden Chariots. He, because of kind of his bone condition, he is not able to play stand-up hockey, so instead was able to find a Paralympic-style affiliate in the sled hockey ranks, and he's got a fantastic team. We've actually started doing some traveling with some tournaments and things like that. We're down in California, so sled hockey is the thing now. And you know, at 10 years old, you pretty much change the thing every once in a while, but I think he's going to be sticking with the hockey thing for a while. He really likes that, so there you go. All right, more and more and more and more and more Super Pro. Bruce Briscoe, Jason Mercer. We'll see where we're going. Putting the final touches on the starting line. The cars are warming back up. Sled hockey, how do they not fall over? You know what? I ask myself that same question because whenever I put on ice skates, I seem to try to figure out how do I not fall over? Because I just can't do it. I just can't do it. All right, what do we get? It's definitely sweet. Sweet like the driver. All right, I'll go with that. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Water's going back down in the water box. We've had good food. We've had good racing. I've already had 2 drivers that have been 4 total here today. And I think we're going to have more. What does it say? Oh, Steve's Tire World. I was trying to figure out what the sticker on the bottom of Bruce Briscoe's scoop was saying. I'm like, what? What? Oh yeah. So Jason Mercer, I'm going to be very interested to see how this pair plays out. Mercer, who was up a little while ago in the Super Pro, or in the Pro category in the Roadster, had some pretty significant issues with the Roadster. Ended up running way off the dial, and I know he hasn't really had time, and maybe they went back and figured something out, but Bruce Briscoe, left side of the racetrack, dialed in at 525 as we've got essentially our final door car and our first dragster as the transition pair is underway. Both drivers are green. Briscoe, with the advantage at this end of the racetrack, is able to run down Jason Mercer as the car just seems to be losing more and more and more power. 760 on a 753 for Jason Mercer this time down the racetrack. Briscoe was 14 green and then goes 530 on a 525 to get the win light, as we'll bring up Jeremy Wilson and Adam Kyoto. Adam over on the right side out of Frederick, California, 480 the dial for the dragster. On that American walk-in cooler side of the racetrack, again, that is the right lane here at Tucson Dragway. The left lane is the National Auto Collision Center lane. So with a 463 dial for Jeremy Wilson out of Colorado and a 480 dial for Kyoto out of California, we are leaving thousandths of a second separating the two, and a 464 on a 464 for Jeremy Wilson. Wilson dead on, or he's 11th thou above the dial, 19th thou on the green side, gets there second. Adam Kyoto 15 green, take 29th thou at the stripe to break out by 14 thousandths of a second. So Jeremy Wilson getting the win line is Phil Pennington and Baruch Yama. The Pennington crew had a beautiful night last night. Wasn't quite as good as they wanted it to be, but still, when we were getting down into the ladder rounds and they were carrying 3 and almost 4 cars into the ladder rounds, that says a whole bunch about what the Pennington team brings to the game. 491. Dial in on the left side. Baruch Yama with a 437 dial. Over on the right side. Yama carrying the front tires off the starting line, and that dragster gets the win light as he goes 436 on a 437 at 160 miles an hour. Yama crosses the finish line. Philip Pennington left 5 thousandths of a second early. 005 on the red side. For Philip Pennington, Baruch was 18 green and gets the win light is now Lloyd Salveson out of Rio Rancho, New Mexico, and Tanner Theobald out of St. George, Utah. Again, the Theobald crew helping to bring those awesome custom trophies that we're handing out here as part of the Southwest Showdown. 486 going to be the dial for Tanner. 506 is the dial for Lloyd. And I'm glad we're starting to fill up those chat bleachers. Already. Lots of folks watching the Southwest Showdown. Again, thanks to bangshift.com. Chad Reynolds up there on top of the scissor lift. Swinging the camera back and forth. And this one is over for Tanner by 5 thousandths of a second. This time right side, 005 red. Goes 488 on a 486. Lloyd Salveson, 35 green. Saw the win light come on his side of the racetrack. Legs it out. Goes 505 on a 506. At 136 miles an hour. Down there at the half-track mark is now Zach Mazier and Sammy Franco the third. Every time I say the third, I think of, what's his name, Ferguson. Oh yeah, Thurston Howell the third. Hello. Hey, Gilligan. So with a 580 dial for Sammy Franco, a 489 dial for Zach Mazier, who is listed now as living in Boise, Idaho. Like, what happened? 19 difference between the two in reaction time, and Sammy Franco. Trip, zip, perfect reaction time. Takes 46 thou at the stripe and breaks out 11 thousandths of a second for the loss. Zach Mazier, 19 green, 16 thou above. Mazier gets one handed back to him as Sammy Franco takes too much down at the finish line. Will now bring out Brian Sutton out of Pueblo West, Colorado. And I got to agree with Mike Eames. He was talking about just, you know, Brian Sutton's car, it's beautiful. It looks gorgeous. It's just got the colors of a Southwest sunset all over it. I'm digging that car. Riley Learcamp over the right side of the racetrack. Going to get the win here as Brian goes red by 24 thousandths of a second. 004 on the tree, 461 on a 463 for Riley. Brian Sutton, after being 24th out red, ends up running the 502, is now Phil Jaramillo and Peter Biondo. Pete, who ended up going home with the big $10,000 payday from the Silver State Refrigeration Racer Appreciation Showdown. Huh? Oh, shit. He's right. And that was totally my fault. My fault. So Chad, that should be resolved for you now, sir. And for those of you that are out there in the chat bleachers, that whole little, that was my fault. Not Chad. Yeah. I done did the dumb stuff. Whoa, look at this, the pre-stage bulb is not lighting up. Peter Biondo's taking a look at that going, wait. Something not right here. So Phil Jaramillo is already in the pre-stage position, kind of taking a look at it, but the pre-stage bulb here on the left side, we're going to take a close look at it. So the 456 dialing up on the board for the Terminator, and the 543 dialing up on the board for Phil Jaramillo. So we'll let them figure that part out. And while they figure that out, once again, all of our Super Pro dragsters, you have been called into the staging lanes, please. All Super Pro dragsters, you've been called into the staging lanes. We'll talk a little bit about our round best losing package. That are going to be handed out today. Round number 1 in Super Pro, Goodyear. A gift certificate for a set of tires from Goodyear. In Pro, it's going to be $200 in cash and product from the folks at Clay Smith Cams for round number 1. For the buyback round, West Coast Bracket Race is actually throwing up the $200 Best Losing Package Award. And it looks like they've got it figured out. We're going to go ahead and take a second swing at this. Again, Phil Jaramillo with a 543 dial, going to be getting the head start over Pete Biondo, 7-time NHRA World Champ, sitting here on the left side of the racetrack. Flew in, like helmet in hand, and said, yeah, sure, I'll fly in and drive your car. When the Parabolaris family said, hey, Pete, why don't you come down and we'll do the double header thing. Phil Jaramillo. Let me tell you something. Peter Biondo was uncharacteristically late. I think that's his worst light of the weekend. His absolute worst light of the weekend for Peter Biondo. Phil Jaramillo was 79 on the tree, goes 550 on a 543. That's just not going to work out. Peter's worst light of the weekend was 021. And he goes 462 on a 456. That's just kind of an odd little deal that happened there, but I think after the pause on the starting line and all that, everybody had to try and get recentered. So Jaramillo will be making his way through the buyback round. Peter Biondo threw in his first entry as we bring out Colton Aragon and Stan Essery. Essery also racing double duty here this weekend in the Super Pro Dragsters. That is one nice little ride. The Sherwood Park based dragster. I like that finish. 47,000 reaction time. Yep. Colton Aragon was in deep trouble in the shorty dragster. He had an 057 reaction time, goes 483 on a 46. No good. Stan Essery, 10 on the tree, and then 471.5 on a 472 to break out 5 thousandths of a second. Now we got Steve Shear, left side of the track, out of Visalia, California. Dialed in at 491, Allie Clark with a 495. So we got Vic. Who decided, they swapping cars? Because Allie was in like her car the other day, now she's in Vic's car. Red light start for Allie. By 43 thousandths of a second, goes 502 on a 495 dial. Steve Shear, 004. The reaction time for Steve. And then he goes 489 on a 491. We'll bring up Dalton Garreau and Jimmy Wenger. Jimmy out of Texas, Odessa, the exact area. And then Dalton Garreau out of, did we decide it's Leduc? I mean, I like the French pronunciation of Leduc. Quickly. So 431 on a 4, whoosh, Dalton Garreau. I don't believe that. I think Jimmy Wenger 430, yeah, nope. Nope. We are definitely going to have to take a look at what happened on that one. I'm probably going to have a rerun between Jimmy Wenger and Dalton Garreau. And we're going to have to take a look and see as... So now it's Larry Richardson and Kelly Ritchie. So Richardson versus Ritchie. Alamoso, Colorado, home base for Larry here on the left side. 487. Down for Larry, 472. The down for Kelly Ritchie, and a 472 on a 472. Not going to work out as Larry Richardson goes 487 on a 487. 15 dead, 1 to be 16 total for Larry Richardson. Kelly Ritchie was 29th thou, reacting to the green and locked out of the game. Ends up running dead on 8. I mean, pretty much it didn't matter. With Richardson being 16 total and Kelly Ritchie's reaction time being 29, no good, no go. All right. Mike, pause for one moment. We have got Morgan Rose, J.R. Learcamp, next pair on the starting line, and I'm just going to have to break down and accept the fact that I'm getting old. Learcamp 19 green and goes 473 on a 472, 142 miles an hour to get the wind line. Morgan Rose 27 green and then goes 457 on the 455 to come up 18 thousandths of a second short. El Toro, are you actually saying that the pronunciation of his Ladush? I don't know about that. I'm saying it's Ladush. Ladush. No, I thought that's the way that the French refer to their neighbors in the north. It's Ladush. Where are they at? Ladush. Go north. All right, so Michael Pennington and Nick Cobb. Cobb over on the right side, down 478. Pennington on the left side, down 470. And a red light start for Cobb by 21 thousandths of a second. Cobb is going to bow out. Michael Pennington 31 green and 471 on a 470. Win line to Pennington is Trube Keys. That's another one. We'll turn that over to the chat bleachers. I have no idea if we're saying that one right. All right, so Jimmy Wenger and Dalton Garreau. Jimmy Wenger and Dalton Garreau. We are going to need you back into the staging lanes, please. So Jimmy Wenger and Dalton Garreau. We are going to need you back into the staging lanes, please. Before you rerun, had a timing malfunction there. Back 502 the down for Trube, as he runs 5:00 to break out by more than Dustin Hinches did. Dustin had dialed 489. Gets to the stripe first by a thou. Breaks out by a thou and gets the win light. True Keys gets there 14 thou under the dial. on the breakout loss after no 27 reaction time. So we saw, unfortunately, some issues for Travis Ringuth's truck that they're going to have to get back there and figure out. But for the TNT car of Dwayne Ringuth out of Rockview County, sponsored by Rad Torque Total Dairy Solutions, Pro One Safety of Canada, and the Classics Bracket Series, he's dialed in at 468. Marco Paravalaris, part of the Spring Fling family of racers, dialed in at 455. And Dwayne almost laid one down on Marco. Dwayne was 004 in the tree, took too much at the stripe, breaks out 466 on a 468. Paravalaris 31 green and ends up dead to 455 on a 455. So Paravalaris lights up the scoreboard left side, and we'll move on as we bring out Chris Berriman and Mark Campbell. Campbell, who's already picked up one of the racer appreciation prizes from a best losing package. Dialed it at 465 here on the right side, and Chris Berriman out of Colorado. The dragster on the left side, dialed in at 5 flat. So again, we do know that we had a timing malfunction during the pair of Jimmy Wanger and Dalton Rowe. We're going to need to get that back to a rerun. Somebody who's perfect on the tree and then tightens up the stripe to 0.008 of a second. You could hear the throttle whomping that was taking place down at the finish line as Chris Berriman, 504 on a 500 after being perfect in reaction time. Mark Campbell was 30 on the tree, ends up 18 thou above the dial to be 48 total, but Chris Berriman will get the win light. You better watch yourself. Watch yourself. Peeps Pennington started to back up, and the guy on the starting line had to run out of the way. You don't walk in behind a dragster. They can't see anything. So Peeps Pennington, Jason Pad. Pad over on the right side, 465 is the dial. Preston on the left side, 469 is the dial. Win light goes to Peeps. Last night, Peeps was pissed. And we'll just call it what it was. Because he, what was it, after losing to Pete? Came back around and just threw a right hook on Greg Hicks. What do you end up, like 6 total? 4 total. Because Hicks was like 8. Yeah, Greg Hicks was 8 total. Peeps came back and went 4 total on him. And this time he's 31 on the tree and dead 0. Jason Pad was 18 green, take 39 thou at the stripe. To break out with a 462 and a 465 is now Jack Sadler and Carson Campbell. Campbell over on the right side. Going against Jack Sadler on the left side. Sadler down 488, Campbell down 494. And wow, Campbell 21 green and dead 5. Ends up 26 total. Jack Sadler was 45 on the tree, had nowhere to go but to the buyback round. That is where he will be found next. So now Taylor Strange and Chuck Babcock. Babcock, 514 dial on the right side out of Yorba Linda. Taylor Strange, the Race Tech chassis. Dial in at 473. Okay, Chuck Babcock, gonna need a shoulder to cry on. Gonna need a friend. He wasn't great on the tree. Let's just say that. I mean, 42 green, taking a 10th at the stripe to break out 100. 5:13 on a 5:14 Chuck Babcock. Taylor Strange was also 2 above the dial and had a 1:11 reaction time. And for Taylor, I mean, a lot of times you get a reaction time that starts with a 1 at a race like this, and you're not going anywhere but the buyback. Somehow, thanks to the courtesy and generosity of Chuck Babcock by taking too much at the stripe, Taylor Strange will not have to buy back, and Babcock is going to be thinking about it. Dylan Smith and Neil Presimone. Sweet. So Neil Presimone getting the win light there, 13 green and 5:02 down the racetrack as Rob White and Nathan Thornsley. Thornsley out of Palmer, Alaska. He came up here yesterday to pick up a Best Losing Package award. Nice dude. Really nice guy. I mean, you know, they're just great people. I mean, some people are just blessed. Unfortunately, Thornsley's not going to make it out of round number 1. 007 on the tree and then goes 5:38 on a 5:39. Take 27 thou at the stripe to break out 0.06 of a second and hand the win light back over to Rob White. White 29 green, under 1,000th of a second on the double breakout scenario. This will bring out Mark Kidd and Tim O'More. Tim O, who went to the final round last night in Pro, trying to get a little run for himself going here in the dragster. As Mark Kidd is dialed in at 466, Kidd and his dragster going to be sponsoring the $50,000 shootout that is going to be taking place later tonight. And so again, we got Jimmy Wenger and Dalton Giroux. And with a 006 reaction time and 13 thou above the dial, Mark Kidd gets the win light over Tim O'More. Tim O'More was 19 green, Mark Kidd was 19 total. 006, 13 thou above, taking 13 10,000ths at the stripe. Tim O'More was 20 total, 19 green and dead on 1, and no good. Mike Quinteri and Josh Herman. Herman made it down, what, to the round of 5 last night? Was it the round before that? That's right, he got down to 10. And then ran into, I have to go back and look, but anyway. Quinteri out of Alaska, 007 on the tree and will not advance. Josh Herman, 33 green, wins it on the double breakout. We'll call it the DBO. So a double breakout scenario here. Herman, 33 green, goes 457 on a 458. He's 7 thou under the dial. Mike Quinteri is 10 thou under the dial. And with that, Herman, Josh to round number 2. It's Giovanni Colecci. Who is, what do they call him? I'm too sexy for my car. 518 the dial in for Giovanni. 492 the dial in for Chance Parker out of Utah. Womp, 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 womp. Did I hear 4 of those? That was a 4 whomper. 26 on the tree and 491 on a 492. Chance whomps his way to a double breakout win. Giovanni Colecci may have been fed 3 thou down at the finish line as he goes 5:16 on a 5:18 after an 0:29 reaction time. So 3 thou between him and reaction time at this end of the racetrack. And it's crazy. Crazy. We now got Cassie Pennington and Rich McFarland. Cassie. Keeping the Pennington family going 1 round last night this morning. A 005 red light for Cassie. Not going to work out. Rich McFarland 24 green, 594 on a 593 for Rich. Cassie Pennington 471 on a 470. After that, I'll tell you what. All right, so now you got Greg Hicks and Bobby Dye Jr. I like it. The Specialty Fasteners crew putting up the bounty on like yesterday's winners. The bounty on Scott Taylor has already been claimed. Joe Cox came up here and got his Specialty Fasteners product bundle. There's Bobby Dye now driving the Specialty Fasteners car here on the left side, 479. The dial-in for Bobby, and Greg Hicks, the realtor out of North Las Vegas, Nevada. The dude sells homes for a living and races on the side for a good time. 009 484 on a 483. Greg Hicks will win that pair. 009, it ends up 18th thou above the dial, taking 6th thou at the stripe to get the win light. Bobby Dye was 40 on the tree. And it really didn't matter what Bobby did from that time forward. What's up, Mr. George? Just for you, before I drop off the mic, because I'm getting ready to swap off here, and Mike Eames is going to take over for a little while. We'll give you that one. Yeah, Mike Eames got to do the previous bounty. I'm going to try to do this one. We'll see if it works out. So Patrick Marvick and Kevin Johnson, the Draper, Utah versus Bismarck, North Dakota based cars. 510 the dial, and Kevin Johnson's car looked like it just pulled on him. Ended up going red. Patrick Marvick 55 green and 504 on a 504 for Marvick. But Johnson, that thing just didn't work out. Trust me, Jordan, it's coming. It'll be there for you. So we got a bounty alert. Last night's winner of the $10,000 Lucas Oil Friday Super Pro category sitting on the left side of the racetrack, and Ryan Harem. Talked to him down in the winner's circle about, having to be out of the car for a couple of years. Really just, rehabilitating after a broken back up there in Phoenix. But it's almost like, he never got out of the cockpit. Just jumped right back in like riding a bike, you know what I mean? Just kind of came right back to him and picked up the 10 grand win. Jim Glenn, who was your Winter Nationals winner, the NHRA National event, got the opportunity to take out last night's winner. North and South, difference between the two in reaction time. And nope, Ryan Harem, 466 on a 466. How about 20? Narrowing the margin down at the stripe to 5 thou to be dead on one. Ryan Harem survives round number 1. Jim Glenn, 21 on the tree and dead 5. So a 26 pack for Jim Glenn versus a 21 pack for Ryan Harem. Harem survives round number 1. Jim Glenn's going to have to head to the buyback round, and I am going to slide out of the seat, turn things over to Mike Eames as George. There you go. It's time. Next pair backing up from the water, backing up for the burnouts right now.
Thank you, Nathan Hershey. As Brandon Lynch and Lindsay Meserve for Team Theobald Motorsports. Lindsay out of St. George, Utah. Dad Brent Back behind, Brandon out of Roy, Utah. Sure. Wife and family is watching the Bang Shift live feed. Brandon, Discount Tire. That Race Tech Machine, 494 is the dial. Brandon's going to get a lead first. Brandon was like the hard luck loser on Thursday's Silver State Refrigeration Racer Appreciation event. Who first round was 7 total. And got to spend the rest of the night watching the races. Lindsay right side, Brandon left side. 5 thou was the difference on the starting line. And Lindsay Meserve on a double breakout is under by a thou. Will get the win. 10 green and under by 1 thou. Brandon Lynch was 17 green, under by 17. It's Jeff Taylor and Paul Lorton. Jeff out of Apache Junction, that white Mullis prepared machine, 471 is the dial, will be doing the chasing. Paul Lorton from right over there in Peoria, Arizona, the American prepared machine. 478 is the prediction. Here in round number 1, Super Pro Drags for Paul Lorton, and Jeff Taylor is red by blinking thou. And you can insert whatever adjective you would like to insert. Darn. One darn thou. Ethan Bourne and Matthew Larson. Ethan out of Riverton, Utah. Big E, who picked up a championship over at Grand Junction in 2021. .486 is the dial. Matthew Larson for Larson Farms. The Yuma, Arizona resident. 480 for Matthew. Absolute point toss off the starting line. Ethan Bourne on a breakout. Larson was 12 green, got to the finish line first by 34 thou, and broke out by 20 thou. Just a little too aggressive down there at the finish line for Matthew Larson. It's Ethan Bourne. It's 13 green, 1 above to light the lamp. Seth Zermano and Dave Mazier. Seth out of Alhambra. Over there in California, TNT Supercar, 490. The dial for Zeth. He will get a lead first. Over in the left lane, National Auto Collision Center side, and Dave Mazier out of Escondido from Mazier Enterprises. Mazier, a big part of this K&N Southwest Showdown. Mazier and Seth Zermano. Seth going to get the win. 27 green, 1 above. Dialed 490, goes 491. As Dave Mazier was 36 green and dialed 476. And he wished he would have dialed 486 because that's what he ran on the racetrack. As Cooper Chun and Jason Rosenbaum. Cooper out of Vancouver, Washington, 536 the dial-in. Jason Rosenbaum for Crime Pays. The LEO out of Victorville. Law enforcement officer for Mr. Rosenbaum. For Townsend. Competitor is going to get the win. Cooper Chun, 3 zeros on the reaction time. And 539 on the 536 to be 9 thou in front. As perfect taking 9 thou, it's going to get it like 91% of the time. Jason Rosenbaum, 49 green, and he was in a really tough position right off the bat, and will be destined for the buyback booth or the buyback lane. As Bob Siemens and Kyle Rizzoli. Bob out of Ogden, Utah. Phil Prince back behind Bob in the National Auto Collision Center side, and Kyle Rizzoli, who we normally see in that black on white Camaro. Bob a little bit late getting his finger off the button. Here comes Rizzoli. Rizzoli, 13 green. Dow's 484, goes 4861 to be the winner. Siemens was dead on 5. And since baseball signed their agreement, was Tom Glavine 47 on the starting line. Yes, they did, Nathan Hershey. We get baseball here soon, which is a good thing. It's interesting. 47. Not a lot of professional athletes wear number 47. Chuck Hogg Jr. and Jessica Bogacki. Chuck Hogg and Jessica Bogacki. Jessica is behind by 410 thou at the stripe. She just gave it back down there at the finish line and got behind. Jessica was 14 green. Chuck Hogg Jr. was 30 on the starting line. And Jessica ended up being 0-0-0-4. 410 thou behind at that 8th mile finish line to suffer the round 1 defeat is Dalton Giroux out of Leduc, Alberta, Canada. He had an issue in round number 1 alongside Jimmy Wegner. Unfortunately, Jimmy was up here at the head of the staging lanes and couldn't get the car to fire on the rerun. So Dalton will get the solo. Got 497 on the board. For Dalton, 4955. And Dalton will have to hurry up and put a quick charge on it, put some fuel in it, because he still has to run his second entry. A tough one there for Jimmy. Hopefully we can get that thing rectified as Chris Whitfield and Mike Zimmerman. Whitfield for Go Fast Energy, 473 the number for Chris, and Mike Zimmerman. Zimmy out of Phoenix. The answer prepared dragster, 492. The dial in for Mike. Is going to get the win. Mike Zimmerman breaks out by 7 thou, got to the finish line first by 3 hun as Chris Whitfield got down there and tossed out the anchor. 474 at only 139 miles an hour. Mike Zimmerman was sent through and breaks out by 7 thou. Whitfield will advance. It's KJ Desa for LAT Racing Oils. 494. The dial in for KJ, the LS powered machine, and Trevor Larson. And wife Kendra's dragster. He's devious. Put this machine together for Kendra. And now Kendra is with child and can't drive the brand new car. I think Trevor did that on purpose because he wanted to have all the fun in the new car. 6 thou. Made a difference between the two on the the starting line, and Trevor Larson dead on 5. Sees his win light illuminated, 28 green, dead 5. KJ was 22 green, under by 4 thou, and he took 15 of the stripe. He had a little bit of room down there. And unfortunately just took too much. Trevor Larson gets the win lights. Tom Bear and Val Torres Jr. This is like first round late day. So it would be no shock for either one of these two gentlemen to be deep in eliminations, and here they are first round. Bear out of Cherry Valley, California for Lucas Oil. And Tom Bear School of Drag Racing and Val Torres Jr., who had a really good Saturday at the 2011 K&N Southwest Showdown, ended up taking home that $50,000 Kidd Performance Dyno Shootout win just a year ago. In a good spot and gonna get the win on another double breakout. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. 472.6 for Val, under by 4 thou. Bear dialed 503, goes 4998. As John Lorbiette in the Bantam. This is one of our favorite cars on property, as this hot rod with some serious motivation. And Brandon Dolezal out of Queen Creek, the dragster, 452 is the dial. But on one of the runs yesterday, Lorbiecki's machine, I think, left on one tire. The rad meter with no wheelie bar, and he breaks out by 2, hun.
Do it again.
We want more of that. I just want to say, John Lorbiecki, you have this 32 Bantam with 615 cubic inches of big block Chevrolet with no wheelie bar.
Love that.
That's 100% man right there. Brandon Dolezal was like, I'm over here, and I won that round. 455 for Dolezal was 008 and good, but all eyes were on that altar to John Lorbiecki. That was awesome. 2 thumbs up. Full recommend. Can we give John Lorbiecki a 5-star Google review? I totally would do that. This is Hank Pramov, the IT guy. And Miss Kidd, the white dragster out of Marana, 584 is the dial. Hank is green and is gonna break out by 14 thou. He took 57 down there. As Kidd will move on, being dead on 9. A little bit late on the reaction time, but it was okay as Hank Pramov broke out as Logan Orr and Blake Williams. Logan and the Kidd machine. Blake Williams out of Chandler. Top 10 player in Division 7 last year in the Super Comp ranks with 488 on the dial. Logan with 477 on that National Auto Collision Center scoreboard. Logan bumps in again. There we go. Rip, tree, and away. Neither driver is great on the starting line. You see the scoop rocking down there for Logan Orr. That was like a 14 whomper for Logan. 478 on the 477 is. Literally saw Logan rocking the scoop at about 400 feet. Blake Williams was 49 on the tree, dead on 4, and 2 stinking foul behind at the finish line was Elliot Franco and Shelby Williams. Shelby for Team K&N. Young lady out of Henderson, Nevada. 482 on the American walk-in cooler side, and Elliot Franco out of La Palma. 549 is the dial. Now, hardtail Spitzer machine. Shelby Williams, 27 on the starting line. Dials 482, goes 482.6 to get the win. Elliot Franco was 42 thou on the green light start. Shelby's 27 green, dead on 6, makes 33 on the combined. And Elliot Franco was fully shut out. It's Jolie Wegner and Travis Theobald. Jolie out of Odessa. .505 the dial in for Jolie. Travis Theobald. 483 is the number. As we're watching our live chat, and El Toro, like queso, that sounds real good right now. Off and away, and on the double breakout is going to get the win. Travis, 29 green and under by 3 hundredths of a second. He had 483 on the scoreboard, goes 480 on the racetrack. Jolie Wagner was 45 green and 4 under. There on the double breakout is Jim Calloway and Val Torres. Val, who finished number 7 in the world in Super Comp last year. For Val Torres Construction and Val Torres Racing. Way out of New Mexico. Val Senior is 12 green, dead on 7 to be 19 total. Jim Calloway, 16 green, was right there at the starting line. But then 2 hundredths over is Val Torres. Move out around 1. And Mark Lalonde. The Lond and the Yancer prepared machine, the yellow dragster without the wing. Kioki out of North Las Vegas, Spitzer chassis hot rod, the wing on the back at 615 cubic inches of big block Chevrolet. 452 is the dial for Kioki. Goes 504, but to be good, Kioki is red by 14 thou and runs it on out the back, go 453. Is Bree Herman and Parker Theobald. Bree out of Pueblo West. Bree, part of that just amazing Bandimere family. They're Bandimere Speedway. Parker out of the amazing Fayetteville family. Parker, 002 green and 480 496 on the 484 to light the lamp. Bree was 20 green and 2 above. The difference in the race was right down there on the starting line. As Parker had a couple hundred advantage, right down there is Sammy Franco the 4th. 5:57 is the dial-in. There for Sammy out of Los Lunas. Right over there in New Mexico, Chase Learcamp coming down from Olympia, Washington for Team Left Coast. Chase, the young man, has 461 on the car. So almost 2 full bulbs will be the head start. There goes Franco. Here comes Learcamp. Sammy, Chase, Sammy Franco. 29 green and 5:59 to get the win. Chase was a little bit better on the starting line. It was 14 green, but then 5 above. And he was behind by 1/100 of a second on the starting line. As Chase Learcamp has a future in the buyback round, I should say. Sammy Franco gets to proceed as Greg Christensen and Allie Clark. Greg out of Colorado, 475 is the dial over on the left-hand side. Allie Clark, Boise, Idaho, 504 for Allie. Greg, better on the starting line and better on the racetrack. 004, 1 above. 004 taking 3 thou. And that's about a what? 91%er? He was skosh higher? Allie Clark, 22 green, dead on 0 and just completely in the way. Leroy Duran and JR Learcamp. JR had a big run. Thursday's Silver State Refrigeration event. Or Peter Biondo literally roughed him up in the final of the dragster side in that event. JR out of Olympia, Washington just saw son Chase run a little too quick. Got 472 on the car. Leroy Duran out of Sun City. 501 on the board. There for Leroy. And the Davis prepared dragster. And then the starting line. Learcamp dead on 5. Dow's 472, goes 472.5, was 25 on the starting line. Leroy Duran was a little bit better as he was 20. Breaking the stage beams. Dow's 501 goes 503.8 to be 18th thou behind of JR Learcamp, and JR gets the win as Don Toya and Alexis Thompson. Alexis for Team Silver State. And we just appreciate Shane Thompson so much for everything he does for the K&N Southwest Showdown. And not only that, Shane Thompson is so involved with the help and sponsorship of so many events in the bracket racing world. He's doing some stuff up there at Las Vegas Motor Speedway in the Super Pro category. Just can't thank him enough. As Alexis alongside Don Toya. Don's Hot Rod Shop, rip for Toya. Gonna get the win. 18 on the starting line, dead on 9. As that mathematical formula worked out for Toya. Alexis was 21 thou on the green light. Start was just 3 different on the starting line, but then Alexis was over by 0.04 of a second. It's Debbie Dolzal and Daryl Contreras. Daryl and the Land Shark. Out of Pueblo, 5 flat is the dial. The 492 number here in this round, and the Land Shark. Candygram. We were talking about Saturday Night Live skits last night. That's one of the best Saturday Night, like early, even though it was early in the show. Flowers. Flowers for who? Mrs. Contreras and Land Shark gonna get the win. Joe Kidd Jr. and Dustin Henches. Dustin Henches on Thursday literally came to my aid and made it so I could make it through the remainder of Thursday, which I was very appreciative of. Orange Dragster out of Olympia, Washington for Team Left Coast. 489 is the number for Dustin, Joe Kidd Jr. Little Flame Dragster out of Marana. 520, the number for JKJ. And Dustin is way behind on the starting line. Joe Kidd Jr., 15 green and a hun above is 25 total. And Dustin Henches' reaction time was 25 times 2. And no good. That's Tyler Murrup backing up after the burnout. The young man from Sandy, Utah, Jordan Moore Motorsports, Pete's Diesel Repair, Carson Campbell. That young man out of Olympia, Washington. Carson has 494 on the American walk-in cooler side. Side is going to get the win. 502 on the 5 flat was 23 green. Carson Campbell just didn't get the finger off in time. 5-6 on the light. Dows 494, goes 493.3, and was still 2 thou behind at the finish line. It's Tyler Murrup. Will advance. Jim Glenn and Jeremy Wilson. Let's see, Jim Glenn was defeated in his first entry, right? He had the opportunity to take out our winner from last night, Ryan Harrim, ended up on the wrong side of the win light. 476 there for Jim Glenn out of Washington, Jeremy Wilson. And the race car that he won in a raffle. You know, we're at the point like with Jeremy Wilson where we actually have to clarify which raffle it was that he won the car. Jeremy had a good entry. That was the difference on the starting line, and Jim Glenn gets one entry through. 13 green and 3 thou quick. Jeremy Wilson was 18 on the green light start and under by 0.03 of a second. And Jim Glenn on the double breakout will advance. It's Philip Pennington. And the blue, and white dragster. Oh, and there's a titch of black in there. And Pennington, that whole team coming over from Texas. We can't say enough good things about the Pennington supporting this event. Giovanni Kalecki. Giovanni. Big sexy with 516 on the dial. Referred to as Big Sexy, turns on the ugliest of the red lights. 001 red. Philip is 19 green and 493.5 on the 494, but is all over on the starting line as Giovanni's red by 1 thou. Dean Bush and Mark Campbell. Dean out of Las Vegas. This Mullis prepared machine. Mark Campbell, the winged Mullis dragster out of Olympia, Washington. We saw Carson bowed out in one of his entries a few pair ago. Let's Mark, 466 the dial, be running after Dean Bush. Hello, Wade will lead second in this pair. For the one who left win light. 008 for Mark Campbell, one above is good. Dean Bush was 005, taking 19 thou, breaks out by 6 thou. Dean Bush had a little bit of room down there. Ended up just taking too much. There's that 8th mile finish line, and Mark Campbell dispatches Dean Bush as Michael Pennington and Jason Dawson. Michael out of La Verna, Texas. Took 2 cars on Thursday down to the final 8, and that's where it ended in both. 470 the dial for Michael and Jason Dawson. JD, or North Las Vegas, 472, the number will be the opportunity to leave first. Dawson is 006 and too quick. Michael Pennington, 14 green, dead on 3. Will get the win. Dawson got to the finish line by 21 thou, was under by 10 thou, and breaks it out. Shane Thompson and Adam Chioda. Adam out of Frederick, California. Good looking Miller prepared machine. Shane Thompson also. Drivers is perfect and 1 is 10. And on a double breakout, the guy who was perfect is going to get the win, Adam Chioda. 3 zeros on the reaction time, 478.3, under by 7 thou. Shane Thompson was 10 green. Silver State Refrigeration dragster. Dows 485 and goes 481.3. Thompson was way off the gas trying to get on the right side of the numbers. He was only 125 miles an hour, was still 4 quick. As Preston Pennington, Mr. Peeps, 469 is the dial for Three Rivers, Texas, over on the National Auto Collision Center side. And Stan Essery, Sherwood Park, Alberta, Canada. Rad Torque Systems. Red light start for Stan. 27 green for Pennington and 468.1 on the 469 is good. It was over right there on the starting line as Essery was red by a dime. Larry Richardson and Bruce Briscoe. Larry out of Colorado. 486 there for Larry. Bruce Briscoe out of Colorado. Bruce out of Pueblo West. And Bruce is read by Derek Jeter, 2 thou. Larry Richardson, 5 green, 2 above. But it was all over right down yonder. As Bruce Briscoe, by 2 itty-bitty thou, turns on the red light. Larry Richardson. We'll move it around. Number 2 is Peter Biondo and Josh Herman. Peter out of New York. Spring Fling Bracket Races. Biondo Racing Products, the Paravaleris family. And Josh Herman, the Herman Racing team car out of Pueblo, over there in Colorado. 457 the dial for the Herminator. It's the Terminator and the Herminator. Gets off the starting line second. The Herman is going to get the win. 004, dead on 5 is 9 total. Peter Biondo was perfect on the starting line. Dials 456 and was behind 2 thou at the stripe, going 457.1. And judging the mile an hour, with a 6 mile an hour difference, Peter might have gave it 1 rip too many and ended up being 2 thou behind at the stripe. But that's what you appreciate. Josh Herman's a really, really good racer. Peter Biondo a really, really good racer. You see Perfect and 004 and down there with 2 thou margin of victory. That's what you want to see. Rob White and Marco Paravaleris. Marco out of Petaluma, 455 is the dial. Rob White and Dirty White Boys out of Calgary, Alberta. 519 is the dial. Marco trying to chase down Rob White. 8th mile finish line. Marco 455.8 on the 455. 15 on the starting line. 15 plus 8 is 15, 5, 20, 23 total for Marco. And Rob White was 25 thou on the reaction time. It was just wasting fuel. Cassie Pennington and Zach Nazier. Cassie out of Vernia, Texas, 471 the number for Cassie. Cassie will be doing the chasing. Zach Mazier for Team Lucas. Team Mazier, 490. The dial-in for Zach. And final call. Super Pro Dragsters, we are nearing the end of the round. Zach Nazier, trip zip 491.1 is good. Cassie Pennington was 15 green, breaks out by 12 thou, took 8 thou. There was nothing that Cassie Pennington could have done to move the win light over in her side of the racetrack, as Zach Mazier's 11 total. And Cassie is 1-5 on the green light start. It's kind of moved in the last hour from being serious to being like really serious. There's not a lot of not a lot of shenanigans. Thomas Bear and Kevin Johnson. Bear for Lucas Oil. Tom Bear School of Drag Racing. 492 is the dial. Kevin Johnson out of Draper, Utah. That machine rolled through the beams in his first entry. Again, another perfect reaction time. It's getting obscene. Bear is perfect on the starting line, 496, taking 510 thou. And I think that's about a 99%er. Perfect on the starting line, taking 510 thou to get the win. Kevin Johnson was 33 green, 1 above, and no good. All right, attention in the pit area. I need Bodie Peralta. Bodie Peralta and your junior into the staging lanes, please. Bodie, need you in the staging lanes with your car. And Pro Buyback. Pro Buyback. Let's get you up in the lanes, please. Pro Buyback. Let's get you up in the lanes, please. Pro Buyback. Let's get you up here is Brandon Lynch and Tristan Craig. Brandon out of Roy, Utah. And Jeff Devy painted race car. Tristan Craig and Neil Presimoni's ride. 502 is the dial for Tristan. Tristan, last to go in. Treeing away. And a shocking development. Neither driver is perfect on the reaction time, but Tristan Craig. It's 10 green, dead 1 to be 11 total. Brandon Lynch with 28 on the starting line. And again, just completely locked out. It's Cooper Chun and Dalton Garreau. Cooper out of Vancouver, Washington, 537 is the number. Dalton out of Leduc, Alberta, Canada. We did get clarification and educated on Dalton Giroux's last name. Giroux, Dalton Giroux. I mean, I still need to be educated. Dalton Giroux, and it is Leduc. So pro, if you are double buyback in 3 and 4, please. Pro double buyback 3 and 4. Single entry buyback in 7 and 8, pretty please. Cooper left side, Dalton right side. Washington left side, Alberta Canada right side. Dalton and Cooper. Cooper, 19 green. 538 on the 537 is 7th thou in front for Cooper. Dalton Giroux was 31 on the starting line. And had to be dead 0. And was dead 8. As Dalton will have to buy back in with that entry. As Ethan Bourne. And Taylor Strange. So Ethan out of Riverton, Utah. Dad Paul over on the left-hand side of his son. 486 for Ethan. Taylor Strange, 474. The dial-in for the runner out of Colorado. As we are pre-staged. See Ethan rocking a little bit. Taylor's in. Tree, down, and away. Red light start for Taylor Strange. Ethan was 002 on the starting line and under by 1 thou. 485.9 on the 486. Taylor Strange was red by 9 thousandths of a second. Down 474 goes 475.9 for those of you keeping track of all the numbers at home. And I mean, if you're watching the live feed on Bank Shift, I mean, why wouldn't you be keeping track of all the numbers at home? Again, pro buyback. Pro buyback, Neiman double entries in 3 and 4. Everybody else in 7 and 8. It's KJ Desa and the Hef. That would be Greg Hicks. PG out of North Las Vegas, Nevada. 483 is the dial in there for Hollywood. KJ, LET Racing Oils. It's like all North Las Vegas runners. 491 is the dial for KJ. The Hef is out in front and is going to get the win. 15 green for Greg Hicks, 484. On the 483 for Greg Hicks, KJ was 36 green. Under by 2 thou, but behind by 1 thou at the finish line is Hicks. I mean, it tight. I mean, we can't tell you to lose weight, but we can tell you to tighten. Tighten. Hank Pramoff. Thank you, Nathan Hershey. And Chris Whitfield. Chris out of Littleton for Go Fast Energy. Chris at 472. Dad Steve. Let's see. I have not seen Steve. I don't know if Steve made the trip or not. Left side looking over to the right. Chris Whitfield better on the starting line, but Chris Whitfield gets down there and sends Hank through. Hank trying to get on the right side of the number. Fortunately breaks out by 9 thou, was 12 green and under by 9. Taking 41. Chris Whitfield, 27 green, 1 above, and makes it work. Is Gabe Torres and Jeff Taylor. G Money out of Olinda for Val Torres Racing. Val Torres Construction. Is Dad Val is back behind the left side of that vehicle with the tire gauge firmly applied to the hat to keep it from blowing off. Jeff Taylor out of Apache Junction, 471 the dial for Mr. Taylor. His starting line, and 2 above will get the win. 001, 473-1 on the 471 for Jeff Taylor. Gabe Torres was 32 at the start. And 1 above, as Jeff Taylor had Gabe Torres completely stuffed in a box, taped up, wrapped up with a pretty bow as he was packaged up, and no chance. As John Lorbiecki and Race Kidd. All right, I want to see Lorbiecki do exactly what he did in his first entry. 32 Bantam out of Peoria. 490 is the dial. Race Kidd, that baby-faced assassin. Kidd Performance and Dyno. 469 is the number for Race. It's just awesome as 004 is going to leave second. Race Kidd, perfect on the starting line. 471.7 on the 469. John Lorbiecki, 004 on the green light start. Gets down there, breaks out by 25 thou, taking 48 as Race put it in reverse and sent John Lorbiecki through, and Lorbiecki breaks out, but still, that wheel stand in Bantam, it just obliterates the rad meter. Just so cool. You know, normally in these events, you know, we don't allow like test and tune runs and all that stuff. But like, if John Lorbiecki comes up and was like, "Hey, do I have a little bit of time? I make a pass?" Yes, absolutely. We'll fit you in. Get up here on the starting line. I mean, after all, it's for my entertainment and Nathan Hershey's entertainment. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with like stating your position. That's a fun race car to watch go down the track. I'll take 10 of those. Again, if you have a Bantam with 600 plus cubic inches of Chevrolet, with no wheelie bar that carries the front end as far as that thing does, that's 100% man.
Worth it.
Yep, love it. I believe we have a late arrival junior that we're going to give an opportunity at the racetrack, I think. And then we were going to go round number 2 of Pro Eliminator. Or the buyback round of Pro Eliminator, excuse me. So Carl Canavo was our random tech card draw for our possible single and super pro, and after everything was said and done, got everybody in the lanes, everybody on the racetrack, we ended up with an odd number. Therefore, Carl Canavo gets a single here in round number 1. He will get a free look at the 492 predicted dial. Las Vegas is blackjack on the starting line. Has 492 on the scoreboard and goes 491.6. There for Carl Canavo, the pizza man. is Bodie Peralta, one of our late arriving juniors, who will be part of the Junior Invitational presented by Lucas Oil here at the K&N Southwest Showdown. As we'll have a qualifying session for all of our juniors in a little bit before their shootout takes place. Bodie 54 green, 788.9 at 83 miles an hour. There for Bodie Peralta. So pro buyback is rolling forward. So the opportunity to get back in round two. Our pro buyback round is going to start with Luis Valenzuela, 6'12" on the board for the 69 Chevy Nova. We're at National Auto Collision Center side, and Jeffrey Edwards. Edwards out of Phoenix, 66 Chevy 2. With the dial-in that we can't talk about. But there's a 6 in it along with 2 others. We are green and green. Edwards and Valenzuela, the win for Luis Valenzuela. 6:17 on the 6:12. 34th thou on the green light start. Edwards was 49 green. Got to the finish line first by 48 thou. Broke out by 1-3. As Jeffrey Edwards will be done for the day. It's Ken Gorman and Noel Cuevas in the Beast 71 Camaro. Gorman in the Red Eye out of Rio Rico. Almost identical on the dial, 674 to a 675, and you can see the jump on the starting line. Ken Gorman was well on his way. 675 will get the win. Noel was a $1.06 on the green light start and goes 676. One above, but gave up a bunch on the starting line and led to his demise. It's Chris Johnson and Peter Noyen. 72 Duster for Chris Johnson out of Lancaster, California, 598. There for Chris. Once again, we are in pro buyback. 598 the dial for Chris. Peter out of Fort Saskatchewan, Canada. The yellow 71 Duster and Chris Johnson here. Lift down there as they left the starting line, and Peter is 36 green and above to light up the win light. Tough break for Chris as the car stumbled and hesitated. As Chris Johnson, they have not had a fun time over here at Tucson Dragway chasing some mechanical gremlins, and they hurt the car on the time run yesterday morning and was able to get it put back together, but everything is not happiness. There's Brandon Fletcher and Matt Hawk. Fletcher out of Tucson, 7 flat is the dial for the Hellcat. Brandon trying to run down Matt in the Maverick. Matt Hawk, 19 green. Dial 824 goes 826. Brandon Fletcher was 002 at the starting line. Dial 7 flat. Gets to the finish line by 59 thou. Breaks out by 13 thou. He breaks out by 13 thou. brokes out. Saying brokes out, that's usually a Sunday afternoon thing. I'm a day ahead. In the Vega, 1 second is the difference. They're in the dial in, but Daniels in a dominating spot on the starting line will get the win to get back in the show. There for Eric in the Vega was 46 green, and a bunch above as Danny Valvo was way late and a half a second over. All right, attention to the Peria, Super Pro door car buyback. Super Pro door car buyback. It's $120 today. Super Pro's $120 with the additional funds. You bring that money to the back of the staging lanes. Double entry in 3 and 4. Double entry in 3 and 4. Everybody else in 5 and 6, please. Super Pro buyback. Need you up here is Wayne Pratt. Lopman in the magical Nova did not pull a rabbit out of the hat. Pratt out of Texas, the Camaro, 63 green and a bunch above is good enough. Russell Lowman was a $157 on the green light start and above, and no win light. Lino Cimaroli and Jeff Safranik. 66 model Mustang for Lino, 65 model Mustang for Jeff. 703 of the dial for the Cult of Arms hot rod. Going down the right lane. 710 is the dial for Cimaroli and the Spoiled Rotten theme. 66, Jeff looking to the right, trying to pull up alongside Lino, and will do so. Got to the finish line first by 4 thou, was 31 green, is Jeff Safranik. And goes 705 on the 703, Lino will be done for the day. Being 49 on the starting line, dead on 9. And no good as Chris Citro and Victor Sandoval. Citro out of Tucson, Arizona, the black 87 Mustang. 658 is the dial. Almost 2 full complete bulbs will be the head start for Citro. Victor Sandoval. The 84 Camaro from right over there in Tucson. Trying to run down Chris Citro and will do so. 11 on the starting line for Victor. 561 on the racetrack, down 559. Citro was Tony Dorsett, 33 on the starting line. Down 658, goes 6,571. Breaks out by 9 thou, taking 14. Need to tighten that up to be 5 or less. To move the win light over on his side, did not do so, is Austin Downing. Carlos Ortiz. Do not think it is PGA Tour professional Carlos Ortiz, considering the fact that he's in the Players. Red light start on both sides, and the intruder comes into play. Austin Downing left first and was 21 green. Carlos Ortiz left second and was 51 green. Carlos Ortiz red light was way more worser. And in those situations where both competitors are red, whoever is the red to dust is your loser, regardless if you left first or second. And that is what True Start is all about. It's John Cazzetti and Mark Johns. Cazzetti out of Whitewater, Colorado, the orange and black 66 Nova wagon. 631 is the dial. Mark Johns will be leaving first. The 69 Mach 1. Johns was one of our new entry time runs this morning and goes 0 for 2. Was defeated in first round and again here in the buyback. John Cazzetti's 21 green and 1 above. 632 on the 631 is adequate enough to light up the win light. Mark Johns, a little bit late on the starting line, a little bit under the dial, and still got to the finish line second. As Joy Cazzetti in the Joyride Vega wagon. 598 is the dial. Denal Rife out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. A black on red 76 Camaro. Joy giving up a bunch on the starting line, trying to run down Denal. Not gonna get there. 7 flat. On the 697 for Denal was 38 green, and Joy Cazette was 38 plus 38 and plus 38. Minus 4. That makes 110 green. At least I think it does. Kyle Fritz and Darren Taylor. Fritz had a really good run yesterday. Got down to 4 cars in pro. Torco Fuel sponsored Firebird, Darren Taylor, 76 Chevrolet Nova 633 is the dial in, and Kyle Fritz will have the opportunity to come back around into round number 2. Greg Fleetwood and Ed Niket. Once again, a Super Pro door car buyback. Super Pro door car buyback. Up in the lanes, please. Fleetwood in the Chevelle wagon, 72 model year. I know Chad Reynolds down there on the scissor lift is looking at that 72 Chevelle wagon and is just salivating. 782 the dial. Here comes Ed Niket. That's Superstar Cavalier. Ed Niket, dead on 3. 38 green makes 41 on the combined numbers, and Greg Fleetwood had no shot. He was completely locked out. 46 green. Ed Niket was 41 total. And maybe Greg Fleetwood can come drive that Chevelle wagon right up in front in the chase lane, down in front of the bank shift feed, and Chad Reynolds can just go sit in it and make race car noises. I think that would make Chad happy. It's Howard DeVore and Steve Watkins. Watkins is away in the red Corvette. Howard DeVore, the Hound Dog Nova, will not get to come back and play in round number 2. Steve Watkins, 46 green and 2 above, which is good. DeVore was better on the starting lines. He was 14 on the green light start, goes 676. Might go off the gas a little too early. I'll let Steve Watkins take the stripe, and what ended up on the right side of the number is Chuck Hawk and Scott Taylor. Scott was our winner Lucas Oil Friday, and was very rudely greeted this morning and eliminated in round 4. Montana. Scott is going to get back into the program. He won a second entry, so he'll take 2 cars into round number 2. Nathan Hershey was talking to Scott Taylor last night. Columbia Falls, Montana, up there just a little bit south of the Canadian border. Up there by the Kalispell area, which, if you've had the opportunity to be there, is just an incredible part of the country. Highly recommend it. However, not yesterday, because it was like 10 below and it snowed a foot. That's highly overrated. But it's amazing in like August. It was John Schur and Mr. Magoo 2 and Rob Strong in the Firebird. And I think these 2 gentlemen, like in the buyback round, decided they were going to change it up a lot, because I believe Rob Strong has been in the left lane, I think every single time in that yellow Firebird. John Schur and the Mr. Magoo 69 Valiant, I believe every time has been over on the right side. Or at least a vast majority of the time. These 2 competitors have been in the opposite lanes. They're looking to break their slump. This is John Schur. John Sure. 73 green, dead on 8 for John is 81 total. Rob Strong is 88 on the green light start and had no opportunity as Mark Kidd and Marcos Ocampo. Marcos. 68 Mustang, the blue machine. 656 is the dial, and Mark Kidd for Kidd Performance and Dyno. 67 Chevy 2. Marco left first and was read by 4 thou. Kidd left second, was read by 2 thou. So Kidd on the double red light ends up on the correct side. 607 on the 610. Marcos Ocampo, after being read by 4 thou, is under by 400, but it was all over right down there on that Tucson Dragway starting line. That's Tommy Gaynor and Noel Cuevas. Tommy out of Vancouver, Washington for Gaynor's Automotive. 594 is the dial for Tommy. And Noel Cuevas, 676 for that beast 71 Camaro. Get a lead first. Gaynor's Cobalt will be doing the chasing. Red light start for Noel. Tommy is 58 green and dead on 3. Come back in around number 2. Again, Super Pro Dragster buyback. Super Pro Dragster buyback. Double entries. Double entries in 3 and 4, please. Super Pro buyback. Double entry dragsters in 3 and 4. Singles in 7 and 8. So Jeff Jones will get the solos. Unfortunately, Chris Johnson, who's had a horrible weekend. Jeff Jones, free look at 604, goes 6027. And somebody apparently has put some type of voodoo curse on Chris Johnson's machine. Again, Super Pro Dragster, double entry buyback. Super Pro Dragster, double entry buyback. Should be up at 3 and 4. All my other Super Pro Dragsters up in 7 and 8, if you would, please. So a little attention needs to be given down here on the American walk-in cooler side. This is our Tucson Dragway starting line team doing what they do. And while we have a break in the action, I am going to scoot out of the way. And my guy from Las Vegas Motor Speedway, Nathan Hershey, will carry on through here for a little while.
Well, all right. I think we got just a few more to go here in pro. Is Luis Valenzuela over on the right side. Ken Passerby on the left side. Little Apache Junction, Arizona versus Tucson, Arizona. The Copper-colored Nova out of Tucson goes red by 18 thousandths of a second, and then 6:17 on a 6:15. Ken Passerby 20 on the tree, and 7:16 on a 7:12. Checking in, what we got? 458 people in the chat bleachers. 458 people in the chat bleachers, and I don't know, I'd have to refresh because I'm going to do that real fast, so pause. We'll keep racing, but I'm just saying if you're pausing in the chat bleachers. All right, 467 people in the chat bleachers. Mike Games is like, we would like to formally apologize on behalf of the announcing staff to all 467 people. We will do our best to do a better job. But here's kind of my thing. I'm looking at 467 people in the chat bleachers, and what I'm seeing is just like 105 likes. Why do we not have more likes than that? I mean, Chad from Bank Shift up there in the scissor lift doing a fantastic job as Ricky Duschel rolls up in his Camaro out of Palmdale, California. That Dustin Lee race engine's built. 565 cubic inch combination with a 636 dial-in on the left side, a 668 dial-in for the Nova. Over on the right, Ricky Duschel turns in red by 14 thousandths of a second, pulls the front tires off the ground, and 014 RED for Ricky Duschel. The Nova on a 668 dial gets a 670 showing up on the top side of that American walk-in coolers scoreboard. And again, for all of my 469 folks watching along in the chat bleachers, glad to have you here. We got a lot of racers here on property at Tucson Dragway for this K&N Southwest Showdown. We are on a Saturday morning. It is a Hughes Performance Saturday morning, and we are getting ready to go with our buyback round in Super Pro as Karen Snyder and Jason Mercer going to be the pair on the starting line right now. Mercer out of Canada, 632 dial in the Roadster. Snyder out of Grand Junction, Colorado, 531 dial on the left side. And Stephanie, we absolutely will. Wow. Jason Mercer has had nothing but problems with that car and somehow, some way dodges a major bullet. The car leaves, moves to the right. He has to get out of the throttle. Karen Snyder goes red by 9 thousandths of a second, and Jason Mercer will find a resurrection for the Roadster. And will get an opportunity to try it again. He was 009 green. And then just kind of creeps his way down the racetrack. So Snyder 009 red, Mercer 009 green. I saw a minute ago, we've got lots of folks checking in kind of like from different parts of the world, not only different parts of the country here, but different parts of the world. And for our German fan who was checking in, Guten Tag. Guten Tag. I don't know what that means, but no. Mike Eames is trying to like goad me into saying something in German that I don't know what it means, and I'm gonna like offend somebody. We don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. All I know is right now, there's like a little restaurant down the road from my house. And after seeing the fact that they're checking in from Germany, I am craving, and I mean like for some reason, just absolutely craving some Jaeger Schnitzel. Gary Roost, they like Feaster, 559, Roost out of Pahrump, Nevada. Pahrump. 003 on the tree and goes 604 on a 602. He is 2 above the dial as Feaster feasts on the stripe, takes 19 thou down at the big end, and breaks out by 7 thousandths of a second. What'd you say it was? Wie geht's? Guten Abend? Was that like good afternoon? Oh, all right. Guten Abend. We will handle the Jeff LaSalle deal when it's Jeff LaSalle time. Right now it's Corey Jackson and Jonathan Fiello time. Fiello in the Chevelle, 6:45 the dial, getting the head start over the orange Roadster of Corey Jackson. Jackson to the Corvette giving chase. And Jackson, 5:04 and a 5:02. He's 21 on the tree and 2 above to get the win. V Gates. All right, how's it going? Fiello, 6:44 on a 6:45. Again, takes 19 thou at the stripe to break out 9 thou. Needed to take 10 thou or left. Good afternoon to North Dakota, where it is a balmy -5 degrees outside right now. Kyle, and your -5, you can keep it. You can keep it, sir. I'm born and raised in the desert. Negative is like, it should be outlawed. Luke Bagaki and Jason Pad. How about the Love Truck going up against the reigning Super Gas World Champ? Luke dialed in at 484. The Love Truck of Pad dialed in at 616. Away goes Pad. Here comes Luke. Win light's going to be Luke, 485 on a 484. He's 2 above the dial with a 10 thou reaction time to get the win light via the hole shot. Jason Pad was 31 on the tree and just 1 above the dial, but Luke still ends up taking a 14 thou stripe to get the win. Guten Abend. Oh, man. Yeah, just Jaeger, Schnitzel, and Spatzle, I think is how it's said. I don't know. Steve Rears and Chris Silman. Silman in the Datsun. Steve Rears with a 007 reaction time, 2 above, and wins it yet again. See another hole shot here. Chris Silman was just 1 above the dial. 568 on a 567, had an 059 reaction time, but Steve Rears, 007 on the tree, 2 above. Gets the win light by 35 thousandths of a second. Is now Dan Laferte and Rodney Snyder. Oh yeah, they definitely ran yesterday, and they're running again today. Laferte, 473 dial over on the right side. Rodney Snyder, 508 dial on the left side. Rodney Snyder was 007 on the tree and 2 above, 510 on a 508. So we went from a whole lot of double breakouts to a whole lot of 2 aboves. 2 above, 2 above. Rodney Snyder, 2 above the dial to get the win light after a 007 green light. Dan Lafferty was 2 above the dial after a 001 red light. So Snyder getting the better of that matchup is now Cody Robinson and Kelly Bailey. Bailey in the Big Bel Air out of Pahrump, Nevada. As they say in, Vegas, you can go over the hump to Pahrump. And, well, there may be some other terminology in there that has to do with the hump thing in Pahrump. But 601 the dial for Kelly. 649 the dial for Cody. Robinson red by 3/8. 1-1 on the red side for Cody. Cuckoo-ca-choo. Mr. Robinson. 5-9-9-9. Kelly Bailey gets the win light and will be back in round number 2. Cody, after going red by 111, ends up with a 648.8 on a 649, is now Curtis Inzalita and Kevin McClellan. K-Mac in the big old K&N emblazoned 80-bodied Malibu wagon. The LS powered ride dialed in at 662, and for Zinzalita, 669. Curtis, who started off his morning in the pro category with a grand total of a 4,000s package. Goes red this time, but still gets the win light. Not quite a true start affair. Kevin McClellan was red by a bunch. We'll just leave it at that. Curtis Inzalita red by 20 thou and goes 670 on a 669, and with the double red light math in play, win light goes to Zinzalita as Dustin Wirtz and Steve Williams. Wirtz in the Camaro on the left side. Steve Williams, who is slowly depleting his bank account $1 at a time, or maybe $2 in a chunk. 585 the dial for Steve. So Dustin out of Idaho in the 63 Corvette. That car has been pretty wicked mean here this weekend. And Steve Williams in the G5. Steve is in trouble, and there's going to be another $2 headed up to the staging lane, or headed up to the tower. Dustin Wirtz, 19 green and 534 on a 523, going to be enough to get around Steve Williams. Steve had a had a reaction time that started with a 1 and goes 588 on a 585. All right, so we may just need to change up our practice here, because yesterday we were saying anything but Steve Williams, and today we started calling him by name, and yeah, we'll go back to the old ways. We'll go back to the old ways. Larry Pittenger, the Camaro, out of Williams, Arizona, and Daniel McClelland, the Roadster out of Orange, California. McClelland is back into the game. Last night's runner-up in the $10,000 to win Lucas Oil Friday goes 539 on a 536, was 039 green. Larry Pittenger, 663 on a 661, but unfortunately for Larry, the problem was at this end of the racetrack with a 2 thou red light that ended his chances at getting back in. That's going to bring up Andrew Jaramillo and Shane Thompson. Thompson then over on the right side, the Madcap powered car, 498 the dial for that screaming fast door car, and for Andrew Jaramillo of Las Cruces, New Mexico. The 576 dial on the board will give him the opportunity to leave first. Left first, not by much. Shane Thompson already got the nose of the Nova around him by the time they got to 330 feet, and Thompson 519 on a 498. After the 015 reaction time, gets him to the stripe first by well over 0.2 of a second. So Jaramillo 592 on the 576. I think Jaramillo may be a contender for a scholarship. You know, that's kind of what we're looking at here in Super Pro round number buyback. Of course, the West Coast bracket races putting the $200 bonus up there for the best losing package in the buyback round. And Aaron Taylor, Lane Pratt, leaving double at this end of the racetrack. Pratt, 612 on a 611. 005, take 10 thou at the stripe to be one above on the winning lap. Darren Taylor was 008, 17 thou above, and 10 thou behind at the stripe as he bows out here in the buyback. But again, we know that the This Is Bracket Racing Elite offering up some scholarships here as part of the prize packages going out of the West Coast bracket races. We're going to be giving out some scholarships, some awards, some wins. Scott Taylor and Gabe Torres. Nice little throttle stop there at the start line. Goes 612 on a 615 after an 085 reaction time. Scott Taylor was 50 and dead on 0. 679 on a 679 for Taylor, and last night's winner in Pro gets one entry back in here in Super Pro. But I'll tell you, we've seen kind of a wide variety as far as where the races have been here between yesterday and today. Yesterday it was just flat out brutal. It was a bloodbath in some of those rounds of Super Pro, and this morning we're seeing a lot of racers that typically would not have an issue on the starting line, leaving a little bit late, letting go a little bit behind where they wanted to be, and I don't know, we'll see how all this works out. We'll see how all this works out. So kind of getting back into some of our double entries here in the Super Pro door car category. We got Bill Kidd, Jason Mercer. Just moments ago, Mercer had issues with that Roadster. That thing has just been giving him fits. I mean, it's just been giving him fits. We'll see if the thing can finally come around and do him some favors. We prefer favors instead of fits. All right, now I'm not saying anything bad about like Brian Fitz, but I'm just saying we prefer favors over fits. So Kidd dialed in at 672 in the Nova. Mercer dialed in at 636 in the Roadster. And our final pair of these Super Pro door cars and Mercer didn't even move. Well, I think they're going to take a look at that, and makes sense there why Mercer did not move. And we're going to take just a little look-see down there, make sure everything's A-OK. And while they take a little break down there, hey, we're going to take a moment, and while it is quiet, we've got a very special birthday that's happening out here. I know a lot of folks in the chat bleachers want to hear the shout out for Jeff LaSalle celebrating his birthday out here this weekend, and I can't think of a better way to celebrate a birthday than to be out here at the K&N Southwest Showdown, driving Dennis Paz's El Camino. That sounds like a fun way to spend your day. Definitely a fun way to spend your day. Looks like we are going to need to do a rerun between Bill Kidd and Jason Mercer. So Bill Kidd, Jason Mercer, as soon as we can get you guys back into the staging lanes, we'd like to get your rerun taken care of. Again, definitely apologize for the inconvenience, apologize for the malfunction, but those things do happen from time to time, and we want to make sure that you both get a shot at the racetrack. So Mercer, Jason, and Kidd Bill are going to have to do a rerun between that Nova and the Roadster. So if you are out there kind of hanging out with Bill Kidd or with Jason Mercer, I believe they've caught him up there at the ET Shack. But just in case they did not, let's make sure that they know. So Bill Kidd, Jason Mercer, as soon as you can get those cars cooled down and turned around, go ahead and make your way back this direction, please. So again, Jeff LaSalle celebrating the big birthday. I don't know how old Jeff is today. I don't know the calendars go back that far, but whatever the case may be, hey, congratulations to you, man. Hope you are enjoying your birthday, and we're glad that you are out here racing with us today. Happy birthday, Bill. If we were in Vegas, we could go get some ice cream or something. We could go to the buffet. We could go to Baskin Robbins. See, Mike Eames is talking about, you know, we could go to like Del Frisco's or all kinds of like fancy places like that. I don't know. I mean, is Jeff LaSalle like a fancy dinner type guy? You think Jeff LaSalle is a total fancy dinner type guy? Like would love to go get some caviar and crackers. And just wants a steak. I'm with him. Let's just go get a steak. Nathan Thornsley, Cassie Pennington underway with Super Pro Dragster buybacks. Cassie here on the left side. I mean, after the run that Cassie had yesterday, today is just not gone her way. Had a couple of red lights, had a breakout. I mean, it's just, anyway, we'll get that program turned around. Nathan Thornsley dialed in at 539, the Palmer, Alaska base dragster. Staged up, set, and ready. Cassie Pennington in, set, go. Oh no. Cassie is just having a little rough go at it. Nathan Thornsley 001, 543 on a 539. Ends up 41 thou total, and Cassie Pennington still locked out. The reaction time over on the other side would not have gotten her back into the game, so Nathan Thornsley picking up the win light as Dwayne Ringeth and Jeremy Wilson going to be up next. We've got a question. Chad has a question. True. logic is going. We'll have to throw that out there. Dwayne Ringeth gets the win line as Jeremy Wilson let go 0.06 of a second too soon. So Wilson, 006 red, 462 on a 463. Dwayne Ringeth, 469 on a 467, was 50 on the tree. And Stephanie Paz says Jeff LaSalle is absolutely a fancy dinner guy, especially if they have bougie cocktails. So, anyway, what, let's just ask the chat bleachers, what qualifies as a bougie cocktail?
I wouldn't classify Jeff as a bougie cocktail kind of guy.
You know, Stephanie does. Stephanie definitely classifies Jeff as a bougie cocktail guy. Brandon Lynch, Jim Glenn over the right side. Lynch on the left. Lynch, who's driving the machine that used to belong to Lundeen, goes 491.7 on a 491. 008 dead 7, 15 total for Brandon Lynch. Jim Glenn, 041 on the tree and 1 above to be 51 total. And the win line's going to go to Brandon Lynch. So I know a place in Vegas that, I don't know, I mean, they may have bougie cocktails, but they're really more about being old school. And I'm saying being old school, I'm talking Rat Pack days. And when I mean Rat Pack days, the place was in existence during the Rat Pack days. And when the Rat Pack was kind of in their heyday, and they were doing their nightly shows at the Sahara Hotel and Casino right up the street is a place called Golden Steer. Briscoe versus Aragon. Aragon in the shorty range to the left side. 485 was the dial. He runs 486.9 after an 015 reaction time, but Bruce Briscoe goes 11 total. 15 for Aragon, no good, locked out as Briscoe was 005 green, dead on 6 to get there first by 20 3/1000ths of a second. And with that, you got our next two rolling up. It's going to be Hank Pramov and Matt Larson. So Pramov here on the left side, dialed 476. Dad watching alongside from the left side of the racetrack, as always. Matt Larson at Yuma, Arizona, dialed in at 478. Bill Kidd, can we get you to the tower, please? Bill Kidd, if you would please, come on up here to the tower. Matt Fishley is needing to talk to you. Is basically kind of looking across the desk here. You got what? Fishley and Munson and that other guy. Matt would be the one you want to talk to. 477 on a 476 for Hank Pramov. 002 on the tree to be 12 total. Getting the win line. Matt Larson was 26 on the tree and dead on 6, and it didn't matter at that point when Pramov puts up a 12 pack as Allie Clark driving Vic's Mobile and Peter Biondo. I don't think Biondo had the best of luck in round number 1. Didn't he get punted in both? Did he? Either way, Peter Biondo here in the buyback round going up against Allie Clark. Clark dialed in at 504 over on the left side. Peter Biondo dialed in at 456. And Marco's ride here on the right. Peter Biondo done at least in 1. Allie Clark dead on 3. 27 green and right on the money to get a 5 thou margin of victory down at the finish line. Biondo was 13 green and 22 thou above. Biondo bows out here in the buyback round. That is going to bring up Tim O'More and Giovanni Kalechi. I've never heard of Desperado's beer. Must be a German thing. 495 to 516, dial into O'More. And Giovanni gets the head start, runs dead on the dial and no good. Gets taken out by Tim O'More. O'More 16 green, 14 thou above. Ends up 30 total. Giovanni had an 041 reaction time. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. And that'll be that as Brian Sutton comes up against Sammy Franco III. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Oh, Desperado beer. Mike throwing the reference into the old Eagles song. Why don't you come to your senses? You've been out riding fences. Sammy Franco, 20 on the tree and 581 on the 579. Brian Sutton turned it loose 24 thousandths of a second too quick. The red light at this end of the racetrack ended the game for Sutton as Dave Mazier and Rob White coming back for the burnout. Mazier Enterprises, one of the folks putting up some of those really nice prizes. $250 gift certificates for best losing package in round number 2 for our pro category, as well as during the shootout tonight, they're going to be throwing in there some $500 gift certificates that a couple of our racers are going to end up winning. But with Dave here dialed in at 478, I am going to have to find out from Zach what prompted the relocation to Boise. I mean, you're down there in like San Diego, which has got like traditionally some of the best weather in the nation, no matter what. They're saying hold up here for just a sec. All right, here we go. So Dave, Rob, Dave 478 dial. Rob with a 519. And away we go. Win light's gonna go to Rob White, 29, dead 8. Getting there first, a 10th. That is strange. Dave Mazier, 490 on a 478. That car is usually not like that. Huh. So 16 green and then over a 10th above the dial for Dave Mazier. Rob White dead on, getting it done as Dylan Smith. Sitting out there for quite some time. Looked like he may have shook the power switch off. Had to run out there and kind of bump it back. Jason Rosenbaum, who is the law enforcement officer out of Victorville, California. So we'll see if Dylan Smith, about to, I fought the law. We'll find out what happens. Rosenbaum dialed in at 485. Dylan Smith dialed in at 517. And Dylan Smith will be singing the song, I fought the law and the law won. Jason Rosenbaum, 18 green, 486 on a 485 for Rosenbaum. Dylan was better in reaction time, had the 007 light, but then ends up 3 above the dial, 520 on a 517, and by 4 thousandths of a second, Jason Rosenbaum gets the nose of his ride across the stripe first for the win as Philip Pennington and Nick Cobb. Cobb out of Lake Elsinore dialed in at 480. Pennington dialed in at 495. And of course, when they say like Three Rivers, the only thing I can think of is like the Steelers. Think about the stadium there, but red light start for Cobb, who this morning has not gone Cobb's way at all. Nick. 13 red goes 483 on a 480. Philip Pennington, 17 green and 495 on a 495. So 17 dead 6 for Pennington, gets the win light left side as the re-entry round continues here. Morgan Rose and Jeff Taylor. Taylor over in the left lane, dialed in at 471. Rose over on the right side, dialed in at 454. Yeah. Even Chad Reynolds agrees that Golden Steer is definitely a good place to eat in Vegas. I mean, you want that old school vibe. Yeah, I mean, at some point, you're going to be sitting in a booth at Sinatra or Dean Martin or Sammy Davis Jr. or those guys definitely. Love that place. Jeff Taylor off green light, getting a little bit of an advantage over Morgan. He goes 473 on a 471. 14 green, 25 thou above the dial, taking 8 thou at the stripe to get the win light as Morgan was 29 green and 18 thou above the dial to end up 8 thou behind at the stripe. So we got Phil Jaramillo and we got Taylor Strange. Taylor here on the left side, 475 is the dial. Phil on the right side, 543 is the dial. Talking about those, city names that Mike Eames was talking. This is something I'll throw out to the chat board. Let the chat bleachers kind of chime in on this. Out here, especially in the West Coast, and I'm sure there's places all over the country that we may not be as familiar with, but, like Rancho Cucamonga. Just one of those fun names to say for a city. 20,000 red light for Strange, 34 green, gets the win and runs 474 on the 475. So 2 thou off the dial, Phil Jaramillo ends up running 540 on a 543. So, with Taylor Strange getting back in, Kelly Ritchie, Kevin Johnson. Johnson out of Draper, Utah, dialed 510. Ritchie out of Alberta. Alberta, where you been so long? 474 the dial for Kelly. So let's see. So Rancho Cucamonga was one of those names that we thought was really fun to say. Las Lunas was one of those names that we thought was really fun. All right, yep, Lane, I'll go with you on that. I'm thinking of another city in Pennsylvania that's kind of the same way. Ritchie, 008 on the tree and goes 475 on a 474, and Alberta is back into the game. Kevin Johnson was 74 on the tree, and that didn't work out. Here's Bree Harum and Chase Learcamp. Learcamp over on the right side, Herman on the left side. And with that, Junior Dragsters. By grouping this time. We're going to need you to start making your way into the staging lane. So again, if you are Group 1, we need you grouped together with Group 1. If you're Group 2, we need you grouped together with Group 2. Stick with your partners. So Groups 1, 2, and 3, Junior Dragsters, for your reaction time qualifying. Junior Dragsters, Groups 1, 2, and 3, for your reaction time qualifying. Need you to the lanes, please. 2,000 the difference between them in reaction time. 004 for Learcamp, 002 for Bree Herman, as she's going to be 2 above, getting there first by 0.010 of a second to get the win light. 457 on the 455 for Bree after a 002 reaction time. There you go. So Chase Learcamp was 004 and 28 thou above the dial. So the win light goes to Bree. Once again, Junior Dragsters. We need you into the lanes, please. By group this time. It's time to qualify based on reaction time. So Group 1, Group 2, and Group 3. I forgot all about that one, Mike, when we mentioned yesterday, like names that are fun to say or bring kind of a giggle. We did talk about Intercourse, Pennsylvania. Apparently just down the road from Intercourse is another town in Pennsylvania called Climax. So, all right. There you go. Is there another town in Pennsylvania called? Just curious. I'm sure there's plenty. All right. So Bob Seaman, Stan Essery now in at 472. Bob Ballard at 530. And with a scoop rock happening at the top end of the racetrack, Stan Essery may have rocked his way to get behind and bow out. Bob Seaman's 10 on the tree, goes 531 on a 530. 10 and 18 thou above to be 28 total. Essery was 14 and 26 thou above to be 40 total. Win line goes to Siemens is now KJ Desaw and Dalton Giroux. Oh, I like that. Mike Eames just threw a quick little Google search out there. As KJ dialed in at 492, Dalton Giroux dialed in at 495. So with KJ rolling it, what we got? Boring, Oregon. I totally forgot. Mo, why didn't you chime in with Boring, Oregon? Accident, Maryland. How do you name a place Accident? Be like, how'd you end up here? It was an accident. Ding Dong, Texas. Truth or Consequences, New Mexico. Oh yeah. What Cheer, Iowa, Fry's, Virginia, and Woonsocket, Rhode Island. Why not North Carolina? Okay. Worms, Nebraska. Where's Toadsuck? There's a place called Toadsuck. Red light for Dalton Giroux. The Leduc. That's another one I like saying. Leduc. Toadsuck, Arkansas. Be like, what do they do down there? Well, What's up, Mr. Chris? Funny Car Chris checking in on the chat bleachers. Funny Car Chris. KJ was 31 green, goes 493 on a 492. I look forward to seeing you too, you as well at the Million in Vegas. I like it, Davy Dog. Yeah? What? Hurt, Virginia. I don't know. I think Toadsuck's still at the top of the list. Tom Bayer and Mike Zimmerman. No Name, Colorado. We got, yeah, Davy Dog. No Name, Colorado. 491 the down for Mike. 501 the down for Bayer. Bayer maybe a 12 here. Mike Zimmerman, 15 green and 36 thou above, gets him to the stripe first. Oh, Kill Devil Hills. All right, that's cool, but it's not as cool as Toadsuck. 44 on the tree, and then 501 on a 500 for Tom Bayer. He's behind 12 thou. There's a good one, Lowell. Lowell Bircher, Bucksnort, Tennessee. Bucksnort. All right, so I like Bucksnort and I like Toadsuck. Jason Dawson. And Elliot Franco. Franco here on the left side, getting into the line is Jason. For those of you that do know Jason Dawson, you all know that he is a very level-headed, very calm, shows very little emotion. And that's exactly what's going to happen right now. Jason Dawson, just everybody do us a favor. It is windy out there. Totally just lie to him. Tell him that the time slip blew away. He doesn't need to see it. Elliot Franco was 174 on the tree, was green, runs 549 on a 550. Jason Dawson was 002 red to Elliot's 174 green. Don't worry, Jason will just take a deep breath and go, that's okay. Oh, well. I mean, there's not going to be any throwing of wrenches, none of that stuff. Mark Campbell and Leroy Duran. Yo, Leroy, out of Sun City, Arizona, dialed in at 502. Bangs, Texas. Here's another good one. Mark Campbell, 467. Over on the right side. Leroy Duran, 502 on the left side. 5 thou the difference between them in reaction time, and it's going to be Campbell getting the win light. 21 green, 15 thou above the dial. Getting there second by 33 thousandths as Leroy Duran ended up breaking out on his lap, and that's going to bring up Dean Bush and Jessica Bogacki. Jessica with a 471 dial. The Huntsville-built motor sitting between the frame rails on the Mosier-sponsored ride, and Dean Bush, the Mullis car out of Las Vegas, Nevada. Yes, 66. They are building drags. As a matter of fact, there's a race shop. Legitimately, there's a race shop here on property. That's Jim Hughes' place. And they are currently in the process of building additional dragsters because we don't have enough here. 18 green and dead on 9 for Dean Bush. 478 on a 478 for Dean. Jessica was 16 green and 14 thou above. Comes down to a 3 thou stripe, and the win light belongs to Dean Bush. Cut and Shoot, Texas. It does. I mean, you had Truth or Consequences, New Mexico. Still not as good as Toad Suck. Adam Chioda and Jim Calloway. Calloway dialed in at 537. Adam Chioda dialed in at 479. Womp, 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 537 on a 537. 13 dead 8 for Callaway, taking a 13 thou stripe. Adam Chioda, 16 green and 480 on a 479. And I'm going to put in an official petition. Because we've already talked about like the 2 towns up in Pennsylvania. There's one in Tennessee that needs to be relocated. The name of the town in Tennessee is Three-Way. That needs to be up there somewhere, near those other 2 towns in Pennsylvania. All right, so Bobby Dye Jr., Tanner Theobald. And I think we've identified some pretty good town names here in the United States. So Bobby Dye, Tanner Theobald. Bobby was down 479, Tanner was down 486, and the win light's going to belong to Theobald. 19 dead 4. Tanner Theobald, 23 total. Bobby Dye had an 034 reaction time, and y'all know what that means. No shot. It's a NOFA. NOFA. No opportunity for advancement. There's Alexis Thompson and Jack Sadler back from the burnout already. Alexis in that gorgeous purple ride out of Henderson, 615 cubic inch Madcap. Bullet alongside as Jack Sadler's dialed in at 487 in the Miller build car. Fig speed along the side out of Henderson. So a couple of racers coming down from the suburbs of Las Vegas. 9 thousandths of a second, the difference between the two, and the win light's going to belong to Miss Thompson. 466 on the 465 for Alexis. She was 30 on the tree. Sadler was 9 thousandths of a second better in reaction time, had the 021 light. And then goes 486 on the 487. Take 31 thou at the stripe to break out 5 thousandths of a second on the loss, and that's going to bring up Jemmy Wenger. And across the way, that Babcock, I think that's Chuck Babcock. Yep. Babcock dialed in at 514, Wenger dialed in at 477, and Chuck is in control. 009, dead 8, tightening up the stripe to 7 thousandths of a second. Jimmy Wenger ends up going 475 on a 477, was 41 on the tree, and was trying to play catch up with Chuck Babcock. But Babcock gets the win. Gonna go ahead and put out a final call. Final call, Junior Dragsters. We should have you in the staging lanes, please. Final call, Junior Dragsters. Dustin Hinches dialed in 489. Shane Thompson dialed in 477. But again, juniors, by your grouping. It used to be just kind of, hey, come on up, get in a group, and let's go. But junior dragsters, by your grouping. Staging back into the staging lanes, please. Shane Thompson turned it loose, 6 thou too quick, hands the win light. Back to Dustin Hinches. Hinches 003 on the tree, goes 488 on the 489. And that'll be that. Dustin is back in. Shane Thompson by 0.06 of a second. Oh my goodness. Oh, Mo, I love it. Jason, Pat, Kyoki Desa. So we saw KJ up a moment ago. Now it's Dad, 4:55. Dial in here on the left side for the Spitzard ride with the LAT Racing Oils on the side of it. Jason Pat out of Chestermere, 4:63. Dial in on that side. Mr. Mo, you are right. He says he is no longer in Boring. He is in Happy Valley, Oregon. Which, all right, Happy Valley, that's a decent name there. And he agrees with me. Dawson is always calm, cool, and collected. We know. The other stuff's just a show. So pre-stage bulbs are lit. And yes, we have a new number 2. A new number 2. We'll talk about it in a minute. Red light start for Jason Kyoki Desa. Nice. 4:55 on a 4:55. 47 on the green side. Dead on 3, Kyoki Desa. Jason Pad is going to be a little bit upset. 003 red, and then goes 4:63 on a 4:63. All right, Mike. So there's Toad Suck, Arkansas, which I still am putting it like number 1 on the list. Lizard Lick, North Carolina has moved to number 2. I'm just saying, Lizard Lick, North Carolina. Kill Devil Hills. I'll give that an honorable mention. I mean, it'll make top 5, but Lizard Lick, I mean, on my list. We can all keep separate lists, but on my list, Toadsuck is number 1. Lizard Lick has slipped into the number 2 spot with Three-Way Tennessee not far behind. Oh, anyway, Cassie Pennington and Carson Campbell. Campbell over on the right side. 494 is the dial. Cassie down 472. That's a little more Cassie-like. That's a lot more Cassie-like. 474 on the 472. Cassie 005 taking 15 thou at the stripe. And there you have it. Carson Campbell, 28 green, goes 495 on the 494. And I'm going to do a public and very big thank you to Mike Eames for hooking me up with some pills. I was having a terrible headache about 30 minutes ago, and Mike dug down into his backpack, pulled out a bag of pills that looked like a pharmacy out of south of the border, handed me one, and that thing is doing wonders. Hank Bramoff, Gabe Torres. Gabe over on the right side. Hank here on the left side. Gabe, but he has missed it now twice. 43 on the tree for Gabe, 474 on a 474. Ouch. Just struggling a little bit here. Hank Bramoff 007 and then goes 477 on the 476. And as we bring out Brandon Lynch and Giovanni Colecci, hey racers, your attention please. Racers, your attention please. Want to let you know that the payout window is open. If you are expecting payment from yesterday's race or Thursday's deal, the payout window is now available. Right down there at the West Coast Bracket Races trailer. So the payout window is available. You can stop by and see him. Giovanni, 002 red, hands the win light back to Brandon Lynch, who was 39 green and dead on 1. So Brandon, 039 on the tree, 491 on a 491. Got to get the win light there is Giovanni Colecci. Went the wrong way at this end of the racetrack is Travis Ringeth and Allie Clark. Allie on the right side, 504 dial. Travis on the left side for Rad Torque. For the Classics Bracket Series. I mean, you want more information on that? Get by and see those folks at TNT. They will get you situated if you're going to be racing up north of the border anytime this summer. How about Travis Ringeth with a 465 dial? In set, tree drops. All right, so it is extremely uncommon to see a racer in Super Pro with a 1-something reaction time. It is very much more uncommon to see both drivers with a reaction time that started with a 1, but that's what happened in that pair, and well, we'll just kind of go from there. So, I believe we are down to our final car. Tracy Chun, it's Giovanni Kalecki. All right, thank you. And we have, he is the big sexy, Mike Quinteri right now out of Anchorage, Alaska. Getting the solo shot, 493 is what he predicted. He runs 491.9 after an 031 reaction time. And that is going to be that. So after a little hiccup with the timing system a little bit earlier, had to do a rerun here, and that is what we are going to take care of before we get into our junior dragsters, who by category are going to be qualifying based on reaction time for the junior invitational that is here. Bill Kidd left side in the Nova, Jason Mercer right side in the Roadster. Mercer dialed 636, Kidd dialed 669. First to the pre-stage bulbs was Bill Kidd. Mercer in set, locked in on the starting line. Bill bumps the Nova forward. Here we go. Red light start for Jason Mercer by 22 thousandths of a second, and the unfortunate hits just keep on coming. So interesting. Wow. Kidd was 20 green. Mercer was 22 thou red. All right, racers, so again, just a reminder that the payout window is open back at the West Coast Bracket Trailers. Hey, before you head that way, make sure you have your W9 with it, please. We cannot issue any checks unless you have turned in that W9, so make sure you've got the W9 filled out and ready to go before you come on up here to the West Coast Bracket Races trailer. Essentially, before you come up to the payout window, make sure you got your W9 in, filled out. You got to have it with you. Otherwise, we cannot issue payment. So if you are headed your way, or if you're headed this way, bring the W9 with you before you go to the payout window. That is going to apply all weekend long. If you're headed to the payout window, make sure you've already filled out and turned in your W9. So with that, we've got just a quick moment before we get down to our junior dragsters, who are going to be qualifying based on reaction time. We have our best losing package from Super Pro round number 1. Best losing package in Super Pro round number 1, Pete Biondo. You're getting yourself a gift certificate for a brand new set of Goodyear tires. So Peter Biondo, best losing package in round number 1. Peter, go ahead and come on up here. We are figuring out our best losing packages from Pro and Super Pro, and then we're also going to be going back through the run sheets because we've got some scholarships to give away. And it's certainly not one of those things where, you know, we're like bugging anybody about it, but This Is Bracket Racing Elite offered up some 1 month, 3 month, and 6 month scholarships. And between today and tomorrow, we're going to be awarding those scholarships, which essentially would get you like a 1 month free subscription to This Is Bracket Racing Elite, or a 3 month or a 6 month subscription. So thank you very much, Luke Bagaki, for throwing those out there. Again, thank you to Taylor Motorsports for the $250 gift certificates that we have been giving away as well. But it has been a lot of fun. So as we get our juniors ready back in the staging lanes, a couple of reminders. It is a little bit past lunchtime here at Tucson Dragway. If you haven't yet stopped by the concession stand, I can guarantee you that the crew back there will feed you good if you are feeling a little bit hungry. They will definitely take care of your hunger pains. Margie, Sierra, and the group back there will get you all hooked up with some deliciousness. We talked about a spaghettirito that we had earlier, where they had like spaghetti and meatballs and wrapped it up in a tortilla, and it made it really easy to eat, and it was delicious and wonderful. And we had the hamburgers from there today. I'll be tearing into mine here in a little while. Did the BLTs from yesterday. I mean, it's just all good food back there. So if you're getting hungry.
Are you still using needle pointer gauges on your ride? Now you can get that clean, slick look of a digital dash on your carbureted cruiser. Holley's standalone digital dashes can replace all your traditional gauges with a state-of-the-art full-color touchscreen. Available in two sizes, the touchscreen auto-dims, giving you crystal clear sharpness day or night. With access to multiple screens just by swiping, you get to view and customize all your favorite gauges. Easily set up driving screens, tuning, race, even warm-up screens. The fully programmable touchscreen allows you to customize the layout of your gauges, displaying them in analog or digital styles. You can set up warning lights and even virtual switches, eliminating the need for external toggle switches. Configure your own backdrop for that custom one-off look, or choose from the pre-configured screens. Basic engine functions are wired directly to the dash, with plenty of room for additional sensors. Configuring inputs and outputs is easily done through the dash. With predefined Holley sensors already programmed into the dash, adding sensors is easy. Non-Holley sensors are also supported with sensor scaling. An internal GPS sensor calculates speed, odometer, and trip functions. An integrated G-meter monitors your acceleration and lateral forces. These dashes are easily mountable on your console, dashboard, off a roll cage, or simply a steering column. With room for 13 multi-configurable inputs, you can be sure everything will be visible and data logged. A built-in USB connection allows you to expand your available memory for easy file management. On-screen data log playback allows you to review vital run information right on the dash, while full analysis via laptop is available. With USB keyboard and mouse functionality, setup is quick and easy. A CAN bus is included for plug-and-play compatibility with Holley EFI systems. So next time you need to keep tabs on the vitality of your engine, swipe on over to one of Holley's new standalone digital dashes. Learn more about Holley's digital dashes at holley.com.
Hang on, I'm going to reset this real fast. So resetting this real fast. I need to get back to the live chat. There we go. But yeah, I'm not sure if it's actually called a spaghettirito or what it is, but I mean, they took spaghetti and meatballs, wrapped it up in a tortilla, and that's how they served it. I mean, it was delicious. You could actually, I mean, how many times do you actually get to hold spaghetti and meatballs and like eat it with your hands? It's perfect for track food. But we kind of came up with the name spaghetti. It was Chad that actually came up with the name spaghettirito. And I think it sticks. It's kind of like SpaghettiOs, but now spaghetti's a finger food. We'll see where we go. All right, racers, may we have your attention, please? Racers. So yesterday we came down to a certain point where, again, our Super Pro cars have got to go one more round than our Pro cars. And in order to accommodate for that, we essentially kind of swapped, I think it was between round 4 and 5, where we swapped the run order and actually brought Super Pro back kind of twice in a row. Today, in order to get ahead of that, we are going to do that after our juniors run. So the junior dragsters are back in the staging lanes. We're just kind of getting the final touches taken care of here on the starting line. But the junior dragsters are back in the staging lanes. They're going to be coming up for their reaction time qualifying. When we return after the junior dragsters, we are going to bypass pros. So pro round number 2, you guys get a little bit of an additional break, and we will go back into it with Super Pro door cars. So Super Pro door car, we do not need you there yet. But when we come back for round number 2, we will start with Super Pro door car, we'll get into Super Pro dragster, and then we'll get into pro. So that kind of gives us that additional, where it gets us kind of caught up. On that round. So again, when we come back from junior dragsters, we will get back after it with Super Pro. So pro cars, you can kind of hang tight. We're not calling you into the lanes yet. Pro cars, just kind of hang tight. But we are going to run through our junior dragster reaction time qualifying. Then we'll go back into it with Super Pro. So Super Pro round number 2 will be up following junior dragsters, and it looks like Mike Eames made a little trip over to Coffee to Cones. Rolling back up here with some kind of plastic cup with Cool Whip all over the top of it. He made a nice little trip.
Ice cream.
You got ice cream?
Ice cream.
You got a chocolate shake?
Caramel.
Caramel shake.
Chocolate one again.
Oh my. Well, didn't he win that yesterday?
No, Matt.
No. Chuck was up here, collected something a little while ago.
He won something else today.
Chuck Hawk, please understand that when I say this, it may not come out the way that I mean it, but holy cap, dude, you are the best loser ever. You have just perfected the art of being the best loser. So Chuck Hawk, who was our best losing package in round number 1, in which he came up and got $200 from Clay Smith Cams, was also our best losing package in the buyback round, in which he will now come back up to the tower and collect $200 from the West Coast bracket races. So Chuck Hawk, by perfecting your skills at being able to lose so closely, has gained himself $400 today. $200 for round number 1 and $200 for the buyback round. Again, Peter Biondo, best losing package, round number 1 of Super Pro. Chuck Hawk, best losing package in the buyback round. So Chuck, you can come back up here to the tower, and I think you know the routine. You roll up here and see Matt, and he'll hand you $200. So there you go. Wow. I would agree with that, Pro Street. Best loser ever. Mo says if Giovanni Kalecki is big sexy, does that make Mike Eames bigger sexy?
Not wrong.
All right, Mike. Mike says you're not wrong. You got what, Mike, Mo, and Giovanni? Like Manny, Mo, and Jack? Once again, just a quick little reminder, if you are on your way to the payout window, do not Actually, you know what? I was always told that you can actually get somebody to something to stick in somebody's mind. If you use do not, it kind of like disappears from the mind. But if you use the more positive term, so rather than say do not forget, you say remember. So if you are headed to the buyback window, remember to bring your W-9. Remember to bring your completed W-9 with you to the buyback window so that you can present it to the lovely, lovely, lovely people inside the trailer. And that way they can cut you a check. If, for some reason, you are not prepared and do not include a W-9, they cannot issue a check. So make sure you've got that check. Make sure it's turned in. And we'll go with there. All right, PJ, you said it says you're watching from G. I want to know if we can get anybody that actually will check in from Toadsuck, Arkansas, or Lizard Lick, North Carolina, or Kill Devil Hills. Is there French Lick, Indiana? Aha! That should also relocate to Pennsylvania. That should also relocate to Pennsylvania. We could get a whole group of towns in Pennsylvania that essentially would maybe at some point take over the title from Silicon Valley, California, where they, film a lot of movies, but we'll go there. Anyway, what's up? So as we look at doing this, again, the raffle for the juniors are back in the staging lanes. I think that looks like whatever they were looking at on the racetrack may have been cleared up as I see golf carts headed back this direction. And we're getting ready to go a little junior qualifying, and you know what I didn't realize, which I think is really cool, for the junior invitational, not only are they putting up some pretty decent cash, our junior winners in each category also get one of these really cool Southwest Showdown trophies. I mean, how many times as a junior do you get to go out and race for a custom built trophy for a specific event? So that's actually a pretty cool deal. I mean, they're giving away big money, fabulous cash and prizes, and Chris Forsyth will personally provide you with his autograph at the end of the day. And and sweep out the trailer? Chris Forsyth's trailer detailing service. Anyway, so we should be seeing our juniors coming up here soon, so still, things are going good. Matter of fact, I see juniors headed to the water box. Group 1 going to be rolling up now for reaction time qualifying. All right, so as we bring up our first few for qualifying, Dolezal Motorsports has actually thrown in a little bonus here as well. What's up, Victo? Watching in from a little granddaughter softball game as our juniors take to the racetrack. We've got trophies. We've got big money. We're giving, what, $100 to the number one qualifier in each group, right? So $100 to the number one qualifier in each group. And when we get into eliminations, the Dolezal Motorsports team has thrown in a few $100 that is going to be split up amongst groups 1 and 2 and group 3 for the best side-by-side race in each group during that first round. This is going to be awesome. Everybody loves supporting the juniors, and our first pair, Rudy Sweetman and Ariana Visuet. Visuet over on the right side, Rudy Sweetman on the left side. This is qualifying based on reaction time to set the ladders for round number 1. Rudy's in and set as the tree begins to drop on the left side of the track, and Ariana will have the better of the two bulbs to start things off in qualifying. 119 going up on the scoreboard for Ariana Visuet as she goes 11.93 seconds at 52 miles an hour down to the 8th mile mark. Rudy Sweetman had a 185 and then ends up running at just over 53 miles an hour down the racetrack. So the 119 of Ariana Visuet starts us off in qualifying, as Allura Sweetman and Levi Agnew will be our next two to give it a shot. So with the 119 going up on the board, again, keep in mind, this is going to set the ladder. And for these junior dragsters, when we set this ladder, it very well could be, if we have an odd number of cars that qualify here, that number 1 spot could have some pretty significant meaning in round number 1. So Allura, that black dragster with the bright pink, I mean, is that literally fluorescent pink? What would we call that? It's not really a cotton candy type pink. I like it. Allura with the electric pink and black dragster. And Levi Agnew, King's Ransom 4, rolling in at Oak Hills, California for Beck Oil, Cooper's Propane, and Motivational Tubing of Pro Things Apparel. He's lined up left side. Tree drops, and an 039 goes up on the scoreboard for Levi Agnew. Allura Sweetman is 089. That'll put Allura in at the number 2 spot for right now. But the electric pink roll cage heads its way to the finish line as Allura is going to put up a 1397 at 44 miles an hour. Levi Agnew, 39 green, and then runs 1209 down to the top end of the racetrack. We can do that. We can do that. So the 039 for Levi Agnew is going to put him in the top spot right now as Peyton Black comes rolling up on the left side of the racetrack. Again, this is Group 1. Group 1, essentially our 6 to 9-year-olds. So with a 6-year-old Peyton Black for the folks at Gearhead Solutions. Is that what we had? Peyton actually came up here and visited us in the announcer booth a little while ago, wanted to tell us about her sponsors and wanted to make sure that, I mean, very, very wise choice. You know, racers, we get the sponsors out here, and Peyton, obviously understanding at a very young age that, hey, look, my sponsors are on board. We want to give them a little love, especially since we are live, going out like worldwide. I want to talk about your sponsors and Gearhead Solutions on board with Peyton Black here on the left side of the racetrack. Cash Pennington, in that dragster that was painted by the flying airbrush. Jerron Settles. For Cash, not only is this a big deal to be out here racing at the West Coast bracket races, it is also his first race in competition. He's made some practice laps down the racetrack, and Cash is looking good for potentially that number 1 qualified spot. 0:11 the reaction time for Cash Pennington. Oh, Cash goes 1187 at 54 miles an hour. Peyton Black put a 133 up on the board and then runs 1442 as Lucas Hodges and Riker Rogel be our next two here in group number 1. So the 011 light for Cash Pennington. Sitting at the top spot right now, Riker, the 8-year-old out of Tucson, and Lucas Hodges, out of Yucaipa, California. $165 on the early leave for Lucas Hodges. Riker was 110 on the tree, goes 1187 at 54 miles an hour. And that is going to bring up Caden Kasner. Caden, over on the right side, who was last night's Run for the Money winner when we ran our Run for the Money round. Ended up picking up a nice little chunk of cash. What was it, $200 to win the Run for the Money last night? So he's already got $200 in his pocket. Looking at the potential opportunity to grab another $100 here to be the #1 qualifier. Cash Pennington right now leading in the club here in our 6 to 9 year old category. But Caden Kasner going up against Weston Forsyth. Weston cut a really nice light last night in that Run for the Money. We'll see if he can do it again. I want to say Caden was like, anyway, at some point I saw Caden in the double O's this weekend. So Kasner right side, Forsyth left side, tree drops. Both of them giving a nice little swing. Couldn't quite get around the 011 light. But Caden Kasner, 38 green. Weston Forsyth was 023 on the tree. As Forsyth goes 1231 at 51 miles an hour. Caden goes 1184 at 55 miles an hour. And I think we are getting down to our final car here in the 6 to 9 year old category. Gary Bogacki. I do remember him being like 003, I think earlier this morning in the time run. So Gary in the Mosier Engineering sponsored car here on the left side. Right now, Cash Pennington with the 011 light leading the way as we've had 10 cars make their way down the racetrack. And if we've got 11 cars in the field, not only will that #1 qualifier end up with that $100 bonus, could be looking at potentially running all by themselves here in round #1 and getting a buy into round #2. So as Gary gets the car lined up, final car, not quite going to be there on the reaction time. Ends up with a 237 on the bulb. We'll be happy to do that, man. Trevor, that I didn't put 2 and 2 together. The Gearhead Solutions sponsor for Peyton Black, Trevor Hayes' company. Him and Tambra running that deal. So again, you got to look at these folks that turn around and put their sponsorship, put their backing behind the junior dragsters. Trevor, thank you very much to you and Tambra for being on board with Peyton Black. That is very, very, very cool. So with our final car down the racetrack, looks like Cash Pennington with that 011 reaction time. Going to be the #1 qualifier in group #1. That'll net Cash a nice little $100 bonus. And with an odd number of cars, should put Cash in a nice little spot on the ladder for round #1. And again, thank you to the Dolezal family for throwing in a few extra bucks, as we are going to give like our little bonus to the best side-by-side run when the junior dragsters roll up here. As we got now Blaine D'Annunzio and Logan Sweetman. Sweetman coming in out of Rushville, Nebraska. Lining up here on the right side, and D'Annunzio out of Corona, California. D'Annunzio for ARS, for Lucas Oil, for A&E Auto. And that Mike Boss built ride, down and away we go. Blaine, 087 on the tree. Logan Sweetman had an 085 reaction time. Down to the finish line. Excuse me, 095. Logan goes 890, 73 miles an hour, which is pretty much right where they want to be, 890. Running right on that index. And Blaine D'Annunzio, 901 at 75 miles an hour. So the 087 right now, kind of leading the way for Blaine D'Annunzio. We've still got a lot of cars here in group number 2, our 10 to 12-year-old category. Mallory Dolezal and Parker Williams. We've got our best losing package in Super Pro buyback round goes to Darren Taylor. Darren Taylor, best losing package in Super Pro. Come on up here. We've got a $200 cash bonus for you thanks to bracket races, or thanks to the West Coast bracket races. So Darren Taylor, best losing package in Super Pro buyback round, $200 bonus for you. Tree drops, and here we are. Parker Williams going to take over the top spot in qualifying for our 10 to 12-year-old category. 062 on the tree. We'll run it down to be 912 at 70 miles an hour. Mallory Dolezal out of the Queen Creek, Arizona area goes 903 at 70 miles an hour after an 074 reaction time. Well, you said no time. And he's like, you know what? Somebody's going to hand me $200 in cash. And like, here we go. Here we go. Somebody hand me two bills, and okay. I mean, you may not be the greatest loser ever like Chuck Hawk is trying to be, but still. Best losing package is still a nice little deal. It's Aidentown, it's Parker Schroeder. Schroeder over on the right side out of Peoria, Arizona. On the American Walk-In Cooler side of the racetrack, and Aidentown out of Gilbert. Aiden and his Nick Woods and Boss Built ride, left side, tree drops. And it's still going to be Parker Williams staying at the top as Parker Schroeder, at a 178 reaction time, runs 905 at 70 miles an hour. Aidentown 963 at 65 miles an hour. That is going to bring out Dorothy Fleetwood and Devin Everson. Everson firing up the car over on the right side of the racetrack. Dorothy Fleetwood. What does that say? Dragon what? Oh, I like that. The Dragon Queen. I like that. And Dorothy Fleetwood, the 16-year-old out of Phoenix, Arizona, as we move into our 13 to 17-year-old category. Really? Well, that was quick. Caught me off guard. Oops. So I do believe then it would be Parker Schroeder. I have to go back and double check the list who's going to be our number 1 qualifier in Group 2. So as we move into Group 3, Dorothy rolling up left side, Devin Everson rolling up right side. Again, a $100 bonus is on the line for your number 1 qualifier. At 82 miles an hour. Dorothy Fleetwood 38 on the tree and goes 828 at 77 miles an hour. So the 019 of Devin Everson, going to put him up near the top for right now. Dorothy will slide in at number 2 as Sarah Kidd and Connor Murphy. Talking about some of those big racing families that are here. The kids obviously joining in that group as well as the kids get older. And I don't mean like all of them. I mean, we all know that Bill's getting older, but as the daughters grow up, getting a few of them more into the bigger cars. And still got Sarah, who's out here, a fantastic racer and actually a pretty good little announcer in her own right. I know she spent some time up here on the microphone calling some of the local races. And Connor Murphy, also from right here in Tucson over to the right side, wants to send a very special thanks out to Grandma and Grandpa I don't know if he calls them graphics. Some people may call them Nana and Papa. I'm not sure what it is. Both drivers leave early. Connor Murphy red by 11 thousandths of a second. Sarah Kidd red by 22 thousandths of a second, but a 7.97 for Sarah and a 7.90 run for Connor will end things up there. And that's one of those junior dragsters that could sneak up on you from anywhere. The Electric Junior of Ty Gaynor out of Vancouver, Washington makes like zero noise. I was sitting there thinking, when are they going to start the car? When are they going to start the car? And then I remembered, oh yeah, that one's electric. So it's very quiet. Super Pro Door Cars. Super Pro Door Car. Your attention, please. Super Pro Door Car. Round number 2. Again, racers, we are just like we did yesterday. We had to do kind of that swap in order to get Super Pro caught back up with Pro as far as number of rounds was concerned. Yesterday we did a little bit later. Today we figured we'd just get it out of the way now. Since we've got juniors on the racetrack, everybody's got a little bit of turnaround time. We'll go ahead and call Super Pro Door Car. Don't worry, Pro, we didn't forget about you. We'll have you up here in a little while. But Super Pro Door Car, you're going to be up next. Round number 2, double entry Super Pro Door Cars to lanes 3 and 4. Single entry Super Pro Door Cars, come on down. I believe they want you guys in lanes 7 and 8. But double entry door cars to 3 and 4, please. Super Pro Door Cars, come on down. So Ty Gaynor and Bodie Peralta. Bodie out of Belgrade, Montana. The Nick Woods machine lining up on the right side. Ty Gaynor in the Electric Junior. Trying to bump, nudge, wiggle his way as shallow as he can get into the beams. And Bodie Peralta puts up a 006 reaction time to move to the top. 057 is what Ty Gaynor put up there as he runs 8030 at 84 miles an hour. Bodie 777 at 84 miles an hour. So Bodie with the 006 slides around Devin Everson to take over the number 1 spot as Jacob Collins and Caitlin Torres will be our next 2. So Jacob Collins in his set. Caitlin Torres, tree drops, and a 008. Jacob comes within 2 foul of taking over that top spot. But Jacob showing that it's going to be a battle here in the junior dragsters. 793 at 82 miles an hour for Jacob. Caitlin was 41 on the tree, goes 789 at 82 miles an hour to finish off her run as we bring out Jake Hodges and Dylan Hegwood. Hegwood over to the right side out of Tustin, California, and Hodges out of Yucaipa, California, the K&N car here in the left lane. Again, you want to take over the top spot? Well, Jacob Collins gave it his best with a 008, but it is still going to be Bodie Peralta with that 006 hanging on for now. On the tree for Dylan, 22 on the tree for Jake as Jake goes 793. Dylan runs 793. Still nobody quite taken over that number 1 spot. Got to be better than 006. We'll see if Carly Ball on the right side or Jacelyn Gonzaga on the left side can do that as we continue through our 15 or 13 to 17-year-olds. Jacelyn Gonzaga was 68 red, goes 789 at 82 miles an hour. Carly Ball, 48 green, and then 806 at 80 miles an hour is now Luke Makovica and Garrett Agnew going to be the next two. Garrett coming out of the water box in that King's Ransom 3 car, and Luke Makovica already up on the starting line. Looks like they will be our final pair. So with this one, if either of them are better than the 006, they can take over the top spot. If not, it's going to be Bodie Peralta walking away with that $100. It will put us at an even number of cars, though. So we will see kind of an even ladder, at least in round number 1. But will Luke or Garrett be able to take away the top spot? Garrett Agnew was 41 green, Luke Makovica was 12 green, and it looks like that 006 of Bodie Peralta will hold on for the number 1 qualifier spot. So our juniors in all 3 categories have been qualified. We'll get back and set the ladders. We are just moments away. Once again, Super Pro Door Car, you should be back in the staging lanes getting ready to go for round number 1. Super Pro Door Car, you should be back in the staging lanes getting ready to go for round number 1. All right, once again, Super Pro Door Cars, double entries. We need you to lanes 3 and 4, Super Pro Door Cars. This is round number 2. So Super Pro Door Cars, round number 2, need you into the staging lanes, please. Super Pro Door Cars, round number 2 to lanes 3 and 4. Then it'll be Super Pro single entries for the door cars. We'll need you into the staging lanes as well. Following that, we'll get into our Super Pro dragsters, and then we'll get back into our regular rotation. So Super Pro Door Cars, round number 2, double entered. Need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. right, so as we get ready to go into round number 2, we had a lot of things to get taken care of this morning, and, well, we want to stop at this time and take care of a couple of things that are extremely important. So as our Super Pro door cars roll up here and make their way into the water box, racers, before we dive into it, on a Hughes Performance, $15,000 to win in Super Pro Saturday, $5,000 to win in Pro Saturday, and of course we've got our $50,000 Kidd Performance and Dyno Shootout that's going to be taking place a little bit later on. We want to stop and on behalf of all of us here at the West Coast Bracket Races, thank each and every one of you racers. Whether you are driving the car, whether you are turning the wrenches on the car, whether you are out here just kind of hanging out, being moral support, whether you're cooking, whatever it is, if you are on property here with us this weekend, we thank you for being here. We have had a record turnout this weekend, and it has been nothing but awesome for all of us. So racers, we want you to know how much we appreciate you. We also want to let the track here at Tucson Dragway know how much we appreciate them for all of their hard work, for all of the effort, for the countless hours that they put in, whether they're sitting at the top end of the racetrack in the safety truck, at the time shack, whether they're down here on the starting line, back in the staging lanes, front gate, whatever it is. Thank you very much to everybody here at Tucson Dragway for giving us a great place to race and hold this event. We really, really, really appreciate it. We also have to remember that it is through the grace of God and it is through the wonderful freedoms that we experience and that we have here in this country that we have the opportunity to be here. So we're going to take a moment and pause. I'd ask that you please rise and remove your caps, as today's invocation will be provided by Monty Beagle, joining us as one of our racers coming all the way down from Canada. Monty?
Thank you very much. Please remove your headgear. Gracious God, I know I speak for many of us here how grateful we are to just be here and enjoy competing and racing. Thank you for this privilege. Also, Lord, thank you for the personnel that work hard and are committed to running and managing the facility for others' enjoyment. And we especially want to thank you for the friendships we've developed here at the track. Lord, we ask once again for your hand of grace and blessing to keep our staff, volunteers, our fans, racers, and their families from harm or injury, and recognize your hand of grace and favor. Thank you for our country, our freedoms, our families. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much, Bonnie. And again, let us remember, racers, that as we are going about this today, it is because of the sacrifice and the dedication of those who are out there protecting our freedoms every day that we're able to do this. So let us remember to thank those active military and past military, those who have dedicated their time, and let us remember those who have given all and sacrificed their lives for our freedom as we listen to our national anthem. Today our national anthem is going to be provided by Miss Tana Taylor, who is also out here racing with us. Again, if you've not yet done so, please rise and remove your caps.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free
Thank you very much, Tana Taylor. That was beautiful. Absolute stirring rendition of our national anthem, and definitely a great way to honor this. Thank you very much for sharing your talents with all of us and for helping us to remember just how awesome it is to live in this country. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Super Pro Door Car, round number 2, rolling into the water box. It is game time. Buybacks are done. And we got Dan McClellan, Dave Johnson. McClellan, who was runner-up yesterday here in Super Pro, rolling out of the water box. Dave Johnson in his Beretta rolling out of the water box. And Mike Eames going to be rolling up to the microphone. I'm going to take a little breather.
I hope it's more than a little breather. All right, double entry dragsters round 2. Need you up this way, please. And red sticker dragsters, need you up this way, please. This is Daniel McClelland. Daniel and Dave Johnston. McClellan in the roadster, 542 our runner-up, and red light start for Peabody and Team Tuna Tank by 32 thou. 540 with a 9 for Daniel. Dave Johnston in the Beretta, 20 green and 4 above is good. It's good. George LeBlanc and Chris Johnston. George out of Canada, the orange 66 Chevelle. Chris Johnston. Silver 69 Camaro out of Washington, 618 the number for Chris. And red sticker dragster, the womp Chris Johnson, 624 is good. Johnson was 11 on the green light start. George LeBlanc, 22 green and a bunch over. It's Chris Johnston. We'll see again. David Beckwith and Dustin Wirtz. Wirtz in the Corvette Roadster out of Napa, Idaho. For Dusty Buckets, 526 is the dial, and David Beckwith in the red Malibu. Out of Rancho Cucamonga. Advantage, Wirtz. Wirtz, 10 green, 528 on the 526 to be 400 in front. David Beckwith was 50 at the start, which led to his demise. Joe Kidd and Bill Kidd. Bill out of Marana, Arizona, 66 Chevy 2. And Joe Kidd out of Marana in the pickup truck. Rip for Bill Kidd. 669.6 was 33 on the green light start. Joe Kidd, 30 on the starting line and 3 above. And Rick Lister, the 84 Camaro. We'll see back again in round number 3. 008 on the green light start. 564.0 on the 562. Corey Jackson was 38 down here. 200ths over down there. And will not light up a win light. That's Stephen Dolan and Gary Roost. Dolan out of Tucson, the 86 Ford Mustang 622 will be leaving first. Gary Roost. Just that completely insane 55 Chevrolet Bel Air out of Pahrump. That thing, like calling it immaculate is offensive. There for the Rooster. Gary's off and away, looking over to the left of the Mustang is Stephen Dolan and Gary Roost. 27 green, 606 with a 9 will get the win. Dolan had room down there, so he dialed 622. Got to the finish line first by 26, breaks out by half that amount. 13th thou. So just really briefly, we're going to have a little change in the racing program. Right now we're running Super Pro Door Car round number 2. Then we're going to move into Super Pro Dragster, which by the way, double entry should be in the lanes, and my single entry red should be in the lanes as well, please, as Rodney Snyder and Vic Spitali. Snyder left side for Scotty Muffler. Spitali and the 27 Roadster on the right side as 009 is going to leave second, and Rodney Snyder is going to get the win. 006 green for Snyder, 516 on the 513. Spitali was pretty sporty on the starting line, 009. And 5 over. As the pickle, Brandon Umberger. A Grand Junction, 519 on the dial, Justin Lamb. For Rad Torque Systems, 464 the dial for Mr. Lamb. So we're going to go Super Pro Door Car, then Super Pro Dragster. We are going to skip Pro Eliminator again as we have 2 extra rounds. So we're going to loop back around to Super Pro Door Car and Super Pro Dragster because we have 2 extra rounds. So to really speed up the program, that's what we're going to do, especially for later on. Umberger left side, Lamb right side, and a real good matchup. And Brandon Umberger, 008, 520 to get the win for Big Check. Justin Lamb was 19 green and 1 above, and was 11th thou behind at the finish as Brandon Umberger in the pickle takes out 5-time Justin Lamb. So once again, we're going to go 2 rounds back-to-back in Super Pro. So we know that we skipped round number 2 of Pro Eliminator to go into round number 2 of Super Pro. We're actually going to run round number 2 and round number 3 in Super Pro and loop back around to Pro Eliminator, just based on the pure number of cars and kind of what happened last night. Last night we were done with Pro and still had 3 rounds to run in Super Pro, and with everything going on today with the Kidd Performance and Dyno $50,000 shootout, we don't want to be in that same predicament. So our Pro competitors, you'll have a little bit of time that you can relax, focus, do your breathing exercises before you're back up around for round number 2. So just with the car count, that decision seems very prudent to me, and that's what we're going to do. As Jeff LaSalle, the birthday boy. Happy birthday, Jeff, in the El Camino. Oh, here, we're going to put Luke Bogacki aside. 486 the dial for Luke. Super Gas World Champion for Team Mosier. Jessica, Gary, and the whole team here. Wow. 004 second off the line as LaSalle is perfect. But Luke gets down there and seals the deal. 004 on the green light start for Luke and goes 488 to be 2 above. Jeff LaSalle tried to give himself a great birthday. He was perfect on the starting line, was Jeff LaSalle. And then 681 for Jeff LaSalle as Luke was able to sneak around. Jeff, they're the birthday boys, John Cazzetti and Ernie Macias. Ernie in the Beretta out of Ramona, California. The yellow hot rod was 655 on the American Walk-In Cooler scoreboard. John Cazzetti. Wills up on the 66 and over. Ernie, the better reaction time and the win. 27 on the green light, 656 for Ernie is 1 over and a win light. Cazzetti was 59 on the green light start, dead on 3. And not good. Race Kidd and Brad Pierce. Race out of Boise. Kidd Performance and Dyno. Orange 67 Chevy 2 and Brad Pierce. The 63 Corvette Roadster, that white hot rod out of Riverside. Brad looking over to the left. Race looking to dump it down there, going to get the win, 612. As he tightens up at the stripe by 6 thou. Race is 004 green, taking 006, and that'll get it done more often than not. Brad Pierce is 15 green and 6 flat on the 598 to not light up a win light as Judd Shoup and Tom Carlson. To win 11 green, 1 above. There for Tom, Judd Shoup. 539 is the dial. He was 29 green and 541, but was 300ths behind. There Tom Carlson is Kelly Bailey and Wayne Pratt. It's again, double entry dragsters should be in the lanes. Double entry dragsters should be in the lanes. Texas will take out Kelly Bailey. Dialed 613, was 13 on the tree, and not 613 on the racetrack, but he was 614 to be in front by a couple of hundredths of a second at the finish line to advance. Kelly Bailey going to bow out in round number 2 is Ken Swio. And Chris Spitali. Spitali in the Roadster out of Kaufman, Texas. Swee out of Oregon City, Oregon, the super unique 72 Capri. Swee, that's a bad dude over there in that Capri. Chris Spitali, 576. The projected performance for Spitali in the Roadster. Sweo has an advantage on the starting line of 0.05 of a second, goes 592 on the 591 in a dominating position. Chris Spitali was 64 green and a 10th above Sweo. Come back around, Kyle Fritz and Daniel Fiello. Kyle Fritz, Kyle out of Mesa, Torco Fuel sponsored Firebird. 672 is that I'll be leaving first. Daniel Fiello for Team K&N. The 82 Camaro, 628 on the board. Fiello is 30 green. Dialed 628, goes 6283. That is 33 on the combined numbers. And Kyle Fritz was 36 green and had no chance. Steve Rohrsch and Bill Bollock. Bollock in the radical 48 Anglia. That copper-colored hot rod out of Litchfield Park, Arizona, 6 flat. Will be doing the chasing as Bill. Steve Rohrsch out of Wisconsin, the 82 Camaro, or the American walk-in cooler side. And if you're looking down at the starting line and you're not sure which one is the Camaro and which one is the Anglia, we're glad you're here. Steve Rohrsch in the Camaro going to get the win. 12 green, 655 is good. Bill Bollock is 42 green and 0.02 of a second above. Going to bow out in round number 2 as Curtis Zinzalita and Dan Bain. Saturday, Curtis Zinzalita. Free opportunity to pick up some data. 31 green, 670 for Curtis in that big Roadrunner. who we'll see in round number 3, is Ryan Harem and Shane Thompson. Ryan out of Huntington Beach for Mobile One and FTI. 565 the dial for High Gear, and Shane Thompson for Silver State Refrigeration out of Henderson, Nevada. Shane this way, trying to chase down Harem. No. Harem 14 green, 568 on the 565, timed it up to 6th thou at the finish line. To be good enough for Ryan Harem. Shane Thompson dialed 5 flat, was 21 green. He gave up just a little on the starting line and 3 over, but 6th thou behind at the stripe, which is all that matters. Jeff Broussard and Jason Mercer. Now, Mercer has had a very difficult weekend with this roadster. Chestermere, Alberta, Canada, 645 is the dial, and Jeff Broussard in the Sonoma 689. Man, Mercer's car, that thing is just not happy. But Jeff Broussard breaks out by 0.06 of a second, taking 7/10. Jason Mercer dodges a massive bullet as Jeremy Jacobs and Gray Christensen. I love Jeremy Jacobs' 62 Savoy out of Whitman, Arizona. It's just different, unique, super cool. Gray Christensen in the Vega out of Colorado, and I don't get a lot of Jeremy Jacobs Savoy anymore because it's read by 49 thou. Gray Christensen was 007 right down there, and 585 down over there. Christensen in the Vega. As I need green sticker dragsters to the lanes, please. Green sticker dragsters to the lanes, please. Scott Taylor, our winner from last night on Lucas Oil Friday. Once again, green sticker dragster. And once again, we're going to skip Pro again. When we come back around, it'll be Super Pro door car. So after Super Pro dragster, we're going to go right back around into Super Pro door car for another round because we literally have 2 extra rounds. And we're going to try to make those up front versus what happened yesterday and had a pretty long night as we had 3 extra rounds of Super Pro. Scott Taylor. Jason and Terry. Krusty is not going to get the win. Scott Taylor, 003 on the green light start, 685 on the 680 to be 3 thou in front. So 003 taking 003 for Scott Taylor. The young man out of Columbia Falls, Montana, Jason and Terry. And the Firebird was 28 green and 3 above. And that's no good. It's Angelo Sanchez and Chris Johnston. K&N Southwest Showdown. I'm going to bow out in round number 2 today. Chris Johnson out of Washington. And that silver Camaro. It's going to be 19 green, 4 above, and good. Good. Nick Downing and Bill Kidd. Downing out of Phoenix. 78 Aero. The whole Downing family synonymous with great performance. Down here in the Arizona desert, Bill Kidd out of Marana, the 66 Chevy 2. So Bill Kidd right side. Nick Downing left side. As we are off the lane. Nick, Bill, Nick, give it to Nick Downing. 1-3 on the starting line for Nick. Goes 722 on the 721. Bill Kidd was 27 green. Dial 670 and go 6699. Breaks out by 1 thou, was in front of the finish line by 5 thou. Bill Kidd needed the lightest tappy tap of the breaky brake to get on the right side of the number. This is Daniel McClelland and Don Toya. Peabody for Team Tuna Tank. In the Roadster, with Dad Kevin out behind, Don Toya for Don's Hot Rod Shop, the 34 Roadster. Tucson in last night's 10 grander, and Don Toya is going to get the win, 22 green and 1 above. Daniel McClelland took a big finish line stripe down there. Got to the finish line first by 33 thou. Breaks out by 12 thou. Dustin Wirtz and Corey Jackson. A couple of 63 Corvette Roadsters. Dustin, left side. Corey Jackson, right side. Dustin Wirtz, 20 green. Dials 524, goes 526 to advance. Corey Jackson was Richard Petty on the starting line. And dead on 9, it was still behind at the stripe. As Dusty Buckets gets to come and play, as that's going to wrap up our door cars in Super Pro round number 2. It's Philip Pennington and Carson Campbell. Philip out of Three Rivers, Texas. 497 is the dial for the blue, and white and black dragster. It's Carson Campbell. Olympia, Washington. Carson Campbell out of Olympia. 496 is the dial. Pennington, 11 green, dead on 9 is 20 total. Dustin Henches and Lloyd Salveson. Dustin out of Olympia, Washington, Left Coast Racing Mullis Dragster, 491 is the dial. Lloyd Salveson out of Rio Rancho, New Mexico for Quick Lane. And Rich Ford. 505 on the scoreboard. One of the competitors is perfect. And the win. Oh! Lloyd Salveson. Perfect on the starting line. Dead on 1. Even like Chad Reynolds can do that math. Perfect on the starting line, dead on 1 is 1 total. Dustin Henches is like, I'm a really nice guy and you gotta go 1 total on me? Henches is 13 green and just got squashed. I mean, Dustin Henches was like all the grapes in the wooden bucket. Lloyd Salveson was the one stomping the grapes to make wine. It's Preston Pennington and Sammy Franco III. Peeps in the direction are going to get the win, 16 green. Runs it all the way out to be 470. Sammy Franco the third. There was a definite lack of communication between the numbers in the box and what Sammy Franco the third wanted the numbers to be, as he was over a second out in front of the green. Man, RTC. Just a reminder, I'm going to lose an hour of beauty sleep tonight. I need all the beauty sleep I can get. Means I'm going to be even less pretty tomorrow. I don't know if I can handle that. It's Peter Biondo and Mark Campbell. Peter out of New York. The Paravaleters Dragster. Spring Fleet Dragon Races. Biondo Racing Products. And the win to Mark Campbell. Campbell 471 on the 470 to be 1 thou in front as Peter was 29 green and ended up getting 1 thou behind at the finish line and gave it back to Mark Campbell. So Peter is done in that entry, giving it back by 1 thou. Josh Herman and Riley Learcamp. Josh out of Pueblo, Colorado for Herman Racing. Riley Learcamp, JR, Chase, and that whole group. 466 the dial for young Riley. Trying to make it work down at the 8th mile finish line and not going to do it. Riley Learcamp is 12 on the starting line, 3 above, but with 7 thou in front at the stripe to light up a win light. Here in Super Pro round number 2, Josh Herman was 41 green and 1 above, and is done in that entry. In round number 2 is Cassie Pennington and Dwayne Ringeth. Dwayne out of Rocky View, Alberta, Canada. The TNT Motorsports and Rad Torque, Total Dairy Solutions, Pro 1 Safety, and the Classic Bracket Series. We've been talking about that all weekend. 3 event series up there in Canada between Edmonton, Medicine Hat, and up there at Mission. All throughout the summer. Make sure you take a look at those events. Cassie left side, Dwayne right side. Dwayne is going to get the win. 25 green, 1 over. Cassie was 38 down on the starting line. Down 473, goes 4749 and is done in this entry. It's again dragsters, all stickers, dragsters, all single entry should be in the lanes. Once again, after Super Pro Dragster, we're going to loop right back around into Super Pro Door Car, as we did have 2 extra rounds. We've already made up one, we're going to make up the other. All of my Pro category. You guys are going to run your second round after round number 3 in Super Pro Dragster. The Stan Essery for Rad Torque Systems out of Sherwood Park, Alberta. Essery looking over Marco Paravaleters out of Petaluma, and Essery by 6 thou is going to get the win. 28 green, 475 on the 474. Doing work down there. Marco Paravaleris is 33 green and 458.5. On the 457, it was 6 thou behind at the finish line. Was Marco. Stan Essery for Team Rad Tour Tools. We'll see again in round number 3 is Jeremy Wilson and J.R. Learcamp. Jeremy out of Grand Junction. 465 is the dial. J.R. Learcamp out of Olympia, Washington. We've seen Chase, we've seen Riley. Here's Papa J.R. With a winged dragster is going to get the win. 14 on the tree. 475 on the 474 to be rock solid. Jeremy Wilson was 48 on the green light. Got down there to the finish line first, but had to break out to do it as Gerald Learcamp will be your winner. Is Michael Pennington and Dalton Giroux. Giroux out of Leduc, Alberta, Canada. The M&M prepared machine, 497 the dial in for Dalton. Michael Pennington, 472. The predicted performance here at Tucson Dragway in round number 2 Super Pro. Pennington's coming over from Texas, a whole slew of them. For Dalton leaves second. Michael Pennington 0-0-0 down there on the starting line, absolutely perfect, and goes 473 on the 472 to be in front by 9th out of the finish line. Dalton was 003 and 1 over and just got train wrecked by Michael Pennington. Is Adam Chioda and Neil Presimoni. Chioda out of California. That Miller prepared dragster, 479 is the dial. Neil out of Las Vegas, 503 the dial in for Neil. So on the American walk-in cooler side of the racetrack, Neil bumping in. Tree, and we're off. Neil, the starting line advantage, and the win. 506 on the 503. Was 18 green. Adam Chioda was 39th out on the green light start, goes 481 on the 479, but was behind by 100th of a second at the finish line. It's Neil Presimoni. We'll get to come be a part of round number 3 is Larry Richardson and Kelly Ritchie. Ritchie out of Sherwood Park, Alberta, Canada. Love seeing all of our Canadian friends here this week. It's been a while. .474 the dial for Kelly, 490 for Larry Richardson, out of red, white for Kelly. By 9th out, Larry Richardson 001 and keeps it to the floor to go 488 at 140 miles an hour. Kelly is 9 red and over by a couple of hunt. Kenny, this whole event is 8th mile. All categories are 8th mile. They're Kenny in the chat bleachers. That's Paul Lorton and Jeff Taylor. Paul out of Peoria, Arizona. For Hughes Performance. Dial Performance Innovation. Jeff Taylor, the wide drag shot of Apache Junction. Jeff Taylor is 002. Dials 474 and goes 476 to get the win. Paul Lorton was 11 green and then 6 above to bow out in round number 2. As Logan War and Baruch Yama. Baruch out of Hermosillo, Mexico. A Pro Charge dragster with 3 4s down there on the dial in. Logan Moore out of Erta, Utah. In race Kidd's dragster. Logan done broke his dragster on Thursday morning. Race was like, let's double. Let's be friends. So here Logan. Red light start for Logan by 1 now. Baruch is 009 green. Said I'm going to run 444, goes 4438. to get the win. After Logan was read by a thou, he gets off the gas to go 488. As Bree Bandemir Herman. 457 on the dial in for Bree. Rob White. Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Them dirty white boys. 520 is the dial. As we are in, Bree and Rob. Rob read by a foul. Bree, a free opportunity at the racetrack, 458. There for Bree was Jeff Gordon, 24 on the green light start. Rob White, after being read by a thou, is 3 over, going 523 on the 520 prediction. About in round number 2 is Cooper Chun and Justin Cooper Chun, Alexis Thompson. Alexis for Silver State Refrigeration. Alexis for Team Silver State, 464 the dial. Cooper Chun, that's a good young race car driver over there in the National Auto Collision Center side. Alexis is also pretty good. It's where green rips all over the place, and Cooper Chun is going to stick the nose out in front and go 541 on the 538 to get the win. Cooper was 22 green. Alexis was 15 thou on the green light start. Dialed 464 and goes 470. Was behind by a couple of hundred at the finish line is KJ Desa and Bruce Briscoe, or Briscoe Bruce. Briscoe out of Pueblo, West Colorado. 526 will be off and away first. KJ, LET Racing Oil. North Las Vegas, Nevada for KJ. KJ and Kyoki. Doing some work here. Identical reaction times for both competitors. It's going to come down to the dial-in selection of Bruce Briscoe. 527 on the 526 will be your winner. 499 on the 496 for KJ. As a second round runner-up is Ethan Bourne. Biggie picked up a championship over at Grand Junction, Colorado, at Western Colorado Dragway. In 2021, Ethan out of Riverton, Utah. 487 is the dial, and Daryl Contreras in the Itty Bitty Land Shark out of Pueblo, 501. There for Contreras, Candygram, Flowers. Everybody right now literally should, well, at the, like when we have some downtime, everybody should go YouTube the Land Shark skit Saturday Night Live. You're welcome. 108 gets off the starting line last. Daryl right side, Ethan left side, Daryl Contreras. In the little shorty is 002 Derek Jeter on the starting line, and 503 on the 501 for Contreras is good enough. Biggie is 008 and got a hun behind to the finish line as Contreras takes out Ethan Bourne as Tyler Murrup and Tanner Theobald. As we're Utah on Utah. Tyler out of Sandy, Utah. 505 is the dial, and for the young man, for Jordan Moore Motorsports, Pete's Diesel Repair. Tanner Theobald out of St. George, Utah. Part of the Theobald Motorsports conglomerate. Theobald Motorsports. Travis put together our amazing trophies here for the K&N Southwest Showdown. Tanner, 486 dial. He will be doing the chasing. Murrup bouncing in. Tanner is in first. Six is the difference on the starting line, and Tanner Theobald is dead on 6. Murrup dialed 505, went 5027, was under by 23, and that's what he broke out by. As Tanner Theobald was dead on 6 to get the win, as Steve Shearer and Jim Calloway. Shearer coming out of California, 492 the dial for Steve. Jim Calloway out of Artesia, New Mexico. For Lucas Oil. Steve left side, Jim right side. 8th mile finish line. As Jim Calloway completely locks out Steve Shearer. 13 green, dead, 0. For Jim Calloway, right on the number out to 1,000. Steve Shearer was 22 green, dead on 3, and just in the way. It's Elliot Franco and Greg Hicks. Elliot Franco, 549 is the dial for the Spitzer drag shot of La Palma. Hicks, 485 the number. For the Hef, red light start for Greg Hicks by 1,000. Elliot Franco was 20 green and 4 above, but it was all over right down there by 1 stinking 1,000. The red light start for Greg Hicks. It's Allie Clark and Jim Glenn. Side red lights, Allie Clark 12 red, Jim Glenn 10 red. Not a true start situation, as Allie was the worser of the red lighters and left first. But Jim Glenn stays alive, was 10 in front of green and 477. Allie Clark was dead on 4 after being red by 12,000. Chris Whitfield and Lindsay Meserve. All right, final call dragsters. Final call Super Pro dragsters. You should all be in the staging lanes. Final call Super Pro dragsters. So we're getting ready to near the end of round number 2 as we're going to move right into round number 3 of Super Pro. Trying to make up a little bit of time, Chris Whitfield. 476 for Go Fast Energy. And Lindsay Meserve for Theobald Motorsports. You see Dad Brent, husband Trevor back there behind. Lindsay, virtually identical on the starting line. And Lindsay Meserve, 30 green, dead 0. To get it done, Chris Whitfield got down there and cut Lindsay loose. Whitfield was 29 green and 1 above, And no good is Brandon Lynch and Shelby Williams. Brandon out of Roy, Utah. 492 is the projected performance for the Lynchmobile. Shelby Williams for Team K&N. 485 is the dial. For Miss Williams, you see Dad Steve back behind was talking to Steve in the pit area, and he was like, you know, this 8th mile racing, you don't have as much time to like size everything up and figure out what you're doing. He's like, it's a big difference from the quarter mile stuff. It's like one of the rounds, I was like trying to determine where I was at on the track and what I was going to do, and all of a sudden, oh, there's the finish line. Red light start for Shelby by 13 foul. Brandon Lynch 15 green and 490 on the data acquisition run. After Shelby was red by 13, goes 487. Bowing in round number 2 is Chance Parker and Zach Mazier. Did we ever get to the bottom of the Zach Mazier Boise situation? Got to get on that. Got to get on that. Chance Parker out of Roy, Utah. As we are, like, this takes me back to last week at the March meet. We're 493 index racing. The only thing we're missing is the pro style start and cars that are 50 years older. It's Chance out of Roy, Utah, left side. Former Super Pro champion at Rocky Mountain Raceways. Starting line is just 2 thou on the difference. Zach Mazier dead on 5. Beats Chance Parker's dead on 5. Zach Mazier's 009 on the starting line. Chance Parker's 11 on the starting line, and both competitors are dead on 5. 2 thou the margin of victory for Zach Mazier. In a real close race, it ends up Zach's way. There's Chuck Hogg Jr. and Nathan Thornsley. Thornsley out of Palmer, Alaska. The Yancey prepared machine. Thornsley is red by 2 thou. Chuck Hogg Jr. with a free look at 478, 479 at 143 miles an hour. Thornsley, after being red by 2 thou, goes 540 on the 541 as he's breaking all sorts of rules. I mean, the next thing Nathan's going to be doing is sitting too close to the TV and chewing with his mouth open. You know, and if you keep making that face, it's going to get stuck that way. All the things Nathan Thornsley's going to do. It's Tim O'More and Brandon Dolezal. Tip of the cap to the Dolezal Motorsports team, flipping a little bit extra money for the juniors. Here in the Lucas Oil Junior Invitational, it's Tim O'More. 495 is the dial for Mr. Moore. Is it Mr. Moore or is it Mr. O'More? Green for Tim O'More, and he gets to race a little more. 497 on the 495 for Tim. Brandon was 28 green and 3 above, and that combination of numbers does not result in a win light. That's Taylor Strange and Mike Quinteri. Mike out of Anchorage, Alaska. As we're looking at images of Alaska Raceway Park. Mr. Hershey, road trip? I'm down. In August, during the 4 months or the 4 weeks out of the year they can race. And that Alaska Raceway Park, that looks pretty special. Road trip, I'm down. Taylor Strange out of Colorado, 476 the number, be doing the chasing. Mike. That wing tractor looking over to the left, 8th mile finish line, going to say Mike Quinteri. 494 on the 493 is good. was out in front at the finish line by 6 thousandths of a second. Taylor Strange, 40 green, 2 above. But unfortunately, behind that finish line is Hank Pramoff and Trevor Larson. Pramoff out of Colorado, the IT guy. These IT guys are a little suspect. Weird. Nathan, what other words would you use to describe yourself? Besides devastatingly handsome. That boy ain't right. Trevor Larson out of Minnesota in Kendra's, and I stress Kendra's, new whip. Mullis race cars. That thing is just yeah. A really nice race car. Red by Val. G. Willikers, darn, shucks, and all the other bad words that Hank is saying in the race car. He's going to say even more. Going to say even more bad words when he grabs that time slip. Trevor Larson, 42 on the green light, starting dead on 9. But Hank, just put a couple more numbers in the box and you're golden. We're going to see Trevor Larson again. It's Bob Siemens and Patrick Marbach. Siemens out of Ogden, Utah. 5:30 the dial-in for Bob. 5:06 for a little shorty American dragster of Patrick Marbach out of North Dakota. 10 green is last off the line. But Bob Siemens is going to be 16 total to get the win. 2 thou the margin of victory for Bob Siemens. 10 green dead on 6. Beats 8 green. And a hunt above, 18 total for Patrick Marbach. Margin of victory, 2 thou for Bob Siemens. So Joe Kidd Jr. and Chuck Babcock. JKJ out of Marana in the dragster. 5:19 is the dial, going to be leaving first. Chuck Babcock chuckles out of Yorba Linda. 5:14 is the dial for Mr. Babcock. He'll be doing the chasing. Chuck got a little bit of a hole on the starting line. Can he climb out of it? No. 5:23 on the 5:19 is Joe Kidd was out in front by 3 thousandths of a second down there at the finish line to get the win. Chuck Babcock was 50 on the starting line. And 5:15 on the 5:14. Speaking of 50, our good friend Tori Lee, who was like doing his own stunts and ended up having surgery yesterday. So speaking of 50, Tori Lee's like, man, I remember 50. That was like, what, 31 years ago when I was 50? But Tori Lee, follow your doctor's orders, recover. Quit messing around. Thomas Bear and Richard McFarland. McFarland out of Yucca Valley. 5:97 is the dial. I mean, with Tori Lee, I'm just concerned about osteoporosis. Tom Bear from Lucas Oil. Thomas Bear School of Drag Racing in a good position. 009 and 4 above for Bear is good. Richard McFarland was 49th out on the green light start, and not the best of ideas to give Tom Bear 0.04 of a second right off the get-go. Bear with a pretty easy one to move on is Carl Canavo and Mike Zimmerman. Zimmerman and the Yancer Prepared Machine out of Phoenix, Arizona for Zimmy. And Carl Canavo, the pizza man, Las Vegas, Nevada, and his Yancer Prepared Dragster. See, 495 on the National Auto Collision Center dial-in board. As Canavo will have the opportunity to leave the starting line first. Zimmerman will be right behind. Red light start for Canavo by 4,000. Zimmerman is blackjack on the starting line and 495 on the 493. And of course, after Carl Canavo is red by 4,000, what is he going to do? 495-1 on the 495, of course. Red and dead on. I guarantee Carl Canavel's going to have to put at least $4.25 into the swear jar. Dean Bush and Travis Theobald. But 004 is going to get the win. Bush, 004, 4803 to be a thou in front. Travis Theobald was perfect on the starting line, and maybe one little extra tappy tap on the breaky break to get a thou behind. As Dean Bush going to get the win by a thou. As we have Bounty on the starting line. Bounty, our winner last night in the Lucas Oil 10 grander. That's Ryan Harem out of Huntington Beach. Bobby Dye and Bobby Dye Jr., specialty fashioners, put up a bounty. Hey, you get this really super cool prize if you take out the winner from the previous night, and it's right here. All possible for Jason Rosenbaum. Jason, the Leo out of Victorville, the law enforcement officer for Team Crime Pays. As Harem is bumping in down 469. Rosenbaum is looking good on the starting line, and Rosenbaum takes out Ryan Harem to collect that bounty. 17 green and 1 above for Jason. Ryan Harem flat out just missed the tree. Richard Petty, 43 on the green light start, and 2 above as Harem cut him loose. Got on the brakes pretty good down there, hoping Rosenbaum was going to break out. But Jason did not, and will collect that specialty fasteners bounty for taking out our winner last night, and Ryan Harem as Sammy Franco the 4th. With 5:59 on the dial out of Las Lunas, New Mexico, and Val Torres Jr. out of Chino, 474 is the dial. So once again, payouts are available at the West Coast Bracket Races trailer. You do need to bring your W9, and that's payouts from both Thursday and Friday. 100% available. In addition, while you are there, as Sammy Franco and Val Torres are green and green. And Sammy Franco takes out Val Jr., 14 green, 562 on the 559. Val Jr. was 21 green and 3 above, and a wee bit shy. So once again, payouts from Thursday night and Friday night are available at the West Coast Bracket Races trailer. Bring your W9 with you if you'd like to get paid, because, well, we need them. In addition to that, the entries are open for tonight's Kidd Performance and Dyno $50,000 event. Need to sign up for that bad boy while you're over there as well. Don't hesitate. I know there's a whole bunch of you that still need to get into that deal. As Mark Kidd and Seth Zermano. Mark out of Twin Falls, Idaho. Kidd Performance and Dyno, 466 is the dial for Mark. Seth out of Alhambra in California. Seth is read by a dime. Kidd, a free look at 466, 467 for Mark Kidd will get the win. Seth, after being read by 10, Keoki Desa and Mark Lalonde. Keoki out of North Las Vegas. 457 on the board for Keoki, and Mark Lalonde, the all-yellow dragster without a wing, out of Cottonwood, Arizona, the answer prepared ride. 506 the dial in for Mark. Once again, payouts for Thursday and Friday are ready at the West Coast Bracket Races trailer. You do need to bring your W9 with you to the West Coast Bracket Races trailer. Also, while you are there, get signed up and paid and ready to go for the Kidd Performance and Dyno $50,000 shootout. Will not have enough and was completely locked out by Mark Lalonde. 12 green, dead on 9 for Mark. Is 21 total. Keoki was 26 at the rip. And will not get a win here in round number 2 is Greg Christensen. Greg Christensen, Savannah Kidd. Greg, 475. Savannah, 587 on the board. 12 away, Savannah right side, Greg left side. And the win, Greg Christensen, 43 green, was in front by 9 thou at the finish line. Philip Pennington and Dustin Henches. Philip Pennington and Dustin Henches. Pennington out of Three Rivers, 498 is the dial. Dustin, 490 is the number. Dustin, ahead on the starting line and ahead on the finish. Dustin Henches, that was nasty. 008 dead on 1 to be 9 total. Philip Pennington was sweet 16 on the starting line, which is not good. Again, round 2 dragsters. If you are not already in the staging lanes, you are way late. Again, when we come back around, it'll be Super Pro door car round number 3. So Don Toya and Val Torres Sr. Toya for Don's Hot Rod Shop and the Fender Yancer Dragster 492. The number red by start for Don Toya. Val Torres Sr. come back for round number 3. 16 green, 3 above for Val, which is good. Josh Herman and J.R. Learcamp. Herman out of Pueblo, Colorado, 459 for the Herminator. J.R. Learcamp out of Olympia, Washington, 476 is the board. Let's see, who do we have on prizes up here? Peter Biondo. You have a prize up in the tower. Our first round best losing package from our friends at Goodyear. Jeff Broussard, you have a prize. And who else are we missing? And Jason Rosenbaum, you were the bounty winner, courtesy of Bobby Dine Specialty Fasteners. So Jason Rosenbaum, please come see us in the tower if you would, as J.R. Learcamp is red by 4. Josh Herman, 10 green, 1 above is good. J.R. Learcamp, red by 4 thou, and then dead on 3, of course. Preston Pennington. Peeps is now at 472. They're in the Circus Freak. That flying airbrush guy, he's pretty talented. Geron Settles Kidd. Rob White. Dirty White Boys out of Calgary, Alberta, Canada. 522 is the dial. Going to get the win. 523 on the 522. Rob White was Michael Jordan on the starting line. 23 green. Peeps Pennington was Michael Jordan times 2 on the starting line. 46. Just couldn't overcome the deficit on the starting line as Rob White takes out Peeps Pennington and Travis Ringeth and Jeff Taylor. Travis out of Calgary, Alberta, Canada for TNT Motorsports and Rad Torque Systems. Well, as Total Dairy Solutions, Pro and Safety out of Canada, and that Classics Bracket Series. A pretty cool 3-race series up there in Canada. Need to get some of our Washington cars, the Montana cars up to that whole entire deal. It'd be a good time. Jeff Taylor out of Apache Junction, Arizona is off the way. Travis is in a tight spot with Jeff Taylor. It's Taylor, 005 and 2 above. Had Travis covered. Travis was 57 on the starting line, and you cannot hand Jeff Taylor 0.05 of a second on the starting line and expect to win many rounds. It's Michael Pennington and Mark Campbell. Pretty good matchup right here. Campbell out of Division 6, 471 is the dial for Mark. Michael Pennington, part of that Pennington team that has brought, I think, like 14 cars over here with him. Michael was two cars in on Thursday's Silver State Refrigeration race. Got knocked out in both entries down there at 8 cars. The starting line and dead on 3 to get the win and locked out Mark Campbell. 13 on the starting line, 4.733 on the 473 for Mr. Pennington to be 16 total. Mark Campbell was 30. Breaking the beams after the light turned green, and Mark Campbell knocked out in this entry here in round number 2 is Marco Pervaleris and Parker Theobald. So Marco and Parker in a real good matchup down there on the starting line. Marco out of Petaluma. 458 is the dial. Parker Theobald for Theobald Motorsports, 484. As both young men are very uncharacteristically late. Marco's going to get down there and goes 58.7 on the 58. Parker got down there and wanted to get behind, sent Marco through, and that was the wrong decisions. Marco takes out Parker Theobald as race Kidd and Tristan Craig. Race Kidd for Kidd Performance and Dyno. Tristan Craig and Neil Presimoni's hot rod. Tristan has 506 on the American walk-in cooler side. That Ace Kidd rolls through the beams. Tristan Craig, which would amount to a single, 32 green, and 503. And that was interesting. Some weird, wild stuff. It's wacky. It's Kyle Rizzoli and Larry Richardson. Larry out of Colorado, 489 is the dial. Rizzoli in the shear machine. Larry Richardson left side. Rizzoli. 007 green. And 12 thou above to be 19 total and get the win. Larry Richardson got to the finish line first by 19 thou, broke out 16 thou. Needed to take 3 or less to move the win light over into the lane and did not do it. How about the matchup on the starting line here? Cooper Chun and Greg Hicks. We are not going to talk about what happened earlier in the round to Greg Hicks. He did it to himself. The hef was 001 red. But we don't talk about what happened to Greg Hicks, just like we don't talk about Bruno. We don't talk about Fight Club. It's rule number 1. So Hicks, 487 in the dial for the really, really nice Mullis dragster. There for Mr. Hicks. A dragster, which he won. I mean, not the Jeremy Wilson way. Greg Hicks, earlier in the round, was red by 1 thou. In his second entry, Greg Hicks is red by 1 thou. Back there in Shane Thompson, Greg Hicks, that whole pit area, Carl Canavo, Jason Dawson, everybody back there, just hide all the sharp objects from Hicks. Hicks is 001 red twice in the same round. That is just heinous. Again, final call, dragsters. It seems like we've made like 11 final calls for the dragsters. As Ethan Bourne and Bruce Briscoe. Bruce right side, Ethan left side, Colorado and Utah, give it to Colorado. As Bruce basically had Ethan froze. 007 and 10 above to be 17 total. Ethan Bourne was 17 green. He needed to be dead 0 to even go out like to the itty bitty numbers, but did not do so as Bruce Briscoe. We'll see you in round number 3. It's Chris Whitfield and Zach Mazier. Chris out of Littleton, Colorado, 476 for the Go Fast Energy sponsored dragster. Zach Mazier. For Lucas, Mazier Enterprises. Zach calling Boise, Idaho home. .493 is the dial-in for Zach. He will be off and away first. Chris Whitfield will see the green light second. Well, in theory. We'll have to chase down Zach. Red light start for Whitfield light. Zach Mazier is 12 green and dead on 3. He was ready for Whitfield. 15 total. There for Zach Mazier. And after Chris Whitfield is red, what does he do? Dead on. As Brandon Lynch and Taylor Strange. Brandon picked up a win light earlier in round number 2. That race tag dragster. Jeff Devi paint on the side of that machine that was campaigned by Brandon Lundeen for a few years. It was Taylor Strange out of Colorado, 477. The dial in there for Taylor. Make it work. Taylor Strange does so. 17 green and 17 above is 34. Brandon Lynch was 33 green, needed to be dead 0. Got down there and cut Taylor Strange loose. Taylor Strange ended up being fine on the number to get the win. There for Taylor Strange. All right, Super Pro Door Car, round number 3. Super Pro Door Car, round 3. Let's get you up in the lanes, please. Double entries in 3 and 4. Single entries in 7 and 8, please. Super Pro Door Car, Super Pro Door Car. Double entry in 3 and 4. Single entry in 7 and 8. Once again, Pro Eliminator. You will follow round number 3 in Super Pro. So we're just concluding round number 2 of Super Pro right here. Then we're going to run Super Pro Door Car round 3, Super Pro Dragster round 3, and then back around into round number 2 of Pros. We have 2 extra rounds, and it made sense to loop these rounds back to back so we don't have to do it at the end of the night like we did last night when Pro was basically done and we had 3 rounds of Super Pro left to run. Made a really, really long last hour of the event. Last hour and 20 minutes of the event, I should say. So Super Pro Door Car, little extra hitch in your giddy up, please. You up in lanes 3 and 4, my double entry Super Pro Door Car. Single entry Door Car, up in lane 7 and 8, up in lane 7 and 8, up in lane 7 and 8, if you would, please. Chris Baruman and Hank Pramoff. And I do believe this is the last pair. I think. If not, there's not many left. Chris Baruman, Pueblo, Colorado, 502 is the dial. Hank Pramoff, the IT professional out of Colorado, Arvada. 479 is the dial for Hank. Baruman will be leaving first. That white, blue, black dragster. Baruman better on the starting line. Ribs down there. Baruman on a double breakout is going to get the win. 5:01.8 on the 5:02. Pramoff got to the finish line first by 5 thou, but he was under by 14 thou. As Chris Baruman was 18 green and 2 thou under, which is good. Hank Pramoff was 25 green and 14 under, which was no good. In Super Pro door car, double enter. 3 and 4, please. Super Pro door car, everybody else in 7 and 8. Also, if you got into the money on Thursday and or Friday, those payouts are 100% available at the West Coast Bracket Races trailer. Please, we beg, we implore, you got to bring your W-9 up with you that you received in your racer pack. We plead, we please, we say please, we beg, we implore, we plead. Bring that W9 up with you to the West Coast Bracket Races trailer. In addition, while you're at that West Coast Bracket Races trailer, take care of your entry for tonight's Kidd Performance and Dyno $50,000 shootout. Take care of that up at the trailer as well. And Super Pro door car doubles in 3 and 4, please. Super Pro door car double entries in 3 and 4. Super Pro single entries up in 7 and 8, please. We'll have just a couple minutes of quiet time on the racing surface. So we get round number 3 of Super Pro up in the staging lanes. Appreciate everybody being here on site from both near and far. Everybody watching the great coverage on Bang Shift, courtesy of Hughes and Hoosier and Holly EFI. Make sure you get down there and hit that thumbs up button. There's 486 in the chat bleachers right now, and there's 147 thumbs up.
There's more than that.
Hold on, one moment, please. Oh, we're at 155 with 471. No, we're still 155. Nathan Hershey is getting very upset that there's only 155 likes. And I have to room with Nathan Hershey, so don't make him upset. Everybody take one moment on that Bang Shift live feed. Click that thumbs up button. Otherwise, Nathan has a fist and he's shaking it violently towards me. Hostile work environment. We had this conversation this morning. What's up, Victo? See you at the Strip of Las Vegas Motor Speedway here in a few weeks. We like that John Victorino guy. So a couple more moments of quiet time. Once again, Super Pro door car, single entry. This gets you in the staging lanes, please. 3 and 4, single entry in 7 and 8. Double entry in 3 and 4, single entry in 7 and 8, if you would, please. As I'm going to move out of the way, because I'm just a big, colossal waste of space. And Nathan Hershey. Oh, he's bigger, sexy. Yes. Is big, sexy? Yes. Yes, I like where your head's at.
All right, we're actually going to do the drink swap here.
Oh, yes.
Mine is like drastically low. Yeah. You're running over to the concession stand. You're gonna grab us some freshies. No, I'm good on snacks. I just need a freshie on the beverage. If you find something great, then that's one thing. But of course, it's Margie, Sierra, and the whole crew back there at the concession stand that are keeping everybody well taken care of. And with the temperature rising just a little bit out there, I did go stand back in the staging lanes for a little while. It is a little breezy, but the temperature is pretty nice, especially out there in the sunshine. I agree, man. Smash that like button. Show Chad just how much we appreciate the work he's doing out there on the scissor lift. Bangshift.com, bringing you all the live coverage of what is happening here at Tucson Dragway, all part of the K&N Southwest Showdown. I mean, thanks to the folks at Silver State Refrigeration, West Coast Bracket Races, Tucson Dragway, Hoosier, Mickey Thompson, all part of the live feed sponsorship. Definitely appreciate everything. Of course, it is a Hughes Performance Saturday. And for those of you that are on property, remember, Coffee to Cones is back there. I think Mike walked up here a little while ago holding like some kind of caramel milkshake thing that, with the weather the way it is, a delicious milkshake. Yes, Mo. Mike does say that often. Oh, Chad changed the view to the tower. Hopefully everybody can see me waving at them. See, I'm saying hello, hi, how you doing? But we've got a lot of going on here. Again, Mike said, and Mike's right, payouts are available from Thursday and Friday. Again, don't forget, remember to bring your W-9. We have to make sure that that's taken care of. On property, hit the concession stand. If you have not yet purchased a raffle for the Junior Dragster raffle, we've talked about that. Again, it's all going to go to support the juniors as they make their way up to Bandimere Speedway for the Western Conference Finals. That is definitely something that you're going to want to help out with. $10 a ticket gets you an opportunity to potentially win a $200 bouquet of like lottery scratchers. So who knows how much you could get there. Again, if you have not yet signed up for tonight's Kidd Performance and Dyno $50,000 shootout, you need to get over to the trailer and get that taken care of. We're talking $50,000 is on the line, racers, and we do need you there. I see that Chad is like actually zoomed in on the tower. I don't know if I could put my hand up on the window here, and I don't know that I'm afraid if I put my hand up on the window, it's almost going to be like that scene from Titanic. We'll see. Anyway, I'm saying hi to you guys, so you know that. But we're going to get through another round of Super Pro. So racers, here's kind of the schedule as we are going to move forward to it. Now, Chad, you're zooming in on the upper windows. We're not way up top. We didn't get the penthouse suite today. We're down here on the regular row. We couldn't afford it. Yeah, Chris Forsythe's up here. Then we couldn't afford it. Matt is like, he's keeping that one. I guess they're remodeling upstairs, putting in like the shag carpet and the big round couches and the disco balls and all of that kind of stuff. But they're no, Chris, that's not a pole. That's actually a brace that holds up the ceiling. It's trusses. There's a swing up there, though. I'm just anyway. Okay, sorry, got distracted. But again, if you've not yet entered into the 50,000 shootout, you need to be there. We're actually Mo. We're under the way. We are actually that very last window where the stairs are at. We're right there under the AY. That's where we're at. So now you know where the announcers are sitting. But all right, so again, we were talking about kind of the schedule, how we're going to run through this. We've got another round of Super Pro coming up. So Super Pro door cars should be back in the staging lanes for round number 3. Super Pro door cars should be back in the staging lanes for round number 3. And then, oh, that's really close. You still can't quite see it. Anyway, so that's where we're at. After we get through Super Pro door cars, we're going to get through another round of Super Pro dragster. Then we're going to run Pro, and then we're going to run Juniors round number 1. So again, it's going to be Super Pro door car round number 3, Super Pro dragster round number 3. Then we'll get into Pro. And then we'll get into Junior dragsters. Am I right? Have I lost count here? No, we did Super Pro round number 2. We're going to go Super Pro door car round 3. And that's what we're doing. All right, with our Super Pro door cars already here, Super Pro dragsters, double entered Super Pro dragsters to lanes 3 and 4. Everybody else will take you as well. I do not think we are differentiating anymore between red and green sticker. So Super Pro dragsters, if you're double entered, make your way to lanes 3 and 4. Everybody else, go and make your way into the staging lanes, and Dale will direct you where he would like you to go. With Super Pro door car round number 3 rolling out right now, again, it's gonna get good. So if you're sitting in the grandstands, get back there to Coffee and Cones, grab like a nice some sort of milkshake because the weather's perfect outside right now for that. Kick your feet up in the grandstands and watch along. For everybody else that's watching along on the Bang Feed live shift, or the Bang Shift live feed. Man, I'm messing that up. How about Dustin Wirtz and Dave Johnson? I'll focus on the track. Dustin Wirtz and Dave Johnson. Check it out. Dustin Wirtz, 005, taking 4th thou at the stripe, goes 5:27 on a 5:26 to get the win light. Dave Johnson was 003, 16th thou above, and comes up just 4 thou short. Dustin nails that one down big time. His big check, Brandon Umberger in the pickle. And Chris Johnson, the 69 Silver Bullet. The Camaro over on the right side of the track is dialed in at 6.23 seconds. Going to get the head start over Umberger in the Legal Addiction Racing. I think you should, Chad, rename it. Win light goes to Chris Johnson, 21 green. Brandon Umberger was 008 red. And that runs 5:17 on a 5:20. So give it away on the starting line. The pickle bows out. Chris Johnson advances, takes the Bullet into round number, what will be 4 of Super Pro, as Nick Downing and Rick Lister will roll up. Downing in the Arrow, the bust and loose ride that, again, talking about it earlier, I'm actually beginning to feel a little old. I used to listen to guys like Mike English and Stevie Wong and all of those guys going, I remember watching this car race way back in the day and all of that, and the Arrow now has me feeling nostalgic. Well, Mike English used to announce chariot races in Rome. But, just saying. 720 is the dial for the Arrow. Rick Lister dialed in at 563 in the Camaro. As the Peoria, Arizona-based car tries to run down the Phoenix ride and cannot get it done. Nick Downing holds on, 18 green, and by 69 ten-thousandths of a second. Nick Downing runs 7:22 on a 7:20 to get the win light. Lister runs 5:63 on a 5:63. He's dead on 8. But gave up a little bit too much, and unfortunately I made myself as infamous as Mike Eames did when he called a 000 in Boise. Apparently now the Bang Feed live shift is a thing. Hashtag sorry. Steve Roars and Ken Swio, the two on the line. Once again, Super Pro Dragsters. Double entered dragsters. If you are still double entered, let's get you headed to lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro Dragsters, double entered to lanes 3 and 4. Single enters, come on down and Dale will give you the directions. 6:54 the dial for Steve on the right side. The Camaro out of Wisconsin and Ken Swio. 72 Capri. That is just a sweet looking little ride, and Ken Swio ended up taking that thing deep into the rounds during that $10,000 Racer Appreciation Showdown. Or Peter Biondo ended up winning that deal. And of course last night, if you weren't watching along, it was Ryan Harem who won it in Super Pro. Another $10,000 check. Both drivers leave green, and the win light is going to Steve. 6:55 on a 6:54, 16 green and 12 thou above, taking an 18 thou stripe to get the win, as Ken Swio was 23 on the tree and 23 thou above his dial as he comes up a little bit short. Then we'll bring up Curtis Zinzalita and Greg Christensen. Christensen's Vega out of Colorado, dialed 586 on the right side. And Zinzalita coming in out of Flagstaff, Arizona. I wonder how cold it got in Flagstaff on Thursday night, because when I stopped for gas in Kingman, it was 1 degree above freezing. Had to get out of the truck in the wind and put gas on. No. No. All right. Both drivers are green. It is a 7 thou split between them in reaction time, and the win light's going to belong to Christensen. Christensen 588 on the 586, taking a 5 thou stripe to light up the scoreboard on that right side of the racetrack. Zinzalita was 38 green and 38 thou above his dial. So what's that, like back to back? We had 23 green, 23 thou above, now 38 green and 38 thou above? Wayne Pratt and Luke Bagaki. Luke in the Corvette right side, offering up those scholarships for This Is Bracket Racing Elite. Jeff Broussard, by the way, we have got a 1-month scholarship up here in the tower for you coming up here to get your certificate. As Wayne Pratt of Luke, Texas is going to get the win light. Luke goes red by 3 thousandths. Oh, Luke. Red and dead on, and not just red and dead on, but red and dead zero. 003 red, 4870 on a 487, no good. Wayne Pratt picks up the win light. He is also dead on zero. 28 on the tree and 611 on a 611 for Wayne. Puts the win light over on the left side as we bring up, come on. It's car show time. Gary Roost, the Bel Air out of Nevada. Pahrump is home base for that car with a 555 cubic inch combo. That thing's gorgeous. And then Race Kidd in the Chevy Twice out of Boise, Idaho. 31 pound differentiated in reaction time. Advantage to Race Kidd, and Kidd will get the job done. Gary Roost was 32 on the tree and took a mile down at the finish line. Gets the win light, so let me correct that. Race Kidd had some issues there, was 001 on the tree and ends up with a 629 on a 612 dial, and that just ain't gonna work out. So Gary Roost getting the win light. 32 and 7 above. Obviously something not happy on the Chevy. That ain't gonna work. Rodney Snyder and Ernie Macias. Macias in the Beretta. Snyder in the Camaro. 1 thou the difference in reaction time, and the win light's gonna belong to Snyder. 16 green to a 17 green. Snyder was 16. And on the double breakout, will get the win light. 5:14.4, he's under 6 thousandths of a second. Ernie Macias goes 6:53, he's under 9 thousandths of a second. And the win light belongs to Rodney as we do a little mop work on the starting line before Ryan Harem and Tom Carlson will get the opportunity to battle it out. And I'm telling you, hit the like button. Let's get those likes way up for the Bang Shift live feed, which I'm going to say like extra careful now from now on. Because I could have said something else and like left the F out of that whole thing, and that probably would have been even worse. So Harem dialed in at 567 in the 69 bodied Camaro. That is just one cool race car, and Tom Carlson's Roadster. Again, talking about seeing a record number of cars for the West Coast Bracket Races event. We got folks coming in from Alaska, all over Canada, Minnesota, Nebraska, Illinois, Texas. I mean, along with, Utah, Arizona, Nevada, California, Idaho, Washington, Oregon. 595 on a 595. Tom Carlson gets around Ryan Harem. Harem was 26 in the tree. Carlson was 28, so just a 2 thou little difference between them at this end of the racetrack. Harem ends up running 3 hun above the dial and ends up 19 thou behind at the finish line, and it's going to be Carlson making that long trip from Two Harbors, Minnesota workout for the time being is Daniel Fiello and Don Toya. Toya, who is the owner of Don's Hot Rod Shop right here in Tucson, and that's one of the other nice things. I mean, if you are looking for a place to come race, Tucson has got like just about everything you need, including a full-service hot rod shop. And there have been folks that have had to utilize that here this weekend, and Don's had what they need and got them taken care of. So Daniel Fiello with Team K&N over on the right side, dialed in at 629. Don Toya left side, dialed in at 522. Split between them at this end of the racetrack. Fiello gets to the stripe first by 24 thousandths of a second and breaks out by 2 thou. Win light goes to Don Toya, 31 green and 2 above, 524 on that 22 dial. Toya takes the Roadster into what will be round number 4 of Super Pro. Dan Fiello was 29 green, takes 24 thou at the stripe, needed to take 22 or less is Jason Mercer and Scott Taylor. Scott, who was your winner yesterday on the Lucas Oil Friday to grab $5 grand in the pro category, And that was a really, really cool deal and a big thing for the team out of Columbia Falls, Montana. That's a state I didn't mention. Montana. Oh, Jason Mercer. The Roadster has been fighting him all day long. It's been one thing after another, and this time it turns on the red light by way more than it ever should have. Scott Taylor, 38 green, and goes 680 on the 685 to get the win light. That'll bring out Bill Kidd and Chris Johnston. Johnson out of Keyport, Washington. Bill Kidd out of Marana, Arizona. That's only about 20, 25 minutes up the road here. I agree with you, Rod. Of course, I got a bigger question for you, Rod, there in the chat bleachers. You are riding an exercise bike? That just seems like... Of course, that's probably why I'm getting fatter. 004 red and dead on. The trend continues. 669 was the dial for Bill Kidd. Goes 4 thou red and goes 6694. On the 669, Chris Johnston ends up putting a 621 on the board after the win light had already turned on his side of the racetrack. 020 on the tree on the green side, and Johnston takes the silver bullet. ×2 now out of Super Pro door cars. That's going to bring up Dustin Wirtz and Bruce Briscoe. We are into our transition pair. So this pair is transitioning. Brusco. Here I'm combining things again. Bruce Briscoe out of Colorado, dialed in at 527. Dustin dialed in at 520. How many times do you see the dragster and the door car with identical dials? Well, Dustin Wirtz, 24 green and dead on, 527 on the 527 for Dustin. Briscoe was better on the bulb with an 021 reaction time, and then goes 7 thou under, taking a 15 thou stripe. All right, Baruch Yama and Michael Pennington. Wow. Well, okay then. So Pennington here on the left side with a 472 dial, and Baruch Yama, that Pro-Charge dragster out of Hermosillo, Mexico. 444 is the dial for Baruch. That thing is screaming fast over on the right lane. All right, dragsters. This is going to serve as your final call. Final call, dragsters. Need you to the lanes, please. Phil Pennington taking care of business. 005 on the tree, 18 thou above, gets him to the stripe first by 13 thousandths of a second. Baruch Yama, 44 green, and then goes under 443 on a 444 at just 157 miles an hour. He was out of the throttle. That thing was moving fast. That's why they call him the Streak. I can't remember the name. Who was that guy that sang that? Stevens, yeah. No. Anyway, we'll remember. Nice job, Rod. 320 miles on the bike for the year. And you've seen the same 8 feet of your room. So Jeff Taylor, Joe Kidd Jr., 476 dial right side, 519 dial left side, that's Joe Kidd left side, that's Jeff Taylor right side, and that's a win light right side for Jeff Taylor. 478 on a 476, tightening up the stripe to 5 thousandths of a second, 15 green for Taylor. Joe Kidd Jr. was 18 green, and then goes 521 on a 519. Thank you, El Toro. Ray Stevens was the man. I remember that stuff. That was really funny. Cooper Chun, Stan Essery. Going to be a fun pair on the starting line. Essery, 475 dial over on the left side, or the right side, and Cooper Chun on the left side, 539. We still listening in here? What, up to 460 people now in the chat bleachers? I'll have to refresh here in a minute and see just exactly how many likes we still have. 10,000 difference between the two at reaction time. And at the finish line, the win line belongs to Cooper, 16 green and dead on 9. Cooper Chun getting the win light by 15 ten-thousandths of a second. Stan Essery was right there with him, 26 on the tree. And 2 thou under down at the far end of the racetrack. The winds are definitely calming down there. I wouldn't say that they're calm yet, but they are calming down. All right, Ron, you've actually convinced me that I may take up exercise. I'm not really going to repeat what you were talking about, but okay. I may get a gym membership. Zach Mazier and Philip Pennington. Nice little matchup here. Mazier on the right side, dialed in at 493. Pennington on the left side, dialed in at 497. So again, racers, remember the schedule. We're going to get out of Super Pro Dragsters. We'll get into our Pro cars. Then we'll get into our Junior Dragsters, and then we'll get back into it with Super Pro. Zach Mazier. Did I just say Mazier? My tongue got stuck. So Zach Mazier, 494 and a 493. Philip Pennington was dead on 497 on a 497. Mazier had 22 thousandths of a second show up for his reaction time. Philip Pennington had an 035 light, and Pennington comes up short by way of the whole shot that Zach Mazier was able to put up on the board. Is now Tim O'More and Mike Quintieri. Tim O'More, who's from like one of, I'm not going to say the southernmost, but one of, at least here in the Southwest. I mean, Tucson is about, an hour away from the Mexican border. And Mike Quintieri is up in Anchorage, Alaska. So the Alaska versus Arizona matchup is going to fall to Mike Quintieri. Quintieri, 12 on the tree, dead on 5 to get the win light. And Tim O'More, 498 on a 495 after he was 004 on the tree. That's all right, Rod. She might not. But there's other reasons to go to the gym. Just may not have to share that one. So Peeps Pennington and Neil Presimoni. So it's Pennington versus Presimoni. Neil's dialed in at 506 over on the right side, and Peeps is dialed in at 472 here on the left side. 10,000 difference between them in reaction time, and it is going to be a Pennington performance to get the win light. 16 green and 474 and a 472. That is going to be your winner. Looks like he may have gone down there and gave it back to Neil. Neil, 506 was the dial, was 006 on the tree, and ended up running 503 to come up on the wrong side of the math. Here's Chuck Hawk Jr. and Dwayne Ringeth. Chuck, who has been really greedy with the Best Losing Package Awards today. I don't know that it'll work out for him this time. Probably not. Probably not. Dwayne Ringeth, 001, and goes 471 on a 469. Once again, Super Pro Dragsters. This is going to serve as, I believe, your third final call. So Super Pro Dragsters, we need you back. Super Pro Dragsters, round number, what are we in now, 3? We need you back into the staging lanes, please. Chuck Hawk was 31 green and goes 482 on a 480. So 31 and then 27 thou above. Dwayne Ringeth gets the win light as Elliot Franco and Zimmy. Mike Zimmerman, the Yancert chassis ride. And the American walk-in coolers lane, dial 494, 3 thou is the difference between the reaction time. Elliot's green, Mike's green, win light to Zimmy. Zimmery, 498 on a 494, 024 on the tree. As Elliot Franco was 21 green and goes 551 on a 553. That's right, El Toro. It was a positive Peeps Pennington performance. In which presumably all right, so next two coming back from the burnout, you've got Jason Rosenbaum and the Crime Pays dragster over on the right side. Townsend, and he's getting a couple of things squared away. Lloyd Salveson here on the left side of the racetrack. And I'm going to say this, a lot of the racers that have either got those like blue dial-in boxes or they may be pointed just a little bit wrong. It is sometimes difficult to see those from up here in the tower. They can be a little challenging. Do you think the blue LEDs should be outlawed? They're difficult to see. They're challenging. I mean, at night they're fine. But during the day, Lloyd Salveson was 003 on the tree. Holding 29 thou advantage in reaction time. Gets to the stripe, takes 42 thou down at the big end, and breaks out by 8 thousandths of a second. Jason Rosenbaum, 32 green, and then dead on 5. 488 on a 488. Win light goes to the law enforcement officer out of Victorville, California, which I certainly hope that the next time I am tearing through there on I-15, he's the one that, if I got to get stopped, I hope it's him. I hope. Now it's Brandon Lynch and Rob White. Lynch in the old Lundeen Mobile. Rob White in the Dirty White Boys. 520 on a 523. Rob White moving a little bit too quick. Had some issues there as he let go just late. Brandon Lynch 055 on the tree and goes 495 on a 492. And we'll bring out Josh Herman. And Daryl Contreras. Contreras on the right side in the Landshark frame. At a Pueblo, Colorado, 503 is the dial for Daryl. And for Josh, we're looking at a 460 number. Josh, who went last night in the Super Pro category, not going to make it that far here tonight in that entry. Daryl, 504 on a 503. 12 on the tree, takes 6 thou down at the finish line to end up 11 thou off the mark is Josh Herman. 19 green and 461 on a 460. So a 29 pack to the 23 pack is Marco Paravalaris and Chris Baruman. Oh, they would. Is he just getting around to eating those? Red light start for Ruben. Over there on the right side, 007 was the number that turned on the wrong bulb. Marco Paravollara, 16 green, and goes 458 on a 457. So Mr. Marco continuing his charge through the field here as he gets through round number 3. Baruman again turning on the wrong color bulb is now Dean Bush and Mark Lalonde. And as they back up from the burnout, we did just, well, not we, Mike Eames got a text message from, from Chad Reynolds up there, who yesterday we were introduced to a brand new snack food that I'd never tried before, Mike had never tried before, Chad Reynolds had never tried before. But the Ringeth team bringeth us something called Cheesies. Never really knew these things existed. And opened up problems for Mark Lalonde. Lalonde's car does not move off the starting line. It just kind of limps its way down the racetrack right now. Dean Bush. I mean, honestly do not think it's going to help Mark feel any better, but Dean was 001. And then got out of the throttle way down there to make sure that he didn't break out. Ended up going 505 down the racetrack, but not sure what happened with the trans brake there at Lalonde, but it didn't like what was seeing and didn't like what was doing, and Lalonde ends up bowing out via the technical issues. As now Bree Herman, excuse me, and Lindsay Meserve. Lindsay backing up from the burnout, but again back to kind of the Cheesies. So for those of you who live in Canada, who get regular access to Cheesies, I envy you. I envy you. Cheetos have nothing on Cheesies. My goodness. Cheesies, and Chad said it right, there's got to be some sort of law that keep Cheesies out of the U.S., otherwise Cheetos would go out of business. They would destroy them. They would destroy them. All right, so Lindsay Meserve dialed in at 486. Bree Herman dialed in at 458. 2,000 difference between them in reaction time, and it's going to be Bree on a double breakout. Bree wins the battle, 457 on a 458. She's under 7,000ths of a second. Lindsay Meserve gets to the stripe first by 5,000ths of a second to break out by 10,000. Lindsay had the better of the two reaction times. It was an 0.23. I mean, 23 to 25, pretty much a coin flip at this end of the racetrack. But Lindsay is the one that will exit. Bree Herman is the one that will move on, as Trevor Larson and Riley Learcamp will be the next two. So Trevor dialed 469, Riley dialed 467, and it's Riley with the better reaction time. And how about Riley? 003 dead on 5 is 8 thou total against Trevor Larson. Larson was 14 green, dead on 7, and will be headed back to the trailer. Trevor was like putting up a I mean, it wasn't a bad lap at all. I mean, 14 dead 7, but Riley, 003 dead 5, 8 total. There you go. Larry Richardson and Jim Glenn. Richardson over to the left side, 487 is the dial. Jim Glenn swapped the two numbers behind the decimal and is dialed in at 478. 5 thou, the split between the two in reaction time, and Jim Glenn will come out with the better end of the deal. 22 on the tree and 480 on a 478. Click, click, winner. Larry Richardson was 17 green, got to the finish line first by 35 thousandths of a second, and needed to take 32 thou or less as he breaks it out 3 thou at the big end of the racetrack. Is now Sammy Franco the fourth and Jim Calloway. And as we continue to roll through here, pro round number 2 or 3, right? We did no pro round 2. That's where we're at. Pro round 2. Pro round 2. Let's get you headed back into the staging lanes, please. Pro bracket round number 2. If you are double entered, make your way to lanes 3 and 4. Single entered cars go to the other lanes. Jim Calloway right side, Sammy left side. Win lights going to Calloway. 003 dead 9. He is 12 total. So Calloway getting the win light over Sammy Franco. Franco was 25 on the tree. Take 3 thou at the stripe. And then breaks out 16 thousandths of a second down at the finish line as Tom Bayer and Taylor Strange. Strange, the racecraft car, dialed 477 right side. Bayer, the Mullis build car, dialed 498 left side. On hold here for just a moment. They're checking a couple of things down track just to make sure everything is A-OK. Once again, pro round number 2. Pro round number 2. We've called you into the staging lanes. Again, it'll be pro bracket round number 2 coming in, and then following pro bracket, we're going to be bringing up the juniors for round number 1. So junior dragsters, you are on standby. If you are part of our junior dragster contingent, make sure you've got those cars in a position where they are ready to be pulled to the staging lanes. So if you need to make any final adjustments, final changes, final modifications, start getting those junior dragsters ready. You are on standby. We have called pro round number 2 to the staging lanes. Juniors, you will follow them. We haven't called you yet, but want to make sure you are on standby and ready to go. Stage, set, go. Tom Bayer grabbing a 15 thou advantage in reaction time as he was 0.19 on the tree and tightens it up to 3.5 thousandths of a second down at the finish line. 19 and 3 above. 501 on a 498. Taylor Strange was 0.34 on the tree and goes 478 on the 477. There's now Parker Theobald and Bob Siemens. Bob out of Ogden, Utah. That's way up north in the state of Utah. It is half an hour north of Salt Lake, as Mike Eames has lovingly pointed out, but is it Ogden that I'm thinking about, or is there's another one that's like right down at the, it's where, is it where Utah State is? Logan. That's the one I'm thinking of. Really cold. 487 on a 486 for Parker Theobald. Theobald was 11 on the tree, which gave him a 23 thou advantage in reaction time to Siemens 034, and Siemens ends up breaking out down at the big end. Parker Theobald moving on as Mark Kidd and J.R. Learcamp. Learcamp out of Washington, Mark Kidd out of Idaho. These two definitely no strangers to each other. Both Division 6 cars have, and they've been running up there at Firebird and just about every other D6 track there is in the country. At least that part of the country, I should say. Between what? Montana and Idaho and Oregon and Washington. That's just a lot. So Kidd dialed 467. Learcamp dialed 477. And a 3,000 reaction time. Win light's going to belong to Kidd. Kidd was 12 on the tree and dead on 3 to be 15 total. J.R. Learcamp was 009. And then about 2 above the dial as he crosses the stripe down at the finish line to bow out is now Cooper Chun and Dustin Henches. Henches, right side, who Mike Eames credits with saving his life this weekend. He saved my life. Mike was choking on a Cheeto. Wasn't a Cheeto? We didn't have cheesies yet. We didn't know cheesies existed. Cooper Chun, 10 on the tree and 540 on a 539. One above gets the win light by getting there first 27 thousandths of a second. Dustin Henches, 21 green and goes 492 on a 490. I'll bring up Mark Campbell. Kyle Rizzoli. Kyle, who is taking advantage of the double entry option by renting a little seat space from Steve Shearer and his dragster. 486 to down for Rizzoli. Over on the right side, and Mark Campbell dialed in at 469. But yeah, I mean, Canadians have got the cheesies, and we do need to find a way to import those things because I'm going to stock up. You look, they're on Amazon. You can order them? Oh, baby. All right, never mind. 1 thou the difference between the two in reaction time, and listen to this. Mark Campbell, 001 on the tree, goes 469.4 on a 469. Campbell, 5 total down that left side of the racetrack to get the win light. Wow. Wow. Kyle Rizzoli was 002 on the tree and ends up 2 above the dial. Bowing out here at round number 3 of Super Pros. We bring out Val Sr. That's Torres right side. That's Jeff Taylor left side. And we are identical on the dial. 476 to a 476. Then it's going to be a 4777 for Val Torres. Val was 008 on the tree. 17 thou above the dial. And gets the win light. All right. Jeff Taylor was 25 green and 4 above, 480 on a 476. That's now Bruce Briscoe and Zach Mazier going to be up again. Once again, pro bracket. Pro bracket. Let's get you headed up this direction, please, if you haven't already. Pro double entered cars, lanes 3 and 4. Single entered cars, come on down, and Dale will give you a little direction where to go. So pro round number 2, come on down. Not going to be but another minute or so before we start calling our juniors into the lanes. So pro, you should be back in the lanes. Please. Briscoe leaves green and Mazier leaves red. Zach 007 on the wrong side, 492 and a 493 to finish it off. Bruce Briscoe, 21 green, and then 526 on a 526 for Briscoe. So as we've got Michael Pennington and Tristan Craig coming back from the burnout, that's definitely one way to haul a big trailer. Man. So Tristan on the right side, dialed in at 504. Pennington on the left side, down 473. That's Pennington Michael. We got prizes up here in the tower for Jason Rosenbaum, Jeff Broussard, and Chance Parker. Your name has been added to the prize sheet. So Chance Parker, Jeff Broussard, Jason Rosenbaum. at your convenience. Go ahead and make your way up here to the tower, please. Michael and Tristan very carefully arranging their cars on the starting line. What is it about the 001 red light? Oh. I can't remember. But I know, unfortunately, for some of the dragsters out of Vegas, this round was full of 001 red lights. Greg got hit with it twice. Tristan Craig got hit with it. We're down to our final car in round number 3 of Super Pro, Greg Christensen. The Colorado-based dragster, 475 is the dial. So pro bracket, round number 2. You should be back in the staging lanes, please. Pro bracket, round number 2. You should be back in the staging lanes, please. Nelson Christensen, 476 on a 475 after his 017 early. Well, I believe our pro bracket rolling out of the staging lanes, and I just barely sat down. Oh, I feel like I just barely sat down. But all right, I mean, if we're gonna do it, we'll take care of it. We got pro bracket rolling up here for round number 2. I am gonna be back after pro round number 2 though, because I want to talk about the juniors. So with pro rolling back up in here, Mike Eames is like, man, get out of the way. Move, get out the way. That's what he said to me. He literally said that. Luda. All right, pros rolling into the water box. I'm going to slip out of the way. Junior dragsters, I think we're going to need you making your way into the staging lane. So junior dragsters, come on. Let's get you set up, please. Junior dragsters to the lanes.
Eric Daniels and Dennis Paz. Thank you, Nathan Hershey. Dennis Paz in the El Camino, 685, the number for the El Camino out of Stockton. Eric Daniels. Eric, who was our runner-up in our Silver State Refrigeration Racer Appreciation event. Eric is in a tight spot alongside Dennis Paz. Paz going to get the win. 004, 691. Eric is 46 green and 3 above and no good, as Dennis Paz had covered as Austin Downing and Richard Llewellyn. We had Richard Llewellyn up in the tower earlier. We're like, Richard, what color is exactly your 67 Chevy 2? Is it periwinkle? Is it sky? He's like, nope. Baby blue. Officially baby blue. Austin out of Tempe, Arizona, the 73 Duster. And Richard with the red light. Austin Downing will come back for round number 3. 714 on the 711. Llewellyn was red by 47 as C.W. Hofer and Steve Roars. So again, juniors, all my juniors, head up this way. You guys all know what to do. Juniors, get paired up in your appropriate groups. Head up this way if you would, please. C.W. out of Calamisa. Yeah, group 1, come all the way forward. Group 2, hang out in the middle, and group 3 in the back. Easy peasy lemon squeeze. CW home for Steve Roars. Roars will get the win. CW dropped to be 3 thou behind at the finish line. Steve Roars was 67 green and dead on 5. CW was better at the start by 0.03 of a second and just a little too heavy with the brake pedal. And ended up being 3 thou behind there at the finish line as John Cazzetti and Matt Hawk. John out of Whitewater, Colorado, 634 is the dial. Matt Hawk, the 72 Maverick out of Tucson. Win for Cazzetti in the wagon, 007 green, 2 above. We'll get the job done. Matt Hawk was 52 green and locked out. As Jeff Safranek and Justin Lamb. Safranek, Colt Arms, 65 Mustang, 707 is the dial. Mr. Lamb out of Henderson, Nevada. For Matco Tools, Rad Torque Systems, Silver State Refrigeration. There for Mr. Lamb, 613 displayed on the American walk-in cooler side. And Pro, final call. You should way be in the staging lanes. Lamb gave up a little bit on the starting line. And took a little too much stripe at the finish line. Lamb was 22 green, got to the finish line first by 100th of a second. Breaks out by 5 thou. Jeff Safranek was 005 green and 2 above. As Justin got to the finish line first, but couldn't get woed up enough. Jeff Safranek takes out the 5-time champion, Mr. Justin Lamb, as Ricky Duschel and Tim Arnswald. Duschel, the white on black 69 Camaro out of Palmdale, 635 the dial for Ricky. Tim Arnswald out of Coachella, 772 the number for Tim. Start for Tim Arnswald by 10 thousandths of a second. Ricky Duschel is 20 green and 4 too fast, but it was all over right down there on the Tucson Dragway starting line as Tim Arnswald was red by a dime. He was looking for a dime. Sasha Hofer and David Beckwith. We just saw CW break out. Well, technically, CW got behind and didn't want to be. Sasha out of Calamasa for Silver Platter Racing. That is Sasha Hofer. 758, David Beckwith in the Malibu out of Rancho Cucamonga. Pretty tight on the starting line. Watch the nose drop of that 91 Firebird. And David Beckwith, 752.5 on the 752. Was 14 green, dead on 5 is 19 total, and Sasha was 20 green and just in the way. Chris Stout and Scott Taylor. Stout on the Pocatello, Idaho in the Vega. Taylor, our winner from last night, is done in round number 2. Stout takes out last night's champ. 28 green and 1 above. Will work out. Scott Taylor was a little better on the starting line by just a little bit, 2 thou. And 4 above for Scott Taylor to be on the wrong end of the win light. As Michael Agnew and Tana Taylor. Tana Taylor did an amazing job doing the national anthem for us, like A+. 70 Mustang out of Rigby, Idaho, 677 the dial, alongside Michael Agnew. Agnew had a deep run in the pro category yesterday. Took it down to, I believe, 8 cars before exiting. 615 the dial for Michael. Tana Taylor, 19 green, dial 615, goes 6157 to be 26. When you do the math, Tana Taylor's reaction time was 78 and had no chance. That's Jeff Jones and Jeremy Plyler. Jeff out of Montrose. The Bracket Racing Products, Lucas Oil. Jones Racing Nova, 607, the dial in for Jones. Jeremy Plyler. That orange 72 Nova out of Douglas, Arizona, 591. The dial in for Jeremy. Jeremy came up earlier. I wanted to call it Douglas, Wyoming, and then we were talking about the racetrack up in Douglas, Wyoming with the daily 30-minute operations pause for the daily antelope migration across the big racetrack. Craziest thing I've ever seen. Plyler is green. Jeff Jones is green. Jeff Jones is going to be your victor. Was better by 4th thou on the starting line. Was 47 green. Jeremy Plyler was 51. Goes 608 on the 607. Was ahead by 300 at the finish line. Today and turns her head by 21 thou. A 33 Ford Coupe. Aaron McClammon with a free data acquisition run, 12 green and 2 above, and Chad Reynolds. We just saw what you saw, Nathan. I just wanted to know, have you bought a house in that city yet? I know that you're on Zillow right now looking at property. There's Joe Kidd and Steve Watkins. Joe out of Marana, the S10. Steve Watkins out of Phoenix in the 2000 Corvette is off and away. Here comes Joe Kidd, gonna get the win. 26 green, 644 on the 637. Watkins was not horrible on the starting line, but he was 700 under the dial, and Joe Kidd stuck the nose of the S10 out in front by 9 thou to get the win there in the S10. It's Chuck Hawk and Jordan Hart. Chuck out of Tucson in the Mustang. Jordan Hart, also from Tucson, in the 97 Corvette. 845 is the dial. Almost 2 full seconds going to be your head start. There's a red light start for Jordan Hart. 009 right down there, and then dead on 0. That's 9 total. And Chuck Hawk is like, man, I'll take 9 total the rest of the day. And if somebody can sneak inside of that, I just tip my cap and tell them a hell of a job. It's Wayne Pratt and Kim Zimmerman. Pratt out of Blooming Grove, Texas. 613 is the dial. Pratt Racing small block Chevrolet powered 67. And Kim Zimmerman, Phoenix, Arizona, the T-Bird. 71 model year. 628. 8,000. The difference down here. And the win for Wayne Pratt down there. 615 on the 613. Zimmerman dialed 628. And 108. There on the speed, Zimmerman. Behind by 300 the finish line. It's Wayne Pratt. Will advance. Tim O'More and Daniel Fiello. Tim out of Tucson. 611 is the dial for Tim. Daniel Fiello for Team K&N out of Yucaipa. Which blue Camaro is going to be victorious in round number 2? It's going to be Tim O'More. Daniel Fiello got to the finish line first by 14 thou, breaks out by 14. Daniel Fiello was 28 green. Tim O'More was 17 at the start and won above and forced Daniel Fiello to break out. And Tim O'More get the win. Ken Passerby and Jack Swanson. Swanson in that patinaed out 67 Camaro. 780 is the dial for Swanson. Ken Passerby in the Nova out of Apache Junction. Coming up alongside Jack Swanson and will get the win. Dead on 4. And locking Jack Swanson out. Passerby was 40 on the green light start, dead on 4 to be 44 on the total. Jack Swanson was 48 on the reaction time and just wasting space because he had no chance, as Ken Gorman and Tony Marconi. Tony in the straight from the factory 76 Plymouth Arrow Roadster. Little known fact, the Roadster with the roll cage, factory option. But not overly popular. Ken Gorman in the red eye can now get some shut eye, as Gorman has done for the day. Tony Marconi 21 green, 6 above, and had Ken Gorman covered by a bunch as Gorman gave up 700 on the starting line, and even more than that on the racetrack is Kyle Fritz and Jonathan Fiello. Jonathan, K&N, major part of this K&N Southwest Showdown out of Yucaipa. That red 67 Chevelle 649 is the dial for Jonathan and Kyle Fritz. Torco Fuels Team Firebird 673 the dial for Kyle. Behind by a couple on the starting line, and Jonathan Fiello parlays that advantage to a win as he snugs it up to a 1,000 stripe. 15 green and 1 above is good. Fritz was 36 on the starting line, and the numbers don't lie in Kyle Fritz. Nothing could be done to light up the win light in his side of the racetrack. It was Joe Cox Jr., our bounty winner from round number 1, taking out Scott Taylor, who was last night's winner, and Lucas Oil Friday, the Peoria, Arizona Valiant will get a comeback around as Mike Green turns on that big, ugly, nasty, stinky, putrid, grotesque, heinous red light. And of course, red light dead on 0. And I'm sure Mike Reed, when he grabs that time slip and sees dead on 0, that it's going to be at least $7 in the swear jar. As Joe Cox Jr. will advance as John Schur and Peter Noyen. Schur out of Peoria, Arizona, the Mr. Magoo 2, 69 Valiant, 680 the number, be leaving first. Peter Noyen, Saskatchewan, Canada. The 71 Duster. Schur's reaction time in half. And on a double breakout will get the win. Noyen was 21 green, Schur was 42 at the start. Noyen got down there and broke out by 0.02 of a second. Schur under by 3. Peter Noyen on the right side of a double breakout is Tommy Gaynor and Victor Sandoval. I do believe that Tori Lee and Megan are still on the live feed. Again, Tori, follow doctor's orders, do what you're supposed to do. But most importantly, stop doing your own stunts. Gaynor. For Gaynor's Automotive, the Cobalt 595 is the dial, and Victor Sandoval. The 84 Camaro 561 is Victor's predicted performance, the American walk-in cooler side. It's that right lane. Gaynor bumping in. Victor follows. Red light start for Tommy Gaynor by 0.06 of a second. Sandoval, 562 on the 561, was 22 on the starting line. But Tommy Gaynor is red by 6,003 above. He's going to bow out here in round number 2. It's Paul Orton and Denal Rife. And I'm 91.2% sure that this was the matchup in round number 1. Because do you like your red 76 Vega or do you like your red 76 Camaro? Denal Rife out of Albuquerque, New Mexico on the right side, 698. The dial will be leaving first. Paul Lorton from right over there in Peoria will be in hot pursuit. Lorton releases the hounds and will get the win. 34 green, dead on 9 is good enough. Denal was better on the starting line by 15 fouls. He was 19 on the tree. But then 4 above, Lorton was able to drive around, stick the nose in front, and take the win as Eric Daniels and Luis Valenzuela. Eric out of Chandler in the Vega was runner-up to Peter Biondo in the Silver State Refrigeration Racer Appreciation Thursday event, which concluded yesterday. 713 the dial, Luis Valenzuela 30 on the green light start, and Eric Daniels 001 up front. Set him on a run 713 to go 715 with a 2 to be in front by 400 at the stripe to get the win. Valenzuela was 30 green and already out of the race, as Eric Daniels was 22 total. Mark Kidd and Luis Ortiz. Mark out of Twin Falls, Idaho, the LS powered 67 Chevy 2 615. The dial-in for the Kidd Performance and Dyno Chevy 2, and Luis Ortiz out of Tucson in the Valiant 633. The dial-in for Luis. Kidd is in. Luis is in. Red light start for Mark Kidd by 19 fouls. Luis was 002 green and 634. The numbers. Mark Kidd, after being red by 19, was 500 under going 610. It was Kyle Rizzoli and Ed Niquette. Kyle, the black on white Camaro. 542 the dial-in for Kyle. Ed Niquette, Lake Havasu City. The Cavalier. Super stock configuration for Ed. 1 foul is the difference on the starting line, and Rizzoli drops the nose to be 1 above to get the win. Niquette got to the finish line first by 6 thousandths of a second. And breaks out, gives it over to Kyle Rizzoli, who is 1 above and gets the win. It's Tim Arnswald and Jeffrey Ball. Ball on the junior comp ride out of Phelan, 669 is the dial. Tim Arnswald out of Coachella in the Camaro. I just love listening to the junior comp machine, that 1000cc engine. 1, 2, 3, 4. Running through the gears is going to get the win. Ball, 43 on the green light start, and 2 above is good. Tim Arnswald, 52 green and 4 fast to bow out to the junior comp dragster. Jeffrey Ball's here just having some fun. Going in round number 3 is Sasha Hofer and Jeff Safranek. We saw Sasha bow out in her first entry early in the round. Sasha, 757 is the dial. Be off and away by a full bulb and a little bit of a second. Red light start for Jeff Safranek. Sasha Hofer will get a feeling at 757. We say 754. 754 too for Sasha. Thank you. Jeff Safranek, after being red by 6 thou, was also a little too quick. Breaking all the rules. C.W. Hofer and Colin Poist. Colin in the baby blue 67 Chevy 2 668 is the dial. C.W. Hofer, who lost in 1 entry, is off and away. Red light start for Colin. C.W. will get to the advance, 18 green. And 762.2 being 20 total for CW at 88 miles an hour. There's Jeff Jones and Monty Beagle. That's Jeff Jones for Bracket Racing Products, Lucas Oil, and Jones Racing. 607 is the dial. Monty Beagle, who gave our invocation. High River, Alberta, Canada, 33 Ford Coupe. There for Monty. Beagle is in. Jones is in. Red light start by Monty Beagle in the 33 Ford Coupe by 33 thousandths of a second. Hashtag synergy.
Thank you, Jeff.
Jeff Jones, 113 on the green light start, and 610 will advance. It's Matt Hawk and Tana Taylor. Hawk out of Tucson, Arizona, the Ford Maverick. 825 proudly displayed on the National Auto Collision Center scoreboard. And Tana Taylor, Rigby, Idaho, the 70 Mustang. 675, the dial in for T squared. Red light start for our national anthem. By 47 thou. Matt Hawk, 008 and 826 will end up working out. Tana Taylor, 47 red. But it was all over right down there on the short end. It's Curtis Zinzalita and Scott Taylor. Zinzalita out of Flagstaff. Scott Taylor, red by 3,000. Scott Taylor took 2 entries in round number 2 and takes 0 entries in round number 3. Curtis Zinzalita, 39 green and 3,002 quick, and that's going to wrap up round number 2 in Pro Eliminator. As I see our junior dragsters rolling forward with our junior invitational. With $1,000 to win in each of our categories, $400 to the runner-up, $200 to the semis. As we'll have eliminations both Saturday and Sunday in our junior invitational, brought to you by Lucas Oil. In addition to that, pretty good purse money. They have the awesome trophies Travis Theobald put together, Theobald Motorsports team. As we're looking at them up here in the tower right here next to our announcer perch. There for our junior invitational, brought to you by our friends at Lucas Oil. I hear our first group has fired up. Well, I'm going to slide out of the way, and Nathan Hershey's going to tell you all about the juniors.
All right, so as Mike just talked about, we've got our junior dragsters, group number 1, and in our junior invitational, again, it is $1,000 to win, $400 to the runner-up, $200 in semis. Our number 1 qualifiers each got $100 bonuses, and the Dolzal family actually put a few extra bucks into the pot for essentially kind of like the best overall side-by-side run between our juniors here. Group 1 and Group 2, we'll be kind of looking at those as a combination for that, and Group 3 will have that as well. So as our juniors get ready to stage up, Dave Johnston, best losing package in Super Pro round number 3. Dave Johnston, come on up here to the tower and see Matt Fishley. We've got a gift certificate for Mickey Thompson Tires, brand new set of drive tires for you, Dave. So come on down. Here we go. Gary Bagaki and Allura Sweetman going to be our first two. Allura in the electric pink cage surrounded by the black body panels and the dragster over on the right side. Dialed in at 1390, and Gary dialed in at 1190. A 2-second head start going to Allura as she leaves the line is green. Here comes Gary, and the chase is on. Gary in that Mosier Engineering sponsored car making their way down to the finish line, and it is going to be Allura Sweetman. 1396 on the 1390 dial for Allura. As she was 233 on the tree, Gary had the 218 reaction time, gets to the stripe first by about a tenth of a second and breaks out, goes 1186 on the 1190. So Allura picking up the first win and moving up a rung in the ladder. As we'll move on to Weston Forsyth and Ariana Visuet. Visuet over on the right side. 1196 going to be the dial here. It will be Weston Forsyth out of Lake Elsinore, California, who will get the opportunity to leave the starting line first. For Ariana, sponsored by the folks at Coleman Trucking, as well as Injector Performance and Recovery. That car is lining up on the right side, got the pre-stage bulbs lit. Weston Forsyth rolling in here, and El Toro. That's right, El Toro. There's another one making his way up through the ranks. Red light start for Weston Forsyth. By 27 thousandths of a second, Weston goes red, and Ariana has some concerns with the race car, gets it stopped right at the 60-foot mark. So a 12:44 on a 12:30 for Weston, but it was an 0:27 red light that ended the chase for Weston. And Ariana Visuet, after a 1:15 green light, will be taking the car back into the pit to figure out what exactly it was that may have caused that thing to quit on her. It looks like we had a few things that may not have gone right. So with Ariana Visuet getting the win light and Allura Sweetman getting the nod, we'll move on to our next two. It'll be Rudy Sweetman and Levi Agnew. So the King's Ransom 4 car for Levi Agnew. I know he's at least a second generation. His dad, Mike, stepping out in front of the race car there, was in competition today and was actually a winner a couple of weekends ago out there at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway in his red Chevelle. So Levi with a 12.07 dial for Pro Things Apparel, for Beck Oil, and for Cooper's Propane. Going to be getting a 0.05 of a second head start over Rudy Sweetman, who is dialed in with a 12:02. The Sweetman crew coming all the way in out of Nebraska to be part of this weekend's Junior Invitational here as part of the West Coast Bracket Races series that's happening here in Tucson Dragway. Again, you heard Mike kind of talking about all of the cool things that our juniors are going to get. They are going to get one of those great big custom-built trophies thanks to the Theobald family. They are going to get $1,000 to win, $400 to the runner-up. They're just going to get all kinds of cool stuff. Tree drops, and here we go. Levi Agnew leaving green on the left side. Rudy Sweetman leaving green on the right side. And down to that 660-foot mark, the scoreboard will light up on Levi's side of the racetrack. Levi left with an 0.88 reaction time. Rudy Sweetman Had 67 thousandths of a second advantage with an 021 light, but Rudy ends up running a 12:10. Levi runs 12:08, and that one will definitely be in the running for the best side-by-side run that we see. The margin of victory at the finish line, 16 ten-thousandths of a second. Wow. By 16 ten-thou, Levi Agnew is able to hold on and get the win light. So with Levi Agnew getting the win light, Peyton Black and Caden Kasner So with now Peyton Black and Caden Kasner rolling up here. Kasner over on the right side of the racetrack, dialed in at 1190. And Peyton Black for the Gearhead Solutions ride over on the left side. Peyton dialed in at 1432. Caden dialed in at 1190. Caden Kasner closing in fast. And as we get down to the finish line, the win light will turn on for Caden. Caden goes 1197 on the 1190 dial after an 051 reaction time. For Peyton Black, Peyton ends up putting a 1456 up on the scoreboard for that Trevor and Tambra Hayes Company, Gearhead Solutions. So the win light will belong to Kasner. And we'll go ahead and bring out our next two, which happens to be Riker Rogel and Lucas Hodges. Hodges, the K&N car, out of Yucaipa, California, 1390 the dial on the right side of the racetrack, and Riker from right here in Tucson, dialed in at 1193. Hey racers, with that Super Pro door car, Super Pro door car, moving your way into round number 4. Super Pro door car, round number 4. Let's get you headed back to the staging lanes, please. If we still got any doubles, we'll take you to lanes 3 and 4. Everybody else, come on down and Dale will direct you appropriately. Riker, 1218 on an 1193. Lucas, 1407 on a 1390. Lucas was 149 on the tree. Riker was 071, and that one comes down to a 26 thou margin of victory, advantage and win to Riker. So it's going to be Kasner, Caden versus Roel Riker. It'll be Visuet versus Allura Sweetman, and Levi Agnew will get this young gentleman right here, Cash Pennington. So for those of you that are going, oh, wow, another Bogaki is coming out of the junior ranks, and you still got a few years. But yeah, there's another one in training. There's also another Pennington in training. Cash, who is making his racing debut, actually has been down the racetrack a few times on some test runs, but this is his first weekend of actual competition. Ended up as our number 1 qualifier, gets the bye run here in round number 1. And Cash, on an 1190 dial, leaves with an 081 reaction time. And then runs 1195 on the 1190. So you got Pennington and Agnew, Kasner and Rogel, Visuet and Sweetman that have all advanced out of our Group 1 junior category. And talking about kind of that best side-by-side run, I don't know, a 16-10 thou margin of victory may definitely be in the running for that. And I'm kind of asking, as you know, Mike Eames and a few others, just kind of watch out there. May not come down just a best overall margin of victory, but Let's kind of see how these things shake out. We are into our 10 to 12-year-old category. 6 cars in the show here with Blaine D'Annunzio and Aiden Town kicking things off. Aiden in what is just a gorgeous little Boss-built race car over on the right side of the track, dialed in at 938. Blaine D'Annunzio, another one of those Mike Boss-built cars, dialed in at 9 flat. Red light start for Blaine D'Annunzio. Missing the tree by just 0.07 of a second. Aiden Town, 64 green, and 9.000 goes up on the scoreboard for Aiden. So Aiden punches his ticket into round number 2, gets one step closer to picking up that money. In the junior category is Parker Schroeder and Mallory Dozel. Again, thank you so much to the Dozel crew. They stepped up and said, you know, we're going to throw a little extra cash in there for the juniors. Why not? Again, looking for kind of that closest, or essentially like best matchup, best side-by-side run in our groups 1 and 2 categories, and then best side-by-side run in our group 3 category as Mallory's dialed in at 892, and the Queen Creek, Arizona-based car going up against Parker Schroeder here on the left side. Parker is dialed in at 905. Hey, we need the parents for junior car number 231 to your car, please. If you are the parents for junior car 231, we need you to the car, please. 731, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. We got it covered. I was like, 231? I thought that's what Matt said. I heard him wrong. I heard him wrong. I'll take the blame on that one, even though that's not what he said. I know, everybody's telling me it wasn't my fault, but I'm going to go ahead and take the blame for you, Matt. I'm going to take the blame for you, Matt. I will. I'll take the blame for you. I will. I'll take one for the team. 9:05.1 on a 9:05. Parker Schroeder, after a 1:07 reaction time, going to get the win light there. Mallory Dolezal beat him to the finish line, but breaks out in the effort. 8:85 on the 8:92. Miss Mallory out here in round number 1, unfortunately, but Schroeder dead on the dial. Put a 1 in the little number column to get the win light is now Logan Sweetman and Parker Williams. Parker 908 the dial over on the right side of the racetrack, and Logan Sweetman 8.90 seconds the dial on his side. And then once again, Super Pro door cars. Super Pro door cars. Let's get you headed back into the staging lanes for what is going to be round number 4. Super Pro door cars, round number 4. Need you back to the lanes, please. Decent little sprint reaction time at this end of the racetrack. Parker Williams had the better bulb and is going to go 9:041 on a 9:08 double breakout. Parker was 50 on the tree, gets the win light by getting there first, 73 thousandths of a second. Logan Sweetman had a 148 light, and he goes 883 on the 890, so it's going to be Parker Williams, Parker Schroeder, and Aiden Town moving on in group number 2. That's going to get us into our biggest and oldest group, Group 3. So as we move into group number 3, our 13 to 17-year-old category, we have got Devin Everson with a 793 dial rolling up on the right side of the racetrack, and Ty Gaynor with the 806 dial. It may sound like half as loud out there right now because it's half as loud out there right now. Devin with the traditional alcohol-powered motor on the back of the car, dialed 793. Ty Gaynor with the electric dragster. And it's not quite like the electric slide or the electric boogaloo, but it's the electric junior. And with an 806 number showing up on the bottom side of the National Auto Collision scoreboard, we'll see what Ty Gaynor, like the Division 6 champion up there for his age group, can do against Devin Everson. Both the drivers had an 0:21 reaction time. Ty Gaynor was 21 green. Devin Everson was 21 red. And Ty Gaynor will move to round number 2 in what essentially is like the ninja version of like junior dragsters. And that thing, we call it like silent death. It'll just sneak up on you like the whispering wind. But that is a cool little car. So Ty Gaynor gets the win light there as Garrett Agnew and Jacob Collins will be our next two here in this category. Once again, Super Pro door car for round number 4. Super Pro door car, round number 4, final call. We're all starting to like mix up our words up here. So final call, Super Pro door car, round number 4. And Super Pro dragsters, go ahead and start heading this way. So Super Pro dragster, round number 4, go ahead and start heading this way. Super Pro door cars, you should already be there. Collins, dialed 790. Garrett Agnew, dialed 792, and the win light's going to belong to Jacob Collins. He was 33 green to Garrett Agnew's 025 red. Leaving a little bit early and running 793 on a 792. Agnew not quite going to get out of the round, but Jacob Collins goes 787 on a 790. He was green by 33 thousandths of a second. And we'll move his name into round number 2 of our Group 3 Junior Invitational. Here's Dylan Hegwood and Sarah Kidd. Sarah's wearing those KD stickers on the side of the car, and we kind of talk about how cool it is to see the juniors as they move up out of the Little League ranks, what they do after the fact, whether they jump into a big car, whether they kind of find some other way to stay involved in racing, and that is exactly what like Kyoki Desai did. KJ, he and his father, when Kyoki graduated, or KJ graduated out of these little cars, started their own little enterprise and essentially have garnered quite a successful customer base as far as offering consultation services for the junior dragsters. So Dylan, left side out of Tustin, California with a 790 dial, Sarah with a 795 dial, and one of them was 001 on the starting line. Dylan Hegwood, 001 on the tree, goes 794 on a 790 and moves to round number 2. Sarah Kidd was 049 on the tree, 38 thou above the dial, and couldn't quite get around the monster in Dylan Hegwood with that 001 reaction time. Wow. So with the 001 light, Dylan parlays that to be 4 above and get the win light. That's going to bring out Caitlin Torres out of Chino, California, and Bodie Peralta out of Belgrade, Montana. Both drivers, both cars, dialed in at 790. This will put us about halfway through our 13 to 17-year-old age group. And that means that our Super Pro door cars, round number 4, should be back in the staging lanes, and Super Pro dragsters, round number 4, you should also be headed back into the staging lanes. So Super Pro dragsters and Super Pro door cars, round 4, come on. Caitlin Torres trying to get it done against Bodie Peralta. Finish line says Caitlin will do it. 793 on the 790, taking a 5-thou stripe down at the finish line. Bodie Peralta had a 144 line, run 785 on the 790, trying to catch her, but with that 56 ten-thousandths of a second margin at the stripe, it's Caitlin Torres. Who will light up the scoreboard and move on. Here's Dorothy Fleetwood and Jacelyn Gonzaga. Jacelyn running for Team Hoosier. K&N and Lucas Oil going to get the win light this time. Dorothy Fleetwood in that Boner Scrapers custom sponsored car, red by 47 thousandths of a second. And a 791 on a 794 will work out for Gonzaga. So a green light start for Jacelyn versus the red light start for Dorothy Fleetwood. And we'll bring out Connor Murphy from right here in Tucson, going up against Jake Hodges in the K&N car out of Yucaipa. Connor's 790 dial, Jake's 790 dial. And Connor, we're talking about, wants to give that special thanks to Grandma and Grandpa. And we're talking about earlier, some people, call him Nana, Papa. Some people call him, G. There's all kinds of different names for it. Just a little while ago, George Hoff gave me the whole thing, like Meemaw? Not sure what it is. On the 790s, it's going to be a 795 to beat a 796. Connor Murphy, 77 green, taking a 45 thou stripe. Gets the win light in that pair. Jake Hodges had a 113 reaction time. Goes 796 on the 790. And it's going to be Murphy moving on. So it's been Jake Collins and Connor Murphy, Ty Gaynor, and Jacelyn Gonzaga, Dylan Hegwood, and Caitlin Torres all moving on so far. So it looks like it's going to be our final pair of junior dragsters rolling up here to fill in that last spot. We're going to go ahead and put out a final call for our Super Pro door cars. Final call, Super Pro door cars. And once again, Super Pro dragsters need you into the staging lanes for round number 4. Super Pro door cars, Super Pro dragsters, final call, round number 4. At least for the dragsters it is. Luke Macaviga, 806 on a 799, no good. Carly Ball, 810 on the 808. After his 066 on the tree. So Carly, she will come back to take on what looks to be Dylan Hegwood. So with round number 1 of the junior dragsters in the books for all 3 of our categories, again, just a reminder that they do have a little raffle that's going to be taking place just before we run the shootout. If you haven't yet got your tickets for that raffle, find them, because all of the proceeds go to help out the Tucson Dragway Junior Dragster program as they're going to be traveling up to Bandimere, up there to Denver, for the Western Conference Finals. Again, they've got a bouquet of lottery scratcher tickets where they spent $200 on scratcher tickets. It is $10 a ticket to enter the raffle. And if you win the raffle, you get that $200 worth of lottery scratchers, and who knows what you could end up with. So help out that junior dragster program. Again, find Bob Darling, who's been out there in the pit area riding around on the golf cart. Make sure that we support him. I think we're just about caught up with all of our round and prize winners, except I believe they said Sasha Hofer most recently added her name to the list of winners. And again, with Super Pro Door Car back in the staging lanes, or at least you should be, Super Pro Dragster, we need you back into the staging lanes as well, please, as we are putting a quick little touch-up on the racetrack before we get into round number 4 for Super Pro. Round number 3 of Pro will be coming up here in just a little while, so if you are in the game still in Pro, make sure that you have got that car ready to go. Again, it is a Hughes Performance Saturday, $15,000 on the line in Super Pro, $5,000 on the line in Pro, and later on in the day, $50,000 on the line in that Kidd Performance and Dyno Shootout. If you have not yet signed up for the shootout, there is still time to do that. Now, one of the things to keep in mind is, talking with Chris, he had stopped up here in the tower a little while ago, and for the 50,000 shootout, if you are in that and have been parked for a little while and feel that you really need a time run prior to that $50,000 shootout, come up here and talk to us, and we'll figure out a way to help you out with that. If you're one of the cars that maybe has been, off track for a little while today, maybe earlier in the day things didn't go right for you, you feel like you've been sitting around for a little bit too long, just come on up here and talk to us. We'll help you get squared away and get you hit out there. And again, remember, racers, this is kind of an all-cash game, right? So we are taking cash entries in the trailer, which means that that's exactly what's going to go back out. So it's an all-cash game, and you guys can kind of figure that out, figure out how that works. But that... let's just say that works to your advantage with it being an all-cash game. So again, it is cash in, cash out. Somebody is going to go home with a great big stack of bills in their hand when the night is over. Actually, I'll say several folks are going to go home with a great big stack of bills in their hand before the night is over. Hey, we're going to go ahead and put out a special call. Greg Christensen, Super Pro is about to run, specifically Super Pro Door Car, and Munson is feeling like you don't like him anymore. But even if you actually don't like him anymore, which there's probably plenty of reasons not to, but whatever the case may be, we want to make sure that you're in the lanes. Anybody. He's trying to get back in your good graces for whatever it was that he did that landed you guys in jail however long ago it was, but whatever that was. Was it Thursday night? All right. And with that, because it is going to be a high-profile trial, they've asked us not to speak about the details, but if you are a Super Pro Door Car and are still in competition and are not in the staging lanes right now, you're in the wrong place. Because all of our Super Pro Door Cars for round number 4 should be in the staging lanes. Super Pro Dragster, same thing. If you have a Super Pro Dragster coming back for round number 4 and are not in the staging lanes, you too are in the wrong place. So you're in the wrong place at the wrong time. And as our parents have always taught us, if you end up in the wrong place at the wrong time, things could go very bad. We don't want that to happen. We want you to be in the right place, which is the staging lanes, and the right time is now. So if you join us down there, that would be great. Again, thank you very much. And although I gave it my best shot to try and rename Bang Shift earlier today, Chad, I want to thank you for being up there, swinging the camera back and forth, keeping all of the folks in the chat bleachers entertained. I know we've got about 413 folks, I believe, that are joining along with us right now, at least in the chat bleacher side. I just want to find out, because I can't really refresh the screen up here, so how many likes are we up to now? If you are watching along in the chat bleachers and have not yet hit the like button, I mean, if there's 400 plus people watching online and we're still sub 200 likes, that's no good. No bueno. And no bueno.
Yeah. Are you always billing them out in the tower?
Am I always what?
Billing them out?
On what?
Anything? Screw up announcing.
Oh, yeah. We're always going back and forth on text messages. Yeah, it always makes me mad.
All right, this is going to be an absolute final call. We are going to start sending our Super Pro door cars up here to the water box. So again, if
You know, and I've never been in Texas either. I've been Albuquerque, here, Vegas.
we are just like ready to roll,
I went to
and I believe they are
20 when this shit hit. I saw several, they had a racing so I could show people in stone.
wanting to make sure that we've got absolutely everybody back there.
Oh, no. So I did the race, which is good. I never
Sounds like we believe we have everybody back there. We hope we have everybody back there because we don't want to leave anybody behind.
Yeah, no, you're that close, you know? Yeah.
And then we'll go from there. So Super Pro door car round number 4 is rolling up now. I know, George, you're waiting for it. Super Pro dragster will be right behind them. Then we'll get into Pro round number 3. I believe at that point we'll probably get back into it with our dragsters. Again, just a reminder for those of you that are still maybe considering whether or not you are going to jump into the Kidd Performance and Dyno $50,000 to win shootout that's going to be happening here tonight.
They got shit going on there. Oh,
Cash in,
and when I watched them, that shit,
cash out.
they're in Kansas. I went, motherfucker.
That's the term that's always said. If you ain't in, you can't win.
Right? You know, I mean, goddamn, I said, man, racing is going on. Here, I think,
Well, that
right here.
is exactly what it is. Cash in,
Pro mods and all that
cash
God, yeah.
out.
I see you. All right.
And it could be cash directly to your hand. George Hoff, I'm going to say that is, that's like a really nice thing to say, but it's like far, far, far from the truth. I am just somebody that happens to enjoy picking up a microphone and just happens to enjoy racing, but that whole thing that you're saying there, no way. There are some folks out there that are 100, 1,000, 100,000 times better that pick up the microphone. I mean, I appreciate it. It's great, but thank you. But I know my place. I'm just a guy that gets to get out of the regular office every once in a while and have a little bit of fun out here at the racetrack while we watch some cars make their way down the drag strip. And so I appreciate that. But we do need more likes. So anybody who's like on property here as well, if you have been listening to the live feed, make sure you hit that like button. Because really what that does is that helps out with bank shift. I mean, the more likes they get, the better they get rated, and we certainly want to make sure that regardless of, you know, which group it is that's out here streaming the races from whatever part of the country, that's one of those things that we want to make sure that we support them just the same that they're out here supporting us. I mean, it is not an easy job. You think about the way that the weather's been over the last couple of days. Chad's been out there like braving the whole thing. I still, to this day, do not understand why Chad has not invested in a pair of pants or closed-toed shoes. I don't think that those exist in his wardrobe. And Chad, by the way, speaking of, you know, kind of going back to interesting city names that we talked about, you know, places like Toadsuck, Arkansas, and Lizard Lick, North Carolina. There's a place in South Carolina that has become the new #1, but unfortunately I do not believe that it's something we could really talk about over the PA here. But I'll just say that it is an unincorporated portion of Pelham County. And if you would like to go Google that, as a matter of fact, let's just do that for fun real quick. We got Super Pro door car rolling up here. I've still got a couple of hats to give away. And the first 2 people. So again, we've been talking about like most interesting city names. Anyway, let me finish my thought with Chad here. Chad, if you ever want to go to Switzerland to visit that other town, you're probably going to need to invest in warmer clothes because Switzerland gets cold. But yeah, there's a city in Switzerland that I think we're all going to be booking tickets to go there. As Super Pro Door Car rolls out here, again, what I was going to talk about, the first 2 people, there is a city in Pelham County, South Carolina, that I think would take over the new top spot. It is a small little unincorporated place in Pelham County. And if you can figure out the name of that town, come up here and tell me what it is. We're going to give you a prize. So with Dustin Wirtz and Steve Rears as our first pair, we are off the way. Steve dialed in at 653. Dustin dialed in at 526, and the win light will belong to Steve by a margin of 1/10,000th of a second. Steve Rears was 13 green, goes 655 on a 653, so 13 and 22 thou above the dial. Gets around Dustin Wirtz, who was 007 and 28 thou above the dial. True margin at the stripe, .0001. Win light going to Steve Rears as Rodney Steiner and Chris Johnston roll up here. Johnston in the Silver Bullet Camaro out of Keyport, Washington. Dialed in at 623, Rodney Snyder coming in at Grand Junction, Colorado. The Scotty Muffler Racing car, dialed 513. 9,000 to the second. I'm telling you, Rodney Snyder, that car's starting to huff and puff a little bit. He goes 515 on a 513. And how about back-to-back margins of victories less than a thou? The previous race was 1/10,000th of a second. This one comes down to 8/10,000ths of a second. Chris Johnson, 20 on the tree, and 624 on a 623 for the Camaro out of Washington. Rodney Snyder was 11 green and 200 above the dial. Oh. It's about the time yesterday where it got like really vicious and nasty as well. Everybody's like, all right, game on. So our first 2 pair in Super Pro Door Car, round number 4, start off with margins of victory less than 1,000th of a second. Greg Christensen now and Nick Downing. Downing in the Arrow, Christensen in the Vega. 721 the down for Downing, 588 the down for Christensen, and a win light going to Greg Christensen. 12 in the tree, dead on 9. No Bobby Graham. No Bobby Graham. It does not start with that. As Nick Downing runs 721, he's dead on 3, was 37,000ths of a second behind the green light. Greg Christensen, 12 on the bulb and goes 588. Wayne Pratt now and Tom Carlson. On the tree and goes 613 on the 612, taking a 16th thou stripe. Tom Carlson 40 on the tree and goes 594 on the 596, trying to play catch up. So Wayne Pratt moves his Camaro on. Now Don Toya and Gary Roost. Toya separated by a thou at this end of the racetrack, and Gary's going to get the win light running dead on 3. 20 on the tree, and then gets there first by 18 thousandths of a second. Don Toya was 19 green and goes 524 on the 522. right, so we had a couple of folks come up here, take a swing at it, and they got close. They got close. But I've got one more opportunity. If you can figure out what the name of the town is in Pelham County, South Carolina. Again, it's not something that I would mention over the PA. Chad knows what it is, but it has taken over the number one spot on my list. It outranks now Toadsuck, Arkansas, and Lizard Lick, North Carolina. There's actually a few of them down there in South Carolina, but that's the one that took over the top spot. So Super Pro door cars have wrapped up here, round number 4. And I'm going to find out exactly where we stand on likes here real quick, because we've got a quick minute. There we go. That's getting better. Up to 216 likes. Down there on the Bang Shift live feed. And I'm seeing about 436 people listening along. So Super Pro, what are you getting into? Oh, that's right. That's right. We've still got another door car rolling up here because we still got some double innards. Yep. Dustin Wirtz is one of them. And Chris Johnston is one of them. So here is Scott Taylor, who last night in the pro category, Mike Eames, you look confused. And Chris Johnson, the Camaro out of Washington, 623 the dial for Chris. I got a sneaky suspicion that, like, you know, these two may have lined up against each other somewhere, someday, sometime, because, you know, they're both racing kind of out of the Division 6 ranks. So Taylor with that 683, Johnson with a 623, 2,000 difference between the two in reaction time. And we get down to the stripe, and it's going to be 683 on a 683. 15 green, and grab the brakes to go dead on 6. So Chris Johnson, 625 on a 623 after an 017 at reaction time. And we have got a whole bunch of fun. Mike, what are you listening to?
Song that I think of when
We got to be careful not to let the sound go out over the PA, because, oh my goodness, I am now I'm now unsure what to think. Mike Eames, you have a way of making me unsure of what to think on multiple occasions. Oh, goodness. All right, so with that, we are actually going to swap spots. We're into our transition pair, which is kind of appropriate given what Mike Eames was kind of playing to me just a moment ago. We've got Scott Taylor, we got Dustin Wirtz and Bruce Briscoe. Mike Eames going to take over on the microphone, and I'm going to slide out of the way for a minute.
Hey, if you're not having fun out of town, you could be doing it wrong. Dustin Wirtz and Bruce Briscoe. Dustin out of Napa, 63 Corvette Roadster. 527 is the dial for Dustin. Bruce Briscoe and the Dragster 5-2-6 is where it basically heads up. On the starting line from the Corvette. Hold off the Dragster. Yes. 10 green, dead on 8 for Dusty Buckets. Bruce Briscoe was 17 green, 1 above, and 16 thou shy. It's Cooper Chun and Mike Quinteri, as I need Pro Eliminator. Pro Eliminator, round number 3, get you in the lanes, please. Pro Eliminator, round number 3, let's get you up in the lanes, pretty please. There should be, I think, 31 if I'm not mistaken. .31 Pro, hey. File that under Blind Squirrel Finds Occasional Acorn. So Mike Quinteri coming down from Anchorage, Alaska. And Cooper Chun, who is still double-entered. Out of Vancouver, Washington, 539 the dial for Cooper. Has a bunch in his pocket on the starting line and goes 542 to get the win. 007 for Cooper. And 542 on the 539 is good enough. Mike Quinteri was 36 on the starting line. And needed to be dead 1. And was not. It was Michael Bennington and Jason Rosenbaum. Rosenbaum, who took home that Specialty Fasteners bounty for taking out our last night winner, Ryan Harem. Rosenbaum, the law enforcement officer in Victorville, California. 488 is the dial for Jason. Michael Pennington. For those racing Penningtons out of Texas, 473 is the dial in there for Michael. Is all the difference on the starting line. Michael Pennington will get it done. Jason Rosenbaum got to the finish line first by 26 thou. He dialed 488. He stops the clocks in 4.877 seconds, breaks out by 3. Michael Pennington, 11 green, sent Rosenbaum through, made the right decision as Mark Campbell and Jim Calloway. Mark Campbell. Olympia, Washington, the Mullis prepared machine, 469 the dial. Jim Calloway out of Artesia, New Mexico. 540 the number there for Jim. Is going to get the win on a breakout. Jim Calloway was 001 on the starting line, got to the finish line 37 thou in front of Mark Campbell and breaks it out 7 thou. Mark Campbell, 25 green, dead on 6, and made all the right moves to turn on the win light. As Mark Kidd and Jim Glenn, here's a great matchup of a couple of prime-time Division 6 players. Mark Kidd for Kidd Performance and Dyno. 467 the number. Jim Glenn out of Washington is your Supercom champion at the season opening Winter Nationals. Jim will get the head start, 479. Mark Kidd, 467 is the prediction as both drivers are pre-stage. Kidd bumps in. Down there at the finish line, Kidd does. 469 on the 467 with 17 green. Jim Glenn was 34 on the green light start. Got down there and sent Mark through, hoping he was going to break out. Kidd ended up on the right side of the number to get the win. Back in for round number 5 is Brandon Lynch and Riley Learcamp. Brandon out of Roy, Utah. 492 is the dial for Discount Tire. Mikhail and Ben and Maddie, I'm sure watching that Bank Chef live feed. And Riley Learcamp out of Olympia, Washington. 468 is the dial. The young man out of Olympia, Washington. Completely locks Brandon Lynch out. 008 dead on 7 is 15 on the total. Brandon Lynch 17 green and 1 above. I'll bow out here in round number 4 as Riley Learcamp locks out Brandon Lynch as Bree Herman and Daryl Contreras. Daryl in the Little Land Shark. 503 is the dial. Bree Herman, 457. The number. Car out of Pueblo West, Colorado. One driver is perfect. And one driver is 4 total. Daryl Contreras in the Itty Bitty Land Shark just took a massive bite out of Bree Herman. 0-0. Perfect on the starting line. 3 zeros for Daryl Contreras. And 5034 on the 503. That makes 4 total. And Bree is 22 green, dead on 6, and just got smushed. Marco Paravaleris. And Mike Zimmerman. Marco out of Petaluma. 457 is the dial for Marco. Mike Zimmerman, 495. For Zimmy, the Yancer Dragster. We are away. Marco left side, Zimmerman right side. Marco, 13 green, takes 2 thou to get the win. 459 on the 457. Zimmerman was 15 green, 2 above, and 2 behind at the finish line. He'll bow out in round number 4 is Peeps Pennington and Jeff Taylor. This is a pretty good matchup right here. Peeps out of Three Rivers, Texas, 473 the dial. Jeff Taylor, 474 the number. Almost heads up. Just 1 HUD separating them on the dial. It's Pro Eliminator. Should all be in the lanes. Pro Eliminator round 3 should all be in the lanes. Is perfect and a winner. 474 on the 473. Jeff Taylor was 12 green and it was already over. Peeps 11 total as the 000s are making a comeback. We had like 4 or 5 in a row that were trip zip and lost, but now we're making a comeback as Peeps is perfect, an 11 total, and locking out Jeff Taylor, who was 12 green and 1 above and just wasting space. Dean Bush and Zach Mazier. We still need to get to the end of the Zach Mazier mystery. Dean out of Las Vegas, Nevada, 480 the number. Mullis Prepared Dragster. Zach out of Boise, Idaho. For Team Lucas Oil, Team Mazier. True start win, going to go over to Zach Mazier. Zach left first and was out in front of green by 1/1000th of a second. Dean Bush left second and was red by 0.03 of a second. Zach Mazier, the lesser of the offenders. And Zach Mazier will advance as it's a regular old Division 7 Super Comp matchup. Thomas Bear and Val Torres Sr. Bear out of Cherry Valley, California. 497 is the dial. Val Sr. out of Valinda for Val Torres Racing and Val Torres Construction. 476 the dial for the young man who finished number 7 in the world. Super Comp in 2011. Thomas Bear for Lucas Oil and that Tom Bear School of Drag Racing. It's a pretty good one right here. Both drivers are late. Val was later, and Thomas Bear pays it off. 25 on the tree, one above. As Bear got down there and tightened it up to 7th out the stripe, Val was 46 on the green light. And dead 0. And is done. In round number 4, Greg Christensen and Tanner Theobald. Greg out of Strasburg, Colorado, 477 is the dial-in. Tanner Theobald out of St. George, Utah, that brand new Miller dragster. 486 the dial for Tanner. Part of that Theobald Motorsports Racing empire. They do have enough cars to be an empire, right? Think so. So Tanner right side, Christensen left side, a red light start for Greg Christensen. Excuse me, it's Parker. As Greg Christensen is red by 7th out. Parker is 27 green and dead 2. After Christensen was red by 7th out, was also 6th out too quick. So Pro Eliminator round number 3, you should all be in the staging lanes at this time, please. All my junior competitors, you guys are on deck. Juniors, you're on deck. So Pro Eliminator round number 3 should be getting in their cars and moving forward. My junior competitors, you guys are on deck and will follow this round of Pro Eliminator. As a matter of fact, you again, our juniors, if you would like, you could start headed up this way. Make sure you separate into groups if you would, please. Group 1, Group 2, Group 3. Group 1 first, Group 2 second, Group 3 third. As we're down to 6 juniors in group number 1. Three in group number 2. And 7 in group number 3, excuse me. So again, if we can get our juniors heading this way as well. So the order of operation here in the next little bit. Round number 3 in Pro. Then move over into the juniors. And right back around into Super Pro.
Doing anything.
Going down.
Yeah, exactly. My personal elevator. Thank you, my dear.
You're welcome, sweetheart.
Are you doing all right?
Yeah.
Good.
I like this one.
Me too.
It's the perfect one for me to start with.
Yep. Yes. Very. Bye.
So while it is a little bit quiet, entries for tonight's 50 grand Kidd Performance Dyno Shootout are still 100% available. In the past, we have taken 128 entries that you had to sign up for, all that fun stuff. That was kind of traditionally the format until there were a lot of complaints about, oh, I didn't get drawn out and et cetera, so Chris Forsyth took the limit off of that. Said, I'll run every single person who wants to be in the deal. Well, now's the time to get over there and support this race. I would wait if you're still in competition. Don't wait until you get knocked out. Come on over and let's get signed up, get that out of the way. We're going to have $50,000 in cash up for grabs tonight. So if you are planning on running the Kidd Performance and Dyno $50,000 shootout, let's get over to the West Coast Bracket Races trailer. Get that baby knocked out. Get your entry taken care of, and then focus on the remainder eliminations today. So I believe we have we do have, my apologies, there's still one pair and a single left in Super Pro, as we do have some double entry cars and they made their first run and had to loop back around. So we still have, I believe, one pair and a single before Super Pro round number 4 is concluded, and then we'll move right into Pro Eliminator round number 3 and then the juniors. And then right back around into Super Pro. Again, I believe all my Pro Eliminator cars are in the lanes. We just have one pair and a single left to wrap up round number 4 in Super Pro. But once again, everybody that's on property, Kidd Performance and Dyno, $50,000 is going home with somebody tonight. All right, so Chris Forsyth just radioed up. If you're kind of contemplating if you're going to get in or not, there will, and I repeat, there will be an opportunity. Those of you that were knocked out earlier today and you want a shot at the racetrack, we will open it up and give everybody who is entered into the Kidd Performance Dyno $50,000 shootout, if you've been knocked out of competition, we will give you a time run following the next round of Super Pro. So once again, everybody that is entered in the Kidd Performance and Dyno $50,000 shootout, if you have been knocked out of competition earlier today on Hughes Performance Saturday, we will open up the staging lanes and give you a shot at the racetrack. That is Michael Pennington. And that is Cooper Chun. Cooper out of Vancouver, Washington. They're in the tippy top of Division 6. 540 is the dial in there for Cooper. 474 for Michael Pennington. That Pennington family So I believe the Penningtons are pushing a couple of cars forward into round number next. Both drivers carefully approaching the starting line. Pennington just slams the door on Cooper Chun right in his grill. 004 green, dead on 9 is 13 total. Cooper Chun is 18 green, dead on 7. And now I believe just gets to focus on one single entry. Michael Pennington, 13 total. Takes out Cooper Chun as Dwayne Ringeth. Again, juniors, all my juniors, get you all the way up in the front of the lanes if you would please. Juniors all the way up in the front of the lane is Dwayne Ringeth. Out of Alberta, Canada, TNT Motorsports, and that Classics Bracket Series we've been talking about all week. And Dwayne Ringeth is like, hey, I'll like to take that in the next round of eliminations. 15 green, dead 1 is 16 total. There for Dwayne Ringeth. And I don't have the for sure number, but I know we now have less than 40 cars in Super Pro. It's 30 something. It's more than 32, but less than 40. As we move into Pro Eliminator round number 3, Jeff Jones and Jonathan Fiel will start us off. Jeff out of Montrose, 608 the dial, and Jonathan Fiello, 646 out of Yucaipa, that red 67 Chevelle. For K&N, can't thank Jonathan enough for everything he does supporting the K&N Southwest Showdown. Fiello out in front, gonna get the win, 650. On the 646 was 23 green, and Jeff Jones was a long way from 23 green. It was a $190 on the green light start and goes 607, and was still behind by a tenth as Austin Downing and Dennis Paz. Austin out of Tempe, Arizona, 713 the dial. And Downing family that has had so much success in this part of the world. Here in drag racing, 713 for Austin. Dennis Paz, 686 for the El Camino out of Stockton. Dennis, who also had the birthday boy, Jeff LaSalle, wheeling this hot rod earlier. Dennis and Austin. Dennis gets to the finish line first by 49 thou, breaks out by 2 stinking thou. Austin Downing, 12 green and 4 above, and will get the win to take out the El Camino of Dennis Paz. CW Hofer and Tony Marconi. This is a real good one right here. CW out of Calamasa, 764 the dial for the Silver Platter Racing 87 Firebird, and Tony Marconi, Plymouth Arrow Roadster out of Surprise, Arizona. 589 the dial. You know, when we were going through all the city names, we never brought up Surprise. Didn't even make is surprised by the red light on the bottom of the Christmas tree. Sees 006 on the red light start. CW is 12 green and quick by 5, which is right where CW wants to be, is Ricky Duschel and Steve Rorsch. Ricky out of Palmdale, California. 630 is the dial. That white on black 69. And Steve Rorsch, the 82 model Camaro out of Wisconsin. 654 the dial in for Steve. About a half a bulb will be the head start for Rorsch, as Ricky is bumped in. 656 all over the place, and the win light for Steve Roars. 656 on the 654. Roars was 24 green and 2 above, and his 13th thou ahead at the finish line to be good. Ricky Dusha was 26 green, grabbed a little bit too much of the break. It was 3 over and a wee bit shy. Sasha Hofer and Ken Passerby. Sasha just saw hubby CW light the lamp. Sasha, the white 91 Firebird, 760 is the dial. Ken Passerby, Apache Junction, Arizona. The 70 Nova trying to run down Sasha. Sasha looking over to the right. See that nose dump down? And Passerby gets around Sasha Hofer, 47 green, 719-1 on the 719. We'll get it done. Sasha got on the brakes a little too hard, and it's 11 green and 6 above, but unfortunately was 24th thou behind at the finish line. There's Joe Kidd and Peter Noyen. Joe out of Marana, Arizona, 636 is the dial. Peter out of Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta, Canada. The yellow 71 Duster. 668, the predicted performance for Peter. Joe Kidd is going to get the win. 34 green, 2 above is good. Peter Noyen, a little bit better on the starting line, but got down there and nommed on the finish line. Broke out by 0.02 of a second, was in front by 4 at the finish line. Matt Hawk and Wayne Pratt. Matt out of Tucson, Arizona, the 72 Ford Maverick, 825 the dial in for Matt. Wayne Pratt, 612 the prediction for the 67 Camaro. Red light start for Wayne Pratt. Sent Matt Hawk in around number 4 here on Hughes Performance Saturday and Pro Eliminator, 827 at 80 miles an hour. Wayne Pratt was red by 10 thou and then 2 quick. Aaron McClellan, Victor Sandoval. Aaron in the El Camino, 647 the number, be leaving first. Victor, Tucson, Arizona, 84 Camaro, 561 the predicted performance. Sandoval, 12 green, down 561, goes 565 to show some electricity over on the American walk-in cooler side. Aaron McClellan, 006 green and 7 above is no good. Chuck Hawk and Luis Ortiz. Chuck out of Tucson, Arizona, the 89 Mustang, 664 is the dial. Luis Ortiz, 68 Valiant, 633 the dial. So Luis going to be last to stage. Chuck Hogg patiently waiting, tree, and away. Luis Ortiz, Chuck Hogg, 22 green, and 667.0 will get the win. Luis Ortiz got to the finish line first by 52 thou, breaks out 30. It's Tim O'More and David Beckwith. Tim O'More, the blue Camaro out of Tucson, 611. David Beckwith, 752 the dial, so almost a full tree. Going to be the head start for David Beckwith in that red 79 Malibu. out of Rancho Cucamonga. Red light start for David Beckwith. Tim O'More, 6'10" with a 9, after being 39 right off the bat. And after David Beckwith was red by 5 thou, he was under by 2 hun. It was John Cazzetti and Jeff Safranek. John Cazzetti and Jeff Safranek. Safranek is red by 5 thou. John Cazzetti is going to get the win. 41 green and 1 above, but it was all over right down there. As Safranek in that Colt of Arms Mustang, red by 5 thou, is Joe Cox Jr. and Kyle Rizzoli. Joe out of Peoria, Arizona, 66 Plymouth Valiant, 717 for Joe Cox Jr. and Kyle Rizzoli. The black on white Camaro, 640, the dial-in for Rizzoli. Kyle right side, Joe left side. That nose drop down for Rizzoli, 003 green and 642. Is good enough. Joe Cox Jr. got to the finish line first by 7 thou, broke out 5 thousandths of a second. It's Chris Stout and Jeffrey Ball in the junior comp ride. Jeffrey out of Phelan. There in California, 669 is the dial. For Jeffrey Ball, Chris Stout, Pocatello, Idaho, 722 the dial for Chris. Red light start for Ball. Chris Stout, 722 on the Vega, 723 at 94 miles an hour for Chris. Michael Agnew and Eric Daniels. Agnew in the 69 Chevelle out of Oak Hills had a deep run Friday's Lucas Oil event, and Eric Daniels, who was our runner-up in the Silver State Refrigeration Racer Appreciation Race. Eric out of Chandler in the 76 Vega. Agnew, the red 69 Chevelle. 2 full bulbs is the head start. There goes Eric Daniels. Here comes Michael Agnew. Daniels looking over the left shoulder. Here comes Michael. No. 24 green, 716 on the 714 for Eric Daniels. As he just keeps on keeping on. Michael Agnew was dead on 3, but 79 on the starting line and just dug himself a big hole. And Eric Daniels just shoved the dirt right over top of him. Paul Lorton and Jeff Jones. Jeff took 2 entries here into round number 3. Lorton out of Peoria, Arizona. For Hughes Performance, be leaving first. 632 is the dial. is 200 is the reaction time for Jeff Jones. Paul Lorton 30 green and 9 above, and had Jeff Jones covered by a lot. Curtis Zenzaletta out of Flagstaff, the big blue 68 Roadrunner. For CZ, the competition single. Here in round number 3 of Pro Eliminator. Curtis will get a free practice at the tree. Some free data on the time slip. Curtis wanted to save that one, 003 and 668, right about where you want to be. At 101.71 miles an hour as I see the juniors coming around the corner. For round number 2, our Lucas Oil Junior Invitational. So we're going to move into our Group 1 competitors, our 6 to 9 year old age group. It's again $1,000 to win, $400 to the runner-up, $200 to the semis. It's both days. Here, our Junior Dragster Invitational, brought to you by our friends at Lucas Oil. The Dolezal family also popped up a little bit of extra money for basically the best side-by-side run between groups 1 and 2, and group 3 by itself. And we're kind of keeping track of that up here in the tower. What, we had one that was 16-10 thou in first round, right? It's going to be tough to beat, but it can be done. This is Riker Rogel and Caden Kasner. Kasner, who was our run for the money winner yesterday. Caden is going to dial 1190 from Jurupa Valley. There for Caden and Riker Rogel out of Tucson. The 8-year-old got 1193 on that National Auto Collision Center board. Riker is in. Caden Kasner are going to be second to stage. Caden is in. Very, very shallow. A red light start for Caden Kasner by 29 thou. It's going to move Riker Rogel down into the semifinals. Riker. Grab that time slip, and it's going to say 12:12 at 52.62 miles an hour. 11.95 for Caden Kasner. After he was just a little in front of the green light, lights up that red light by 29 thousandths of a second. As Riker Rogel. We need Super Pro door car up into the staging lanes, please. Super Pro door cars get you up in the lane. Super Pro dragster, you guys are on deck. But Super Pro door cars get you hustling up here, if you would, please. As Ariana Vizway and Alora Sweetman. The winner here has the semifinal solo. So if you light up a win light, you have the semifinal solo. As Alora is off and away. Ariana trying to run down that electric pink roll cage dragster of Alora. 8th mile finish line going to say Ariana Vizway. 12:19 on the 11:96. Ariana a little bit better on the starting line. 1:16 on the green light. Alora just a little bit tardy. Dowd 13.95, going to win 14.17. Laura makes it out of round number 1, but going to go down here in round number 2 is Ariana. We'll have that semifinal solo as Levi Agnew and Cash Pennington. Levi out of Oak Hills for Beck Oil, Cooper's Propane, and Pro Things Apparel. That King's Ransom machine for Levi and Cash Pennington. For those racing Penningtons, this is Cash's first ever race. There for Cash, 11.92 the dial in. For Mr. Pennington, so Cash over on the right side rolls it into a deep stage condition, which is totally fine, and we're off and away. Levi, left side, that 1207 dial. Here comes Cash, trying to catch up to Levi at that 8th mile finish line. Levi Agnew, 61 green, goes 12.28 to get the win. So we're going to have Levi Agnew, Riker Rogel, and Ariana Vizway with a semifinal solo. Cash Pennington was 202 green and then 1207. Pretty good job for Cash, who was very, very first race, ended up as the number 1 qualifier. So as we move into group number 2, our 10 to 12 age group, the semifinals, with Aiden Town and Parker Schroeder. The winner here will take on Parker Williams, as Parker Williams has a semifinal solo. So Aiden out of Gilbert, Arizona. Mike Boss Prepared Jr., Nick Woods Racing Engine, 9 flat for Aiden. Parker Schroeder out of Peoria. See the 901 dial in? For Parker, Schroeder will have the opportunity to leave the starting line first. It's Aiden Town. You see the 9 flat on the National Auto Collision Center board. And Super Pro door car. You should be up in the lanes. First call, Super Pro Dragster. Need you up here too, please. Aiden is green. Parker is a little more green. Aiden gets to the finish line first and breaks out. Parker Schroeder ends up on the right side. 905 on the 901. So we're going to have Parker Schroeder and Parker Williams will be in the final. Aiden was 70 green and under by 0.07 of a second. Parker was 174 on the green light start and 0.04 of a second above the dial. As he said, he's going to run 901. He goes 905. So Parker Schroeder and Parker Williams, gentlemen, right here on the starting line, will make up the final in the 10 to 12 age group. Dad Blake out in front of young Parker. Parker going to stage it up, which will advance him into the final round. Take on Parker Schroeder. Free opportunity of the Christmas tree, 47 green. For Parker, that was best of the round for the 10 to 12-year-old age group. And goes 906. Said he's going to run 9 flat, puts him in the ballpark. So moving to our Group 3 competitors, our 13 to 17-year-old age group. We're going to start with Jacob Collins and Connor Murphy. Jacob out of Gilroy. Mike and Janet in that half-scale dragster. So we're side-by-side 790, which is the quickest that you can dial. Here in a junior dragster category. Jacob going to be alongside Connor Murphy. Connor out of Tucson. Big shout out to the grandparents from Connor. This junior drag racing deal is such a family affair. Mom, dad, brothers, sisters, niece, nephew, cousins, aunts, uncles, the whole gamut. Can't forget about the grandparents. Connor is all the way in first. Jacob Collins took his time getting in. Red light start for Jacob Collins, but Connor Murphy's 001 on the green light. And is going to go 793 at 82 miles an hour. Jacob Collins was 8 thou in front of the green light, 008 red, and 793. But Connor Murphy, 001 on the green light start, well done. And 793. That's Ty Gaynor and Jason Gonzaga. Ty out of Vancouver, Washington. Doing it a little bit differently. The electric power plant for Ty. Jason Gonzaga out of Northridge in the state of California for K&N, Lucas Oil, Nick Woods, Hoosier Tire, and Gonzaga Racing. 791 the dial-in for Jason. 805 for Tommy Gaynor. Jason is in. Ty Gaynor is in. And we're away. Ty Gaynor, Jason Gonzaga. Gaynor gonna get the win. 809 on the 805 was 45 green. Gaynor will advance. 809 on the 805. Jason was 794. Gave up a little bit on the starting line and ended up a couple hunds shy at the finish line as Ty Gaynor will advance as Dylan Hegwood and Carly Ball. So Dylan out of Tustin, a half-scale dragster, 790 the dial for Dylan. Carly Ball, 808 for Team Lucas Oil. All right, attention to the pit area. All of my racers on property, if you need fuel to make it through the remainder of the day, if you need fuel, the fuel shed is going to close at 7 o'clock. Fuel is going to close at 7 o'clock. So Carly Ball right side. Dylan Hegwood. Once again, Super Pro door car, you should all be in the lanes. Super Pro dragster, you should also be in the lanes. Dylan off and away. Carly off and away. Dylan and Carly, give it a Dylan. 32 green, dialed 790, goes 7908 for Dylan to be 40 total, and Carly Ball was 56 at the start and had no opportunity to move the wind light over to Carly's side of the racetrack. It's Caitlin Torres with the solo here in round number 2. Torres took out our number 1 qualifier and ended up with the competition solo in round number 2. Caitlin with Val Torres Jr., Papa Val out in front. Kalen. On the solo, it's 41 thou on the green line start, looking at 790. How about 7903? There for Kalen Torres. Again, Super Pro door car, you should be in the lanes. Super Pro dragster, you should also be in the lanes. As we continue to whittle our field in half. All right, joined up here in the tower by Chris Forsyth. Chris, as we have a little bit of quiet time, have a message for your racers and all of our participants that are here on property.
Evening, afternoon, depending on where you're at, how you want to look at it. Real quickly, a couple things. First off, I just want to thank everybody, all the racers, all the crew, my staff, the track staff, the juniors, and of course all the racers out here. You all are what make this event happen. We want to thank our sponsors, K&N, of course, and if you haven't seen, Cody's out running around. He's doing a lot of justice for our event, the track here, and of course, all you racers that are utilizing K&N products. So we want to thank them for the extra effort they've taken. Chad Reynolds down there on the boom lift, possibly the funniest guy we don't have to listen to all weekend, but we appreciate everything he's doing. Of course, Lucas Oil, Hughes Performance, Mosier Engineering, Silver State Refrigeration, and I could go on and on with all the products and gift certificates and prizes we're giving away throughout this weekend and into tonight and tomorrow. Real quick, first off, junior racers. At one point we were searching for 16 car fields. We didn't quite get there. Group 3 was over, now Group 3 is under. Group 2 never quite got there, Group 1 never quite got there. We talked about merging the two classes, and that's what you've been on the understanding we're going to do here this weekend. I'm not going to do that. Juniors are going to race for the full purse that they were guaranteed regardless of car count. So if you're a Group 2 racer, you're going into the final this round. Group 1, Group 3, obviously you still got 2 rounds to go, but we will have 3 individual champions both days here at the Lucas Oil Junior Invitational. Secondly, I think Nate and Mike have touched on this quite a bit, and I'm just going to say it how it is, Nate. We had 281 interested people when I opened up the shootout for the Kidd Performance $50,000 shootout this evening. We currently have 90 of you paid and in with run stickers. Would love to see this get to at least 110 or 115. It's $5.95 cash at the trailer. You'll get your run sticker. If you have a run sticker on your car, Nate and Mike will be announcing when we'll be filling the lanes for those of you that want to take your time hit before you get after it for tonight's purse. If you're on the fence, get off the fence. $50,000 is going out tonight, and it's going to be in cash. Now, I'd suggest you tell your friends, but I would not suggest you tell people that aren't your friends. But somebody out here tonight is going to take home $50,000 cash. And if that isn't enticement enough with the weather we've had today going into tonight, with the racetrack we've had, well, I won't say you're crazy, but I think you'd be crazy not to. So hope we can get another 20 by the trailer. If we do go over top, like I mentioned before, we'll start healthing up the bottom of the purse. If we don't quite get there, this is a money in, money out type thing. We'll leave the money at the top and we'll shuffle down from there. But we'd like to see this get to 110 entries. So if you're on the fence, get down to my trailer and I'll convince you why you shouldn't be. Good luck to the rest of our participants that are in today's Hughes Performance main event. We'll get that done. The goal is to have the time runs done just before or after the finals of the main event, and then we're going to get right after it on the Kidd Performance 50. So good luck to you all, and we'll see you in the lanes.
Well, thank you very much, Chris. And again, like he was saying, $50,000 is on the line. As he said, cash in, cash out. If you do not have your cash in, there is no chance for you to cash out. That's just the simple way to do it. simply said, if you ain't in, you can't win. And again, we are looking at trying to get as many folks as we can into that race. It is going to be a good one. And there are a lot of folks out there that have put up some pretty spectacular passes throughout the weekend. And you never know. I mean, today could be your day, and a nice little chunk of change could be what goes home in your pocket in cash. And I think y'all can figure out what's the difference between cash and a check. So that's going to be a pretty cool deal.
So who's going to pay my $595 so I can take the Kia Forte? The Kia Forte that I got here as my rental car. If I won the $50K, it'd become the Kia Fitte, and I would take it home. I would buy it from the rental car. No, I would shit can that thing right now. Want to say thank you to everybody who's here. We do appreciate it very much. It is it's beautiful out here right now. Hopefully it doesn't get too cold tonight. Last night was really chilly. We're in for a late night tonight, I am sure, but things are running smooth, so we're hoping to get everything rocking and rolling as we get into our Kidd Performance 50K here this evening. We still got a few more rounds though of Super Pro and Pro, so we have champions to crown and cars in the water.
We have got 20 left in Pro. They're headed back into the staging lanes. And as we fire off our first pair, Greg Christensen dialed in at 585. In the Vega out of Colorado, Dustin Wirtz, the topless Corvette. At a Nampa height of 526 to a 585. 4 thou separate them in reaction time, and the win light belongs to Wirtz. Dustin, 24 green, dead 7. Picks up the win light by 13 thousandths of a second. Greg Christensen was better in reaction time by just that 4 little thou, but ends up 24 thou above the dial and bows out here in round number 6 of the door cars as we will bring out Gary Roost and Chris Johnston. Johnson, 69 Camaro, Gary Roost, 55 Chevrolet Bel Air. This looks like an auction block. I mean, those cars both just absolutely pristine. 622 the dial for Chris Johnston, 605 the dial for Gary Roost. And Chris Johnston grabs himself a nice little cushion on the starting line. 622 was the dial, 630 is the run. He was 17 green. As Gary Roost was 2 above his dial. I mean, make it 3 above, round it up. I mean, it's 607.9 on a 605, but had a reaction time that started with a 1. So Roost making a nice run for it, but it's going to be Chris Johnson getting the win light in that pair, as now Steve Roars and Scott Taylor. Taylor's already got a big check laying in the back of his race car from last night's Pro Show. 682 going to be the dial for Taylor in the Chevelle, trying to see if they could possibly maybe parlay that into a big win here in Super Pro. Steve Roars over on the other side out of Frederick. I got to make sure, is that Wisconsin? I mean, seriously, or is it Washington? 654. The dial for Steve on the left side. Finish line says it's going to be Scott Taylor taking it another round. 59 on the tree and 683 on a 682. Getting to the stripe first by 23 ten-thousandths of a second. Steve Roars 657 on a 654. Thank you very much, G. Michael. Michael Pennington, Mark Campbell. And Troy, to answer that right now, I do not believe that question has been answered. For the time being, I believe the answer is still no. Yeah, Mopar Man, you're right. It's a car show. It's a drag race. It's a car show. It's like going down to the auction. But we'll see. So Michael Pennington dialed 473 as we swap over into the dragsters. Mark Campbell dialed 469. And again, the 20 pro cars that are left in the field. Wait. So Mark Campbell, 22 green and 470 on a 469 comes down to a 49 10,000ths of a second stripe. As Michael Pennington was 12 on the tree and 24 thou above. As he bows out here. Again, it was 20 Super Pro left. 16 Pro cars are left. They are on a ladder and are headed back into the staging lanes to get paired up. As Marco Paravalaris and Daryl Contreras. Marco, left side of the racetrack. Had Pete Biondo come in here and kind of join the team driving his other car, and Pete went deep into the rounds last night. Tonight it is Marco's turn to try and keep marching through as he will do here. Daryl Contreras took the Land Shark to a 4 thou red light. Goes 504 on a 503, but 004. On the early let go, costs Daryl a chance to get into the latter round as Marco Paravalaris 27 green and 460 on a 457. It'll be interesting if Marco lifted or if that thing was just a little bit off. As now Dwayne Ringgoth and Mark Kidd. The Kidd Performance and Dyno ride. Rolling up on the left side out of Twin Falls, Idaho, going up against Ringgoth, the TNT Motorsports Rag Torque sponsored ride, with a 468 dial. So just 100 the difference in the dials. About as close to the coin toss as you can get. Combined total reaction time between both of them is 6,000ths of a second, and Dwayne Ringgoth will returneth in the next round. 469 on a 468, taking 12 thou at the stripe. He was trip zip perfect in reaction time. Mark Kidd was 006 and 17 thou above. So the 006 and 17 thou above bows out as Dwayne Ringgoth is trip zip and 11 thou above. Getting the win light is now Cooper Chun and Preston Pennington. Cooper, who has been relegated to just one entry, now going to be taking on Peeps. Pennington over on the right side. Peeps dialed in at 473. Cooper Chun getting the head start with a 5.39 second dial. The Washington-based car leaves the line green, and here comes Pete. 3,000 difference between them in reaction time, and it's going to be Pennington 009 dead 7 for Peeps. Peeps is 16 total. Cooper Chun. Cooper needs a hug. 12 green, take 5 thou at the stripe, and needed to take 4 thou or less as he breaks it out. 538.9 on a 539. Taken 5, needed to give 1 thou back. Peeps Pennington gets the win light as Cooper exits here in round 6. Now Tom Bayer and Zach Mazier. Mazier 492, Tom Bayer 497. Couple of cars from the, well, I should say, previously both drivers from the California area. Zach moving out of the Escondido area up to Boise, Idaho. And Tom Bayer for the Tom Bayer School of Drag Racing. In set. I can tell you both of these drivers are going to tell you they missed it on the tree. Bayer was better with an 0.27 reaction time and goes dead on 7 to take a 13th thou stripe. Zach Mazier was 35 on the tree and 12 thou above. To end up 47 total. All right, Steve Roars, need you to the staging lanes, please. Steve Roars, need you to the staging lanes, please, as Riley Learcamp and Tanner Theobald. Rolling up here. It's going to be Tanner left lane, Riley right lane, and Tanner, the Theobald crew, who I think typically we can say they usually like the right lane. Riley said, nope, I like the right lane, and by whatever process they had back there in the lanes, it was Riley got choice. Riley took right, and he's dialed at 466. Riley's in a world of hurt, as you can hear the throttle work down there towards the finish line. Tanner Theobald was 24 on the tree and was holding 0.07 of a second advantage. Riley Learcamp, 94 green, and then goes 468 on a 466. So Tanner, 24 and 2 above, gets the win light for the Theobald crew. And again, just looking for Steve Roars back into the staging lanes. I think we are waiting on that so that we can go ahead and get this round of Super Pro wrapped up, packed up, and get moving on. So as we were saying, we want to get as many cars as possible into that $50,000 shootout. Again, the Kidd Performance and Dyno $50,000 shootout going to be taking place tonight following our main event, that $15,000 to win Hughes Performance Super Pro Show, the $5,000 to win Hughes Performance Pro Show. And then we'll get underway with the 50K. Again, remember, racers, if you are entered into the 50K race, they are going to work it out to where you get a time shot if you need it. I mean, if you've been running a whole bunch of rounds, well then, you know, there's where it is. But we got a few more folks that have already stepped down there to sign up. We need a few more. I mean, we're looking for at least 13 more. And again, if you are out there kind of wondering, should I, could I, maybe, dude, quit overthinking it. The reason I'm saying quit overthinking it is because, now it'd be a little different. If you were out on the East Coast where they've got a whole lot of racetracks and a whole lot of the, hey, I'm going to go race for 20 grand, I'm going to go race for 30 grand, I'm going to go race for bigger money each weekend. You just kind of got to pick a racetrack, throw a dart at the board and go, okay, well, they're having a 20 grander this weekend and they're having a 30 and they're this. Out here on the West Coast, it's way, way different. We get limited opportunities to race for this kind of money. I mean, you get the West Coast bracket races that show up here in Tucson. You got the Spring Fling that shows up in Vegas. But, I mean, other than that, we're down to just a couple of opportunities. And so an opportunity to race for $50,000 only comes around every once in a while. And rather than kind of sitting around going, you know, maybe I shoulda, because I think you can ask some of the guys that have won those big money races. They may not have been doing so great going up into that race, and then all of a sudden something changes and they end up winning the whole thing and walking away with a nice payday that they would never, ever get otherwise. So I'm not going to throw out there the whole YOLO thing, you only live once, whatever. It's not like that. But the opportunity to race for $50,000 is rare here on the West Coast. So with a purse like that, why would you not? Just get down there, get to the trailer, get entered, get yourself in the game, and I think we're waiting on Mr. Pennington. All right, Michael Pennington, if you could, please join us back into the staging lane so we can get this round of Super Pro wrapped up. Our 16 remaining Pro cars should be already back in the staging lanes and paired up, if I am thinking correctly, which after a couple of long days and short nights, I don't know that I am exactly thinking correctly, but that could make it a little interesting when we get into the $50,000 race. Because we may get talking more about like cities that have twisted names here in the States. And by the way, when I was looking at kind of the list of cities that have twisted names or different names or risque names, whatever you want to look at, we've got quite a few here in the United States, but for our Canadian friends, y'all have got some pretty messed up city names as well. I won't go into what they are because while some of ours you might get away with saying on the PA for the U.S., there's some up there that I couldn't say over the PA or people might be offended. Of course, there again, I could be just saying, look, I was referencing an actual geographic location in the wonderful and fantastic country of Canada. Just saying. Just saying. So as we get our final few back into the staging lanes, if you have not gotten into the $50,000 race, maybe we'll just resort to, like, since we've been referencing, Saturday Night Live references. Wasn't the subliminal message man part of like Saturday Night Live? You just sit up here and be like, man, it's such a gorgeous night out. Enter the race. It's just a beautiful night out there. There's a breeze. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. The track crew here has been doing so much great stuff for us. $50,000. You just want to make sure that you get an opportunity to go down this racetrack a few more times, win big, because it's so cool. You should enter the race. I absolutely love what we're doing. We are still looking for a few cars back in the staging lanes. You need to enter the race. But that is kind of where we're going to go. So I believe we should have all of our Pro cars back in the lanes, and we are going to go ahead and reach out to our junior dragsters for their next round of competition. Again, we're going to be bringing back Group 1 for their semifinals, Group 2 for their finals, and Group 3 for their semifinals. So down to 4 remaining in Group number 1. Those 4 happen to be, I believe, 3 remaining, in Group number 1. And so with our 3 remaining in Group number 1, that would be Levi Agnew, Riker Rogel, and Ariana Visway. In Group number 2, our finalists, both named Parker Williams, Parker Schroeder. And then in Group 3, we're looking for Caitlin Torres. I believe it is Dylan Hegwood, Connor Murphy, and Ty Gaynor. If you all would make your way back into the staging lanes, please. So in Group 2, we are going to decide our winner. The racer that is going to get there. So again, in our Group 2 racers who are going to be running for the trophy, the $1,000 to win, as well as kind of the winner's hat and the bragging rights of winning that big money in the bracket on the junior side. So again, junior dragsters, go ahead and come on up. Still waiting just a few more minutes Get the last of our doubles in Super Pro. Again, racers, remember, if you're still kind of considering it, there will be a time hit, so it's not like you're going to have to go into it after sitting off the racetrack for quite some time. I mean, if you exited a little earlier today and haven't been down the racetrack for a little while, we are going to have that opportunity for a run down the racetrack. So you will get a time hit, then we'll get into the race. But for now, let's get a few more of you down there, get you signed up, get you in for your chance to win $50,000. Big money. Money, money, money. Could be yours. Could be yours. Money. And again, cash in. Cash. I'll say it again. Cash out. Cash, like we were saying, makes it easy. Makes it better. Makes it work. We are going to keep going with the, again, Mike, we're making the Saturday Night Live references to, what was it, the subliminal message, man? All right, so Wayne Pratt and Michael Pennington going to be our final pair here in Super Pro. You should enter the race. 610, the dial for the Camaro out of Blooming Grove, Texas. You could win $50,000. Going up against Michael Pennington with a 473 dial for the dragster out of Texas. It's the Texans. The shootout. 16 thou separate them in reaction time, and Wayne Pratt in the door car drops the dragster. Michael Pennington was 001 on the tree. Wayne Pratt was 17 green. Pratt ends up 11 thou above the dial, behind at the stripe, and gets the win. Pennington, 001, take 31 thou at the finish line and goes 4 thou under to bow out. So we're getting ready to go into, I believe, what is going to be our pro category. 16 cars remaining. It's going to be 16, then 8, then 4, then 2. Yay, I can do math. Why aren't you in the race? I'm just going to continue those subliminal messages. We are really looking at, I mean, we want to get it out to right at where it's about 110 cars. Well, I know, but I'm just saying. That's what we want. I think we're about 10 or 11 short right now. Woohoo! All right, Mopar man. Woohoo! Door cars. And our first two door cars are Matt Hawk and Jonathan Fiello. Go to the bracket trailer. Fiello dialed in at 644. Matt Hawk dialed in at 826. You'll get a time run before the race. You should be in the shootout. So with Matt Hawk in the 72 Ford Maverick. Now we talked about, there was a racer here on property who's won at the junior divisional level, at the NHRA big car divisional level, and at the West Coast bracket race level here in Tucson. That racer was Justin Lamb last night. Matt Hawk has taken one step closer to joining him with that, what's the word I'm looking for? Prestige. It's a very prestigious thing. Jonathan Fiello, 646 on a 644, was 56 on the tree. Matt Hawk, 35 green, and goes 828 on the 826 to get the win line. Matt has not yet won. And if I'm remembering right, I was talking with Chuck about this last night on the starting line, has not yet won at the West Coast level, or at a West Coast event, but has won a junior divisional here and has won an NHRA divisional here. If he can add that, then he would be one of only two drivers, at least here, that have done that so far. John Cassetti, the Wheelie Wagon out of Whitewater, Colorado, dial 633. Austin Dowling, 022 on the tree and 716 on a 715. The Arrow continues his charge as well. The Duster, I should say. Getting a 44th thou stripe, gets the win light, and will return. John Cazzetti runs 6:34 on a 6:33. He was just 12th thou above the dial. As we bring out C.W. Hofer and Tim O. Moore. All right, G. Michael, I'll go with the energy part. I may have a lot of energy and the personality, but I'm really dumb, to be honest. I admit it. Why are we gonna, don't set the bar like that. It's like, look, right? Just keep expectations low. Tim O'More, 25 thou red, goes 612 on a 611, and no good. C.W. Hofer, 23 green, and then 759 on a 762. So Tim O hands the win light to C.W. And C.W. Hofer continues to roll through with D.W. Washburn shackled and duct-taped in the trunk. There you go. I am too. I am the dumbest smart you'll ever meet. Chris down 722 dial in the Vega on the right side. Curtis sits left. 668 dial in the Roadrunner on the left. And the win light goes to the Vega. 723 on a 722. Chris and Curtis with identical reaction times. They were both 035, leaving the line. And it comes down to a 54 ten-thousandths of a second stripe. Stout with a 723, Zinzaletta with a 670 on the 668. Win light lights up right side as Ken Passerby and Kyle Rizzoli. Winner gets a cannoli. Kyle with a 640 dial, Ken with a 717 dial. Or a wallaby. Oh, you got to keep going rounds to get a trophy. 21,000 the difference between them in reaction time, and Kyle Rizzoli saves himself from utter destruction. Ken Passerby was 005 on the tree, gets there first by 33 thousandths of a second to break out by 12 thou. Kyle Rizzoli 640 with an O on the 640 dial to get the win light and move on. As now Joe Kidd and Victor Sandoval. Well, we had 16 coming back with 8. And again, junior dragsters, you have been invited to join us in the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters. Let's get you back into the lanes. Our semifinals with the 3 and the 6 to 9 year olds. Our finals for the 10 to 12 year olds, and our semifinals for the 13 to 17 year olds. Sandoval dialed in at 560. Joe Kidd dialed in at 636. Head start to the pickup truck. And Joe Kidd by 4 thousandths of a second is done. Sandoval 62 green and 562 on a 560. Joe Kidd Joe Kidd is going to need he's just going to need some time. 004 red, dead on 6, and the other lane was 62 on the tree. Just give him a minute. Well, that's true. That's true. Now it's Chuck Hawk and Paul Ward. Paul Ward over the right side, down 632, goes 634, and Chuck Hawk, who apparently got tired of being the best loser on property, is now 667 on a 664, taking a 9 thou stripe in the Mustang after an 015 reaction time. So 15 green for Chuck Hawk to Paul Lorton's 036. Lorton's 2 above the dial and 9 thou behind to the stripe. On the loss is now Eric Daniels and Steve Rers. Is it Roars? Rares? Wow. Let's see if he can roar here. Eric Daniels, the Vega late into the rounds of that 10K race. Goes 24 on the tree and 7:14 on the 7:12. Irk getting the win line over Steve. Steve was 42 on the tree. And then goes 6:55 on a 6:65. So it's going to be Rizzoli, Daniels, Hofer, Sandoval, Stout, Hawk, Downing, and Hawk returning. Two Hawks will be back in the round of 8 in our pro category. So I believe Super Pro is going to be on ladder at 10. Pro will be coming back with 8. And our junior dragsters are back in the staging lanes now, with 2 of them getting ready to race for the first trophy of the day. If you do it quickly, Chad, you may. But you're going to have to run.
Oh, that never.
So you might not have 5 minutes, but I think you might have 3 minutes and 42 seconds. I'm just thinking, did I catch your, I may have caught your, nope, I caught it right on time. I wonder, we'll see. All right, Super Pro. For the round of 10, Super Pro, 10 left. Let's get you headed back into the staging lanes, please. Super Pro. There are 10 of you left. Let's get you back into the staging lanes, please. It is the final in Group 2. Mopar, let me tell you something. Not only does this venue look like it would be a lot of fun to run at, it is a lot of fun to run at. Jim Hughes is, I mean, ever since taking over the place, has turned it around to the point that, man, it is just an awesome little racetrack to be at. You got Matt DeYoung, who's running things up here in the tower. Jim's doing that. I mean, you can talk to anybody that runs out here on bracket races or divisionals, or they've just done such a nice job with the place. And I mean, you look at what the cars are running out here this weekend. I mean, last night, even with it being cold like it was, the cars were still running like dead on their dials, or even a little bit quicker, straight down the racetrack. It was just phenomenal to see what these guys have been able to do to keep this racetrack the way that it is. So I certainly give my respect to all of them down there on the starting line. Everybody that's wearing one of these Tucson Dragway shirts, I mean, they have just done a super job taking care of the racers out here and making sure that that track is staying in tip-top condition. It's been competitive from the start of the day all the way through the end of the day. And, man, so for every single one of you guys standing down there in the starting line, I know you've got some headsets on and things like that. You may not be hearing what I'm saying, but racers, I'm going to ask, do me a little favor. When you see those guys out there on the starting line or up there at the top end, whoever's wearing these Tucson Dragway shirts or the safety crew or out at the front gate, man, just give them a salute. Give them a smile, give them a wave, say thank you. Let them know how awesome it's been to be racing here this weekend. I mean, they've just done such a phenomenal job. And Becky, you're absolutely right. This place is great. Flagar family comes down here, runs the junior divisionals. They know where it's at. It's good. Well, yeah, Mike Eames is right. I mean, you know, when you do races like this, you got to save money where you can. So that's why they brought in me and Mike, because, you know, at some point you've got to
So true.
you got to make a slight little budget cut and go a little shy on talent, but everything else out here is absolutely awesome.
We have a can-do attitude.
I can do Which, speaking of can-do attitudes, here's something else you can do. You can get down to the bracket trailer and get signed up for the shootout tonight. That's something you can do. That's something you should do. That's something you will do. You want to do that because you want to win $50,000. Okay. 6 to 9-year-old racing for an opportunity to come back and run for the trophy and the $50,000. Ariana, I don't know if it's Vizway. I know you've been saying it like the fancy way, or if it's Viziette. Maybe it's just Vizway. We'll go with that. All right. So Ariana is coming back on the solo in our 6 to 9 category. And Riker Rogel and Levi Agnew have to race it out for the opportunity to come back and take on the car that is sitting all by itself in the left lane right now. So Levi for the Pro Things Apparel team, Beck Oil Cooper Propane, he has got a 1209 dial showing up on the scoreboard over on that right side, and Riker Rogel from right here in Tucson has got a 1215, and oh ho ho ho, look at that. Both drivers leaving early, and Levi Agnew is going to get the win light. He left 0.03 of a second too soon, goes 12:16 on a 12:09. Riker Rogel left 0.08 of a second too soon. Riker was leaving first and went red first. So Riker checks out. Levi Agnew will be coming back in the final to take on Ariana Vizway. So, okay. Hey, guess what? I should have paid attention earlier. Chris claims that he told me this, but I swear to you he did not. And you know what? I mean, if Chris told me that he told me, then I'll believe him, because he probably told me. Today's race is not paying $1,000 to the winner. It is paying $1,500 to the winner, thanks to the bonus that K&N threw in there, and thanks to Steve Williams. So thank you to K&N, Steve Williams, throwing in a bonus. It is paying $1,500 to win. Did I say 50? Sorry. I was talking about the other race, the shootout. But this one's paying $1,500. How cool is that? So Ariana leaves on the green, 12:06. Then goes 12:09 at 50 miles an hour. So Ariana Vizway officially into the final round, where they will be racing for $1,500, thanks to the bonus that K&N threw in there. And that is pretty darn cool. And it is going to be Levi Agnew and Ariana Vizway who will be racing for that. We are getting into the first two that will be running for the trophy. And if Mike Eames were on the mic right now, I guarantee you he'd go, "Hey, prediction machine, the winner's going to be named Parker." But how about this? So Parker Williams out of Chandler, Arizona, and Parker Schroeder out of Peoria, Arizona. 905 is the dial-in on the left side for Schroeder. 906 is the dial-in on the right side for Parker Williams. Hey, pro bracket. 8 of you left. Let's get you headed back this direction, please. Pro bracket. We need our 8 remaining drivers to the staging lanes, please, in pro. What do you got? Chuck Hogg versus Vic Sandoval. Eric Daniels versus Kyle Rizzoli. Austin Downing versus Chris Stout. And C.W. Hofer versus Matt Hawk. So with Parker Williams lighting up the pre-stage bulbs on the right side of the racetrack, and Parker Schroeder getting staged in and set, the tree begins to drop and away we go. Parker Williams getting the advantage at this end of the racetrack, but breaks out at that end and gives the win light back to Parker Schroeder. Ooh, Parker Williams was 0.29 on the tree and takes a little bit over a tenth of a second at the finish line to break out and bow out. Parker Schroeder was in deep trouble with a 1:12 reaction time, goes 9:06 on the 9:05, and Parker Schroeder is going home with the $1,500, the winner's cap, the trophy, all of it. Your first winner on the night here at the Junior Invitational, the K&N Southwest Showdown, part of the West Coast Bracket Race Series. Woo. Baby. Semifinals of our 13 to 17-year-old category, as Dylan Hegwood, 19 green and 798, gets the win light over Caitlin Torres. Torres was 126 on the tree and then goes 791 on a 790. So Dylan Hegwood, by way of that better reaction time, will get down to the finish line first. Once again, pro, we need our final 8 to lanes 1 and 2. Pro, we need our final 8 to lanes 1 and 2, please. As we bring up Ty Gaynor and Connor Murphy. So Dylan Hegwood securing a spot in the 13 to 17-year-old final, where he'll be taking on either Ty Gaynor or Connor Murphy. Ty in the electric dragster. And Connor Murphy with a 790 in the traditional style junior. Boy, Mike Eames has got the prettiest handwriting. Well, yeah, Eric Reyes does, but Mike's way better than mine. Down to the finish line, the wind light turns on for Ty Gaynor. Gaynor was 11 leaving the starting line and goes 8:14 on the 8:06 dial. Connor Murphy had the 0:71 reaction time and then runs 7:94 on the 7:90. So it's going to be Hegwood versus Gaynor. In the finals of our 13 to 17-year-old category, it will be Visway versus Levi Agnew. In the finals of our 6 to 9-year-old category. All right, so once again, pro bracket, we should have those 8 headed back into the staging lanes. Pro bracket, we need you to hurry there, please, because we are going to start stacking up our time runs for the $50,000 shootout in the staging lanes as well. So again, our 8 competitors that are remaining in pro need you back into the staging lanes quickly, please, because essentially right behind you, we are bringing in the time hits for the $50,000 race. So if you are going to make a time run, if you are entered, well, again, if you are entered in the Kidd Performance and Dyno $50,000 shootout, go ahead and start making your way to the staging lanes. I think we're going to put you in lanes 3 and 4 and 1 and 2. You'll be like in 1 and 2 behind the pro guys. But Dale and the team said they got that figured out back there, so we're going to let them do that. But again, that $50,000 Kidd Performance and Dyno Shootout, if you are entered in that race and would like to make a time hit, we do need you into the staging lanes. Mike Boehner loves you. Sent a message that says your pretty handwriting makes up for that terrible mouth. Just saying. Pretty amazing. So we've set the finals in our 6 to 9, and in our 13 to 17-year-old category, we've crowned our winner in our 10 to 12-year-old category, and that happened to be Parker Schroeder, who I think may be making his way back down the return road here to claim the glory. Ja, und it is glorious. How cool is that? So again, Pro is headed into the staging lanes. If you are going to be making a time hit for the $50,000 Kidd Performance and Dyno Shootout, we need you. Yeah, so we've called Pro back there. They should be getting paired up. We've got Super Pro here now. As it is Dwayne Ringeth and Scott Taylor. And again, we are on a ladder. And since we are on a ladder, we are going to whittle our field down from 10 to 5. So Ringeth dialed in at 468. Scott Taylor dialed in at 681. The Chevelle gets a big old head start, and the dragster gets a big old red light. Scott Taylor keeping the train a-rolling just like he did last night. 44 on the tree and goes 681 on a 681. He's dead on 4, picking up the win light. So Taylor, last night's winner in Pro, now down to the round of 5 in Super Pro. As we'll bring out Mark Campbell and Dustin Wirtz. So in the first pair, and I mean, look at the way the ladder's breaking out. The first 3 pair that we're going to see are all dragster versus door car. Door cars get the win in the first pair. Will the door cars get the win in the second pair? Dustin Wirtz, 63 Corvette, right side, dialed 525. Mark Campbell in the dragster, left side, dialed 469. Let's just say it's looking good for the door cars this time. 002 and 528 on a 525 for Dustin Wirtz. Door cars are 2 for 2 in this round as Dustin gets it done. Mark Campbell, 50 on the tree, dead on 3. And not going to work out. And coming back with 5, Dustin Wirtz set himself up in, I would say, a pretty good spot with an 002 reaction time. How about this? Another dragster versus door car, then another dragster versus door car. This is working out pretty darn cool. Pretty darn cool. Wayne Pratt and Tanner Theobald. So the door cars have got the dragsters 2-0 so far in this round as Tanner Theobald's dialed in at 485. Wayne Pratt's dialed in at 610. at the finish line. The dragsters get one back. Tanner Theobald, 488 on the 485 after he was 12 on the tree. Wayne Pratt was 16 green, 22 thou above. And actually, correction, I'm sorry, I read the screen wrong. The door cars go 3 for 3. Tanner was 12 green, 88 on an 85, no good. Wayne Pratt gets the win light there, 16 green and 22 thou above to take an 11th thou stripe. So the door cars, whoosh, I got to think about it. I got to pay attention here. There's a lot going on in the background. I'm not paying attention. I need to. Wayne Pratt, winner there, 16 green, 22 thou above. Tanner Theobald falls here in this go-round. And so the door cars, 3 for 3. If I were driving a dragster right now, I'd be like, oh. Here we go. Marco Pervolaris and Chris Johnston. Johnston in the Camaro out of Washington trying to hold off the charge of the dragster. No. This time the dragsters get one back. Marco 11 on the tree and goes 461 on a 459. So after the 011 reaction time, Marco takes 12 thou at the stripe to light up the board on his side. So Pervolaris beats out Chris Johnson. Johnson was 21 green and 623 on a 621. So it's 3 door cars and 2 dragsters that'll be coming back. And the reason we know it's 2 dragsters is because, well, now it's dragster on dragster violence. Tom Bayer and Peeps Pennington. Pennington right side, 472 dial. Bayer left side, 497 dial. This is round number 6. Advantage goes to Bayer, and Tom is moving on. 009 and dead on 7 for Tom Bayer. Peeps was 20 on the tree and 473 on a 472. 17 thou above the dial and 21 thou behind at the finish line. So it is Bayer, 009, dead on 7. Coming back. So in the round of 5 for Super Pro, it's going to be Scott Taylor, Marco Pervolaris, Wayne Pratt, Tom Bayer, and Dustin Wirtz making their way back with just 5 left. That gets us into our So in our pro category, first pair down the racetrack, Winlight. Going to belong to Chris Stout. Over Austin Downing, Stout was 007 on the tree and goes 724 on the 722. Zach Taylor 002 and goes 717 on a 714 and comes up 2 thou short. So Chris Stout getting the win light over Austin Downing. Chris Stout had to pull over down there at the top end of the racetrack. Safety's on the track. And with that, while we've got a quick moment down there, we're going to take a quick moment in front of the tower where Mike Eames has made his way down to talk to the winner of our Junior Dragster Group 2 category. Mike? All right, well, we're going to hold on for a second. We'll get this figured out and get back after it.
Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hey! 1, 2. There's way too many buttons and knobs. Way too many buttons and knobs. All right, down in with our Group 2 winner, Parker Schroeder. Parker, you got the final round against Parker Williams, and going into that final round, what were you thinking when you got Parker Williams on the other side?
I was scared because he was way ahead of me, and I didn't know if he was breaking out.
So how many races does this make that you have won? A lot? 3 wins? Have you ever got a great big check like this before?
No.
Are you going to be excited to hang that on your bedroom wall?
Yes.
Are you going to take it to school and show all your friends?
No, I'm not. I don't want to get it ruined.
You don't want to get it ruined? I would want to show all the, all the ladies, because you're a big deal now. You've got that big check.
No.
All right, okay, so Parker, favorite food?
Mexican.
Favorite place to go on vacation?
Disneyland.
I like this kid. Disneyland. You know, I would go to Disneyland every day.
Yeah.
Okay, and favorite racetrack to race at?
Wild Horse Pass.
I thought you would say Tucson Dragway because you just won this awesome race and got this big check.
Tucson Dragway.
Awesome, and then are you going to win tomorrow?
Maybe. Yeah.
All right, congratulations, Parker, our winner tonight in our Group 2 10 to 12-year-olds. Parker Schroeder, big round of applause for Parker. Woo, woo.
All right, so just a quick little moment here before we are ready to roll. Again, congratulations to Parker down there, picking up the trophy. And hey, racers, if you could do us a favor, keep in mind that these staging lanes are not a parking lot for golf carts. We do need to keep the golf carts clear of the staging lanes. There are some areas kind of up to the side up here, more towards the tower, but again, with a bunch of golf carts down there in the staging lanes, it does make it difficult for the staging lanes crew to get race cars through where they need to be. And I know that we've got quite a few cars that are down there that are getting ready to make their time run for the $50,000 shootout. Again, remember, $50,000. You do not get an opportunity like this on the West Coast frequently. So with that, we need you. You need you to make your way over to the West Coast Bracket Races trailer, enter into the race, get up here for the time hit, and get your chance at $50,000. 50 grand is a whole lot of money. And it is worth racing for. And I got to admit that, yeah, yep, the conversation going on in the chat bleachers right now, I'd agree. I think maybe it is Daisy for the win. But Agent 99 was good. Jeannie was good. We'll see. Oh, goodness. All right, so we are coming back here. Our pro cars are going to be coming back for round number, or in the middle of round number 5. 8 are left. We've already run 1 pair. Super Pro will be coming back in round number 7 with just 5 left. And in between that, we're going to have our time run, I believe, for the $50,000 shootout. So we had to get a couple of things squared away. We are good to go. Chris Stout advancing over Austin Downing in our first pair of pro. So again, Chad, just to kind of clarify, we are in round number 5 of pro. Round number 5 of pro. I know you got 6 up there because it's been a little bit hectic, like bouncing back and forth between what we've got. We're in the round of 8, so it's round number 5. One pair has already gone down the racetrack. Chris Stout has won that one. We've got 3 pair left to run. Then we are going to run the, I believe, time hit for the 50K race. And then we'll come back with our next go-round of Super Pro and Pro. But right now it's round number 5, Pro bracket, Chuck Hawk and Vic Sandoval. Sandoval in the Camaro out of Tucson, Chuck Hawk in the Mustang out of Tucson. And the Tucson contenders are in, set, and ready. 664 the dial for Chuck, getting the head start over Vic Sandoval's 561 dial in, and at the finish line, it is going to be Vic Sandoval. 5640 beats Chuck Hawk's 6666 by 33 thousandths of a second. So Sandoval with an 047 reaction time to Chuck Hawk's 048. Sandoval going to be coming back in the round of 4 as C.W. Hofer and Matt Hawk. Looks like we've got, we're drawing pretty close to drawing the winning ticket for the Junior Dragster raffle. But we got C.W. Hofer, we got Matt Hawk. Hawk dialed 824 in the Maverick on the right side. Hofer dialed 762 in the Firebird on the left side. And a red light start for Matt Hawk, and unfortunately for both the Hawk boys. Round number 5, where it ends in pro. CW 043 and goes 758 on a 762, and Matt Hawk continues with the red and dead on trend. 005 red, and then 824 on an 824. Oof. So you've got Stout, who's advanced. Hofer has advanced. Sandoval has advanced. And between Eric Daniels, who's already been to a final round this week when he was running for that 10 grand against Peter Biondo, he's got Kyle Rizzoli on the opposite side. Rizzoli in the Camaro, dialed in at 640. Eric Daniels in the Vega, dialed in at 024. 006 the reaction time for Rizzoli, and he takes a 10,000 stripe to go 641 on a 640. Eric Daniels ends up dead on the dial, but Kyle Rizzoli, by way of that 006, stays alive. So it'll be Sandoval, Rizzoli, Stout, and Hofer coming back in the round of 4 of pro, and we are going to get started with a time run for the $50,000 shootout. Again, racers, if you are wondering if you should get into the race, wonder no more. Get to the trailer, pay your money. 50 grand is not something you get a race for on a regular basis, and as we are doing the time runs here, again, we got all kinds of things that are going to be happening. We're going to be kind of focusing on other things while they're doing the time run, and one of those focusing on other things is the raffle. There are $200 worth of Arizona lottery scratchers that have been organized so neatly and so fantastically into a little bouquet up here in the announcer booth. Now at this point in time, we are getting ready to draw the winner for that raffle. Now, I'm just kind of curious, how many folks ended up buying tickets? Did we do pretty good for the juniors? We did? Raised $2,000? $2,090 is what we raised for the Tucson Junior Dragster program. That is going to help them out tremendously for the cost of fuel, and I can tell you this, on behalf of all of the juniors and everybody that's involved in the Junior Dragster program here at Tucson Dragway. Thank you, racers, for amazing support. $2,090 is what we were able to raise for the junior program, and I'm talking we because everybody that chipped in, it's a team effort. So you guys definitely turning around, supporting the juniors, investing in the next generation of drag racers so that they can get up there to Bandamere. And I just remember, years ago when we went up with our junior, like when KJ was running juniors, going up there for years. I want to say I went up there 4 or 5 years straight just because it's such a cool experience. And the kids that are getting the opportunity to go up there, it's something they're going to remember for that's something they'll remember for the rest of their lives. I mean, getting up there and dressing up in silly costumes and just being a kid again in the grandstands, that place is awesome. All right, so I can't draw the ticket because I've got entries in the bin. Mike can't draw the ticket because he's got entries in the bin. You've got, well, how about this? I just want to say, give me a name out of your hat of one of the junior dragsters that's out there that's running with Tucson. I mean, I know obviously like Savannah is and stuff like that, but
Why don't we take
Parker?
Yeah, call him up here.
Parker. Do they have any tickets in the bin? Okay, well, you know what? Hey, Parker, Schroeder, Parker. Hey, can you come up here to the tower real quick, bud? Parker? I mean, we did something similar in Vegas a couple of weeks ago, and we had one of the junior kids. We had Mason Flagar come up and actually draw the winning ticket. So, Parker Schroeder, if you're still hanging out, can you come up here to the tower? Yeah, if you're not too busy signing autographs and admiring that really cool trophy that you got. But, Parker, come up here to the tower. We need some help here, man. We're going to draw a ticket for somebody that's going to get $200 worth of scratchers. And I'd like to, looking at these scratcher tickets, I can tell you this, if I rolled back home with $200 worth of scratcher tickets and gave them to my wife, she would be the happiest girl on earth. She loves scratchers. Why? I don't know, but she does. So we are doing time runs right now for the $50,000 shootout. It is the Kidd Performance and Dyno $50,000 shootout. Monty Beagle rolling up in his little coupe on the right side, and Ricky Duschel rolling up in his Camaro on the left side. But again, racers, remember, we are going to be calling out the name of the winner. You got a hankering for some deep-fried cactus. I've never tried that before. I have had, fried rattlesnake. That was an interesting little flavor. I've tried that. I've had fried gator tail, which was really good. I like that stuff. I've had deep-fried Twinkies and deep-fried Oreos and a lot of deep-fried stuff, but I've never had deep-fried cactus. What are the hot dogs that are supposedly so famous down here in Tucson? Sonoran hot dogs? Haven't had one of those yet. Yeah, everybody says they are really good. Didn't Guy Fieri do one of the places down here on his diners, drive-ins, and dives or something, all about Sonoran hot dogs or something? I don't know. Is that Parker? All right, Parker. We're going to ask you to do us a favor. So you were the winner here, but there are a lot of folks that have bought lottery tickets or bought these raffle tickets for a chance to win these lotteries. So Parker, we're going to ask you, since you are our first winner of the junior program, to reach into the bucket and pull out a ticket. Now, you're not allowed to look. You can't look at them, man. No way. What we're going to do is, and while we're doing this, do me a favor. We're going to shake this up, and then I want you to take your hat off and cover your eyes when you reach in and pull the winner. That way we know that there's no cheating here, man. All right, so hold on. We're going to shake these up, and in just a minute, we'll be back on the microphone with our winner from the junior raffle. All All right, so I am here. Mike Eames is here. I'm going to hand you the bucket because I've got tickets in the bucket. I don't even want to be touching it when the lucky ticket is drawn. Parker has covered his eyes with his brand new Southwest Showdown 2022 event winner. He has pulled the winning ticket out of the bucket. Leroy Duran, your name has just been pulled as the winner of $200 worth of scratcher tickets, and there must be some error because the name that was supposed to come out was Nate Hershey, but it's Leroy Duran. You have got $200 worth of scratcher tickets waiting for you up here in the tower. We've got a phone number here for you, but hopefully you're listening in on the PA. You can make your way up here to the tower. Leroy Duran, you have got $200 worth of scratcher tickets. Parker, thank you very much for coming up and helping us draw the winner. And again, racers, thank you so much for all that you've done to help these juniors. $2,090 was raised, and that is awesome. So it's going to be really cool. Our juniors get to go up to, the Tucson juniors get to make their way up to Bandamere. That money's going to help out big time. But thanks, you guys. Appreciate all you do. So we're continuing on through our time runs for the $50,000 Kidd Performance and Dyno Shootout. And at this point, we need all winners in Pro and Super Pro and Junior Dragsters. We got 2 finals left to run. We need our Pro winners. That's going to be Rizzoli and Sandoval, Stout and Hofer, and those are your pairs, by the way. Rizzoli with lane choice over Sandoval, Stout with lane choice over Hofer. And our final 5 in Super Pro, it's going to be Dustin Wirtz getting the solo shot. Paravalaris with lane choice over Pratt, and Bayer with lane choice over Taylor. So Bayer lane choice over Taylor, Paravalaris lane choice over Pratt, and Dustin Wirtz on the solo. We need all winners for each category back into the staging lanes, please, including our junior finalists, so Hegwood and Gaynor and Agnew. And are we even saying that right? Viswet? Huh? Viswet? All right, see, Mike, I was right. You tried to get me to be all fancy, like calling Target Target or the Red Dot Boutique or something like that. It's just Target, man. This is Viswet. There we go. All right. So that's cool. Sounds like Parker's going to hang out with us up here in the tower for a little while. Yeah. That's awesome. And while Parker hangs out here, again, we're going to take all of our winners, including our finalists for our 13 to 17-year-olds and 6 to 9-year-olds. Let's get you back into the staging lanes, please. Nate Reed up. How far Reed up? Like the very first video they did on MTV, that far Reed up, or Reed up where? Napolitos? Cactus on a stick. Is it the pickle? Yeah. I mean, I knew it was like Video Killed the Radio Star. That was the question asked. Congratulations, Mike Eames.
What was the
Nobody cares. You know what the second video ever played on MTV was? Parker's looking at us going, they played videos on MTV?
The second video ever played on MTV was Pat Benatar, You Better Run.
Pat Benatar, You Better Run? It's because at the time there was only like 3 videos. After MTV, they really started making a whole bunch of... All right, Pro Street, I'm trying to read up, and I'm trying to Jose Jalapeno on a steak. I'm just trying to figure this out. Oh, the rattlesnake hunt in your hometown, is that what we were talking about? Oh, that was a good video too. Mexican radio. I do. I wish I was. Oh, that one was awesome. Oh yeah. All right, so we are continuing on. We got time runs for the 50K shootout. There is still time to get into the $50,000 shootout. Sorry, Pro Street. I'm not trying to kill you. I'm just trying to participate here. I just want to be friends. Yeah, the MTV first video, right? Video killed the radio star. Who sang it? Oh, man. That's why I was saying, why is the Bengals sticking in my head? It wasn't the Bengals. But I am saying, I mean, Parker, our winner in the Group 2 category. Do you watch any MTV? Like, nope. How about this? Most people your age who do watch MTV would they don't believe me when I actually tell them that MTV actually used to play music videos. Like all day long, 24 hours a day, it was music videos. He's looking at me like, what? Why? Why would they do that? Oh, man. But yeah, it used to be, that's what MTV stands for, is music TV. And that's like when it all started. And then they started going down the road of like the real world. That was the one that's where you can go back in the time, kind of like going back in any of the superhero timelines and look at it and go like, where did the timeline go askew? It was the real world. Anyway. What do we got? Bob Siemens and Alexis Thompson coming up here. Siemens over on the left side, Thompson over the right side. Again, continuing on. Oh, there you go. MGB, Headbangers Ball. Headbangers Ball. I know we're late Mopar, or we're getting old Mopar, man, because this year's, I mean, I saw a lot of the memes about this year's Super Bowl halftime show, where all of us are like, oh my gosh, this is awesome, and then we realize we're the old people. All winners, we need you to make your way up lanes 7 and 8, please. All winners, we're going to have you over in lanes 7 and 8, please. Juniors included. So all winners, lanes 7 and 8, please. Now, I will say that when MTV started going with the whole Beavis and Butthead thing, okay, that was kind of acceptable. Yes. Metallica's one. Okay. That was a great music video. So we got here now Morgan Rose rolling up on the left side. Mopar, I think Mopar Man is second guessing my comment that Beavis and Butthead was acceptable. I don't know. I don't know if they could pull off a live action movie with Beavis and Butthead. Who would play Hank? So I mean, you really think about it, Beavis and Butthead like spurred that entire spin-off, King of the Hill, right? Kind of like the whole deal. What was it? It wasn't Mad TV. It was In Living Color. They gave birth to The Simpsons, didn't it? Or which one was the one that gave birth to The Simpsons? Because it was like a, yeah, it was a short as part of one of those shows, and I can't remember where it was. Was it In Living Color? Right, it was a Fox thing, and In Living Color, it was, The Simpsons was like a little short. Now that's been going on for what, 40 years? I don't know how many seasons The Simpsons been running, but ooh, donuts do sound pretty good right now. Well, you know what? I mean, I think here's kind of, and I know we're just all over the place right now. Nope, David Phillips, I'm sorry, but the very first video played on MTV was Video Killed the Radio Star by the Buggles. Once again, all winners, all winners. If you are a winner in Pro or Super Pro, again, our final 4 cars in Pro are going to be Rizzoli with lane choice over Sandoval, Stout with lane choice over Hofer. In Super Pro, it's going to be Wirtz on the solo. It's going to be Paravalaris with lane choice over Pratt, and Bayer with lane choice over Taylor. We need you back. We need you back. We also need, yes, the Tracy Ullman show. We don't need the Tracy Ullman show, but that was the, there we go. Thank you. It was the Tracy Ullman show, not In Living Color. So anyway, we need Dylan Hegwood, Ty Gaynor, Levi Agnew, and Ariana Vizuet. Need you back into the staging lanes. So thank you very much, Electric Head Gino. What do you got? John Schurer and Jessica Bogacki. Jessica, 468, 147 miles an hour. John Schurer goes 678 at 99 miles an hour. I want to say, is that Cassie Pennington and Josh Herman? Possibly, maybe. So Cassie over on the right side with a, who cares about the dial? This is just a time run. You know what? We've done a few racer in needs. I am going to pull a book out of Jared Pennington, or a page out of Jared Pennington's book. We have an announcer, plural, in need. We need donuts. We need donuts. We got a guest in the tower here too, so if you got 3 of them, that'd be great, but we need donuts. We'll see if it works. All right, Kyle Rizzoli, we are waiting on you back in the staging lanes, please. If you could please come down. Kyle Rizzoli. Come on down. So for Cassie, it ends up being a 475. For Josh Herman, it ends up being a 460, and that's going to bring out, I believe that is Bill Kidd and Luke Bogacki. Luke over on the right side, Bill on the left side. Victorino, how about a little jazzercise? You know what? When there was nothing else on TV to watch, those videos were on way too early in the morning. They were like conflicting Saturday morning cartoons. You know, like the jazzercise on one channel, and you know, Thundercats and He-Man and Masters of the Universe over on the other side. I had to be watching the Thundercats and the He-Man. You know, jazzercise was all right, but you know, that early in the morning, I was usually up eating, just like they were talking about a minute ago, Cocoa Puffs because you'd have the chocolate milk, just like they said, you'd have the chocolate milk left over in the bowl, watching some, well, Thundercast was more like middle of the week after school type thing. But you get up in the morning and Saturday morning cartoons, this guy's even looking at me like, wait, they used to play cartoons on Saturday morning? What? Yeah, you had to wait. All right, so here we go this time. Justin Lamb, over on the right side in a car that was built specifically for this purpose. Big Bug Racket Racing. 12 on the tree and goes 465 down the racetrack. Dragster over on the left side was 23 red and goes 457. Again, we should have all of our winners back in the staging lanes. In El Toro, when you're talking about Jane Fonda workout, that just brings back the rap song of I Like Big, because Fonda ain't got a motor in the back of her Honda. My Anaconda, what? Oh, sorry, wait, what? Yes, please. Oh, goodness. All right, here's the other thing I'm going to say, because since Chad is stuck up on the scissor lift and cannot speak for himself, Chad would love a donut. So if somebody does happen to find donuts, if it really comes down to a decision between bringing the donuts to the tower or taking the donuts to the scissor lift, take them to Chad. He's been out in the elements all day. Take them to Chad. Oh, Tori Lee sent a picture. Oh, look at this. Jeremy Wilson sends donuts to the tower. We have donuts. All right, how many are there? We need to make sure Chad gets one. Oh, we're covered. Jeremy Wilson for the win. We've got Krispy Kreme donuts in the tower. And we need to make sure that we get one out to Chad. I would like to deliver it to Chad if you don't mind. All right, I'm going to swap spots. I'm going to take the donut to Chad. Jeremy, thank you very much. We're going to continue on again with the shootout time runs. And again, all winners, our 4 pro semifinalists should be back there. We should have our 5 super pro quarterfinalists, and our 2 finalists for the juniors should be back in the lanes, please.
I was just going to say you can't pit. What do you mean I can't pit? We're eating Krispy Kremes. You need that too. No, MGB. Twinkies out of the freezer. You put the whole box of Twinkies in the freezer, you eat them out of the freezer, not the fridge. So Shane Thompson, and I believe Mr. Nick Cobb, that's Michelle's guy. Over there on the right side, once again, we are in our time run for our Kidd Performance and Dyno $50,000. Parker, have you ever seen $50,000? What would you do if you had $50,000? Oh, Parker, the first thing he said, our winner tonight in the 10 to 12-year-old group, said, I would put half in savings. This kid's going to go places. 11 green there for Shane Thompson, 470. Nick Cobb is 19 red and 471. speaking of donuts, there is Jeremy Wilson right there in the dragster. Jeremy Wilson driving the dragster that I pulled the winning ticket from. You know, like Jeremy Wilson, like we did like dragster raffles at the fling races. Jeremy, I think won 3 dragsters in raffles. Yeah, it was crazy. And Brad Pierce. Was talking to Brad earlier. He really is high gear. Been running that white Corvette in high gear all weekend. So it's very, very consistent. It does sound really weird when he leaves the starting line. And go 6 flat at 124 on the speed, 460 for Jeremy Wilson, 148 on the mile an hour. As Chad Reynolds is looking towards Nathan Hershey, and I think silently in Chad's head he's singing, "Did you ever know that you're my hero?" I guarantee that's what's going through Chad's head right now. Oh, Pro Street, they are on the way right now. Nathan Hershey is closing in on the scissor lift. As we're working through our $50,000 time run, we still have our semifinals left in Pro Eliminator, our 2 finals left on the junior side, and we're quarters in Super Pro. We're down to 5 cars.
Like 5 minutes before you said
So as soon as they are ready, we'll get them run. See, look, there's Nathan Hershey right there, the bank shift feed, with the box of Krispy Kreme.
I was dying. You said that, I'm like,
There's Sasha Hofer and Dustin Hinches. We're side by side. Sasha, who was runner-up in the 50 grander last year, alongside Val Torres Jr., Dustin Hinches, 004 and 488.
everything going good up there? There you go. No, I don't drink coffee, so.
Yeah, I'm gonna get back up there. We got the 2 junior finals coming back.
Yeah.
We're down to like 4 in Super Pro, or 5 in Super Pro and 4 in Pro. So
Yeah.
everything's going good, man.
Get jamming, that'll be awesome.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
All right.
All right, Ben.
Thanks, brother.
Pennington goes 21 on the green light start. Oh wait, sorry. There's Jim Calloway. As we're getting our rounds of eliminations back there in the staging lanes, all buttoned up. We're down to 4 cars in Pro, 5 in Super Pro, and our 2 junior finals. There's Adam Sciotta. And Rob White. believe I overheard on the radio. We're going to run a few more pair, and then we're going to go back into eliminations. For Hughes Performance Saturday, right now we're in the time run session of our Kidd Performance and Dyno 50 grander. We gave everybody that entered an opportunity to see the track, hit the tree with Brandon Umberger and Curtis Zinzleta. Umberger in the pickle. Zinzleta in the Roadrunner. Umberger's 12. Down on the starting line, and it goes 5:19 at 132 on the speed, 6:68 for Zinzleta after being 51 green. Zach Mazier. So two more before we go back into eliminations on Hughes Performance Saturday. All right. With Downing and Kidd going to be last two cars. I mean, for now, in the session, as we're going to move to around to 5 cars in Super Pro here in a burnout box. So we're working our $50,000 time run in between our rounds of eliminations, keep heating the track, which is a good thing. Downing off and away. Kidd is 60 green and 590. Downing 717 after being 12, right down there on the starting line. And the quarterfinal single at 5 cars is going to be Dustin Wirtz. So Dustin out of Napa, Idaho. 525 is a prediction for Dustin on the quarterfinal solo. Dustin, the 63 Corvette Roadster for Dusty Buckets. Free opportunity at the tree to get down to 3 cars. Dustin would have been out on the green by 2 thousandths of a second and goes 5:24.3. To move on, as Marco Peravaleris completing the burnout out of Petaluma, California. Dad Nick, Sister Layla, and Peter Biondo. They're behind Marco's machine. Going to be alongside Wayne Pratt. Wayne out of Blooming Grove, Texas. That white 67 Camaro. Marco is moved up to 460 on the dial. Wayne Pratt. It's literally a full tree going to be the head start. 1.5 seconds. As Wayne Pratt is off and away. Marco is 005 trying to run down Wayne Pratt, and Marco 11 total locks out Wayne Pratt. 005 dead on 6 for Marco. To advance, Wayne Pratt was 31 on the tree and 1 above, but Marco, 005 dead on 6. To be 11 total is Thomas Bear and Scott Taylor. Bear out of Cherry Valley, California. 496 is the dial. Scotty Taylor was our winner. Lucas Oil Friday over on the pro side of things. Scott Taylor in the Chevelle, 680 the dial. Another big door car versus dragster affair, and a big head start to the door car. There goes Taylor. Here comes Bear. 4,000s. Is it? Oh, and Bear breaks, and Scott Taylor breaks out. Wow. Scott Taylor, under by 6,000ths of a second, took over a second. Thomas Bear was 006 and was closing in and went silent. So Thomas Bears, we're taking a look to make sure Bear gets off the racetrack. So Tom Bear dodges a huge bullet. Hopefully it is nothing too terminal, but by my... Now this is not official by any way, and I cannot stress that enough. Not official at all. So Dustin Wirtz on the single was 002 red. Marco was 005 green, and Thomas Bear was 006 green. When we go to 5 cars to 3, so we're waiting to see on how things are going to shake out on the Super Pro side as we go from 5 cars to 3, but Dustin Wirtz was 002 red, Marco was 005 green, and Thomas Bear was 006 green. So Marco Peravaleris will have the single at 3 cars. And Dustin Wirtz will take on Tom Bear, but Tom Bear went kaput. Hopefully it wasn't anything not great. Hopefully it's something that can be easily fixed. And while it is quiet, Leroy Duran, Leroy, you were the winner of the bouquet of scratchers. That raffle that benefited all of the Tucson Dragway juniors. They raised a pretty good chunk of change. That was impressive, over $2,000 to help with the junior dragsters here at Tucson Dragway to make their way up to Firebird or to Bandimere Speedway for the Western Conference Finals. Leroy Duran, you were the winning ticket that was pulled, and we have the bouquet of scratchers. And I think, and Nathan Hershey, I think this is what we do. For every minute that Leroy Duran does not come up to get the scratcher, we get to start scratching a scratcher. And if we win on the scratcher, then, I mean, we'll give Leroy a 25% cut. I think. All right. So Leroy Durant, come up and get the bouquet of scratchies. Just making sure everything on the racetrack is okay before we fire up our semifinal round in Pro Eliminator. We should have our final of our 2 junior races back there as well. Yes, ladder in hand. Marco Paravaleris, being 005, has the bye. Thomas Baer will take on Dustin Wirtz. So the call to fire has been made. Semi-final in Pro Eliminator. Racing for $5,000 over on the pro side. Here at the K&N Southwest Showdown on Hughes Performance Saturday. As Chris Stout and C.W. Hofer. CW out of Calamasa. The Firebirds for Silver Platter Racing. 760 is the dial-in for CW. Chris Stout, Pocatello, Idaho. The 73 Vegas. 722 for Mr. Stout. So Chris Stout and CW. Hofer is going to get a lead first. Hofer looking over the left shoulder. Here comes the Vega. Chris Stout, 8th mile finish line. Hofer dead on 3. Down there parking it at 87 miles an hour. CW up by a couple of hundred at the finish line, and CW Hofer is going to run for $5,000. CW being 29 green, which does come into play for lane choice in that final, is Victor Sandoval and Kyle Rizzoli. Victor out of Tucson, Arizona, the 84 Camaro, 561 is the number. Rizzoli dialed 1 down from the round before, as he had 640 on the car. He's got 639 here, the American walk-in cooler side. And the winner here is going to take on C.W. Hofer for $5,000. Green and green. Identical reaction times for both. Victor Sandoval, dead on 8, is going to take on C.W. Hofer. Kyle Rizzoli was 29 green. And let Victor take it, as he went 641 at just 97 miles an hour. Victor Sandoval takes out Kyle Rizzoli here in the semifinals. And we'll have a... Yeah, CW was 29, Victor Sandoval was 29. Rizzoli was 29. So I think lane choice, in that situation, lane choice is rock, paper, scissors. Is that right? Push-up contest. Which driver can pull all 8 spark plugs out and put them back in fastest? That's a interesting little nugget. There's both drivers are 29 on the green light start. Obviously, it's going to be a coin toss. So the juniors get fired up. I'm going to move on over to check duty. Nathan Hershey going to call the finals here.
This is Group 1. Our 6 to 9-year-old category, Ariana Vijuet and Levi Agnew have raced their way through the field, and both of them are looking to join Parker Schroeder as a winner here at the West Coast Bracket Races K&N Southwest Showdown. Again, the $1,000 check, the trophy, the hat, which actually is a $1,500 to win race because of the bonus that was kicked in there by the folks at K&N for the junior program. I'm telling you. We'll find out which one gets the Parker seal of approval. So Vijuet, over on the right side for the 9-year-old out of Tucson. The dial-in is 12-12. And for Levi Agnew, the 9-year-old out of Oak Hills, California, racing for Beck Oil, Cooper's Propane, and Pro Things Apparel. What? All right. Pre-stage, now staged for Levi Agnew on the left side. Ariana, staged and ready. The 6 to 9-year-old category just got dead serious. Levi Agnew is gonna win this one. Hey, listen up. I don't know if you can hear me down on the starting line. Ariana Vijuet goes 12-12 on a 12-12, dead on her dial, had a 191 reaction time. Levi Agnew runs 12-21 on a 12-16, and on a hole shot with a perfect reaction time, Levi Agnew is going home with the trophy. Levi puts up trip, zip, perfect as he leaves the line to get the win here in Group Number 1. Oh my goodness. Levi's looking at it now going, hey, can I jump into that $50,000 shootout? Perfect bowl for Levi Agnew to save the day. Ariana, I mean, come on, credit where credit's due. 12-12 on a 12-12 for Ariana. Man, that was pretty cool. Yep. And propane accessories. Oh, goodness gracious. Levi Agnew cuts the tree down to get the win light here in the Group 1 final. Oh my goodness. All right, into our final of the day for the junior dragsters. And I see JJ checking in online in the chat bleachers. How cool is that? All right, so Ty Gaynor in the electric-powered ride. Dialed in at 8:05, and Dylan Hegwood. Over on the opposite side, out of Tustin, California, dialed in at 7.90 seconds. Gaynor, who is the champ up there in Division 6 last year, gets to wear the number 61 here this year. Has got the electric car in the pre-stage position. They are making final adjustments. To Dylan's car before they turn it loose for Dylan to get it staged up. Again, $1,500 to the winner, the trophy, the champion's hat, the big check, and the title of winner at the West Coast Bracket Races, K&N Southwest Showdown. Talking about getting serious, these two are separated by 1,000th of a second as they leave the line, and the win light goes to Ty Gaynor. 43 on the tree and dead on 6 for Ty. Getting there second to pick up the win light. Dylan Hegwood was 44 on the tree, taking a 9-thou stripe to break out just 4-thou. Winner is going to be Ty Gaynor. The electric car will be coming back down the return road to pick up the check, the trophy, the hat. Then man, oh man, what a fun show for the juniors. I can't wait to see what tomorrow holds. It's going to be cool. So congratulations To Parker Schroeder, our Group 2 winner, congratulations. To Ty Gaynor, our Group 3 winner, and congratulations to Levi Agnew, Mr. Perfect, our Group 1 winner here tonight. They're going to be headed down the return road. We'll talk to them here in just a little while. We have decided who our finalists will be in Pro. We have decided who our semifinalists will be in Super Pro. And we are going to continue on with time runs for the Kidd Performance and Dyno $50,000 shootout. Ha ha ha. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. So that's the way you do it. You get your money for nothing and your chicks for free. Man, was that fun to watch. So what, coming back in Pro, we got Victor Sandoval and C.W. Hofer. Coming back on the Super Pro side, it's going to be Marco Paravalaris on the bye run with Tom Bayer and Dustin Wirtz battling it out for the opportunity to take on Marco in the final. And once we get done with that, we are going to have another $50,000 up for grabs. Thanks to Kidd Performance and Dyno. Again, racers, I'm just saying, if you are sitting back in the pit area right now watching all of these cars take their time hit, and you did not get into the game for $50,000, shame. You got to be out here. You got to be out here because that $50,000 could be yours. It could be going home with you in the form of a nice little envelope with cash in it. And again, Leroy Duran. Leroy, I don't know if maybe you entered the race. Maybe that's actually you sitting over there on the right side of the racetrack. But we had that raffle for the $200 worth of lottery scratchers. $2,090 were raised for the Tucson Junior Dragster program to help them make the trip. Up to Bandamere for the Western Conference Finals. I mean, that's just pretty neat. That's just flat out really neat.
All right, gang. Got a car stopping on the racetrack, but that's okay. We're in time trials, waiting to finish up our final in Pro and then our semi in Super Pro. And so I got 2 donuts from Nate, and then this wonderful couple brought me this yummy goodness right here.
Gonna have to roll out. They've got the lights on.
Shrimp taco, steak taco, and a quesadilla. And you bet your ass I ate it, and it was awesome. And it was hot still. Great. I don't know who the hell they were. I wasn't even paying attention. But I really appreciate it. But I still do have 1 donut left. So I'm gonna eat this here in a little while. So I had an appetizer donut, and then I'll have a dessert donut later. It'll be fine. But yeah, Nate just figured out that what I did. Hold on, let's see.
Again, $50,000 on the line. There is still time. To get into this show. While we got a little downtime on the racetrack, hey, Chris Forsyth's been down there like waving at me like, hey.
Okay, Nate is says he's texting me. So we'll see.
Group number 1 by each. Let's hear from that young man. Down here.
Right off the side of the starting line with our winner tonight, Group 1 by 9. We got junior winner.
Perfect in the final. Hasn't anybody ever told you it's not nice to show off in front of everybody? Levi, dude, you're so awesome. So perfect in the final. How many races have you won?
This is my first one.
The first ever win for Levi Agnew, and you go perfect in the final? Dude, that's like so cool. Are you going to go back to school on Monday and tell all your friends what you did?
Nah.
No, dude, you need to go back to school and say, I was perfect. Nobody was better than me, and you all have to call me Mr. Perfect for the day. No? No? Okay, so Levi, so what's your favorite food?
I want to say steak.
Steak. You're a man after my own heart. If you could go on vacation anywhere, where would you want to go?
Probably the Hoover Dam.
The Hoover Dam. I think if you're perfect in the final, that Mom and Dad should take you to the Hoover Dam like after the races tomorrow. Deal? Okay, hey, deal. All right, okay. I think you're going to go to the Hoover Dam soon. What is your favorite class in school?
Probably math.
Math? What happens if you are perfect on the starting line and then 0.02 of a second above the dial? What's your total package? 20. See, he's a math wizard. He's got it covered. All right, Levi Agnew, good job. You are our winner tonight. You were perfect in the final, and I really think you should go show off at school on Monday. What do you say? No, a humble winner. Levi Agnew, our champion in Group 1. Good job, buddy, being perfect in the final. Congratulations. Good job.
Well, congratulations, Levi Agnew, standing down there in front of the tower. What a cool, cool deal for him. Oh, the messaging going back and forth between Chad Reynolds up there on the scissor lift. How about that? Group 1 winner, Levi Agnew, does it by laying down a perfect reaction time in the 6 to 9-year-old category. Just an awesome, awesome little show there for all of our juniors. I mean, for any of you that we're kind of in the middle of that. And again, remember, we still have the bonus cash that the Dozels put in here. I'm going to look back through the ladders and look back through the run sheets, and I'll tell you, there are a few laps in there. Again, in the Group 3 category, and then combined in the Group 1 and Group 2 category. But I've got a couple in mind, and when I get a chance, I'm just going to kind of confirm them with Chris Forsyth. And we're going to give a few racers an extra $50 before the night is over. Because the Dozel family brought a couple $100 up here and said, look, we want to help invest in the next generation of drag racers. And so for the essentially like best side-by-side run in Group 3 and then the best side-by-side run in Group 1 and 2 combined, we're going to go ahead and give them that bonus. And it looks like at this point our top end of the racetrack is clear, which has given us the okay to continue on. Chad, that is just ruthless, my friend. It's like it was really good, still hot. And whoever took the shrimp taco, steak taco, and quesadilla up to Chad, that was really nice of you. I'm just going to say that was really cool of you to do. So we're continuing on with time runs for the $50,000 shootout. If you are looking to get into the race, you need to do it now. You're right, El Toro. I do appreciate that, my friend. 66 lane. No, that was not the electric one that was just in the winner's circle. That was Levi Agnew in our 6 to 9-year-old category. That was the one that laid down the perfect light to get the win on the hole shot. So Levi Agnew went trip, zip. Trip, zip. In that final round. And again, now I get credit where credit's due. His opponent, Ariana Visuet, dialed 12-12 and ran dead on the dial in the final rounds. The 6 to 9-year-old run, man, that was impressive. 12-12, dead on the dial one side of the racetrack, a trip zip perfect to win it on a hole shot on the opposite side. So Ariana definitely got a whole lot to be proud of the way that she raced through that event. And she's also getting like that $400 worth of runner-up money. So that's not a bad thing either. $400 to the runner-up. It was $1,000 to win in the junior category, $200 to each of the semifinalists, and then K&N throwing in the $500 bonus to each of our winners. Pretty nice little day. Really nice little day for them. You definitely can't complain about that. Let's see here. Dalton Olson was asking what was Ty's light, and if I remember right, I think Ty was 43 green. Dylan Hegwood was 44 green, if I'm remembering right. It was right around there. So it was certainly not a bad little showing for either of them. And I know that right now, taking position in front of the tower is Ty in the electric car, so we'll maybe get an opportunity here in a moment to talk to him. And again, Leroy Duran, your scratcher tickets are up here in the tower. And yes, I will say it again, El Toro, it was an excellent suggestion. You suggested that we brought up a whole bunch of Krispy Kremes, and they arrived. So that was cool, sir. Thank you very much. Continuing on with our time runs for the $50,000 shootout. Now we've got the Coca-Colas up here in the tower. That part's covered. Don't have up here in the tower is something to go in the Coca-Cola. Like ice. I mean, that's what I mean. Ice. No, I'm kidding. I have that too. All right. Again, as soon as we can get Mr. Forsyth back up here in the tower. I'll run through kind of the ladders, the run sheets with him, and we'll decide who gets that bonus money from the Dolezals. And I think that is Ryan, well, it's Brian Harem's dragster, who was the winner last night in Super Pro, but what I don't know is it just seems like not too long ago Ryan Harem's door car was headed down the racetrack, and I don't know if there was really enough time for him to get back like on the top end and get into that. Tony Marconi and the Arrow on the other side. Runs a 587. Harem's dragster goes 463. That's going to bring up what? Larry Richardson, and I believe that's Philip Pennington. Pennington over on the right side, and his dragster, Larry Richardson, here on the left side. And you got what, Peeps, Pennington, and Race Kidd lining up in the water box for their time hit for the $50,000 shootout. I'm just going to say, you've got time. Not much. I mean, the window is closing quickly. But there is a little bit of time. This fellow Pennington puts perfect zeros up on the scoreboard. And then runs 493. Larry Richardson went 19 green, and then 489 as Race Kidd and Peeps Pennington back up from the burnout. We'll find out just how far away we are. Shootout, man. 006, the reaction time for Peeps Pennington. Race Kidd was 001 red. Kidd then goes 476 or 467. Peeps Pennington goes 468 at 146 miles an hour as Tyler Murrup backing up from the burnout on the right side. Opar man. We got everybody in. It's just a matter of, you know, I mean, that purse is that purse. So, Peter Biondo, or at least should be Peter Biondo, driving Marco's car. I'm going to go kind of take a look at the news because somebody said something a little bit earlier that maybe it's actually made the headlines by now. If it has, it's not showing up on my list, but I'm thinking we should be okay. I'm wondering when we're gonna maybe break in here and get a chance to talk to our winner. Is that Michael? I think Pennington. I think. A little hard to see the blue dragster over on the right side of the racetrack, and I believe it's Gabe Torres lining up here on the left side. So we should have our Pro and Super Pro winners. Should be back in the lanes, I believe, is what I was hearing on the radio. Should have our Pro and Super Pro winners back in the lanes. 007 for Gabe Torres, 003 for Pennington. Pennington runs 4700. Torres runs 4702. That's going to bring up Val Torres Sr. and Chris Whitfield. Whitfield, the Go Fast sponsored car on the right side, and Val Torres. We'll see how he does here on the left. Again, just kind of taking it easy. Take it easy. But I think we should have those winners headed back there, please. Whitfield, 001 and 477 down the racetrack. for Val Torres, 035 and 469 down the racetrack. And I'm going to throw it out there one last time, and then racers, it's pretty much kind of up to you. I will just remind you, $50,000 to the winner does not come around often on the West Coast. It is something that does not happen frequently. It is something that you get the rare opportunity to participate in, and if you have decided that you are going to play, that's the way. If you're still on the fence, man, get up to the trailer, get in, get it done, because round number 1 is going to be coming up very, very, very soon. And we need all winners, Pro and Super Pro. All winners, Pro and Super Pro. We need you in the staging lanes, please. All winners, Pro and Super Pro. So our Pro finalists, our Super Pro semifinalists. Need you into the staging lanes, please. Lane number 8. I think they're just having you come all the way up lane 8, please. What have we got here? Jason O'Terry? Over on the left side, and I'm kind of looking at we got a whole lot of money on the line that's coming up soon. We got a whole lot of money on the line that's coming up here in just a minute. $5,000 for our Pro cars. $15,000 for Super Pro. And again, winners, Pro and Super Pro, come on. Jason O'Terry, 005 early. Right side, 007 early. And what are we down to, like our last in the time runs? All right. All right, so Victor. We need you into the staging lanes, please. Victor, need you in the staging lanes, please. All right, so it looks like our final car in the $50,000 shootout time run has made its way down the racetrack. Again, Pro finalists, last call. Need you in the staging lanes, please. Pro and Super Pro semifinalists, need you in the staging lanes, please. And while we've got a little bit of time, it's quiet down there on the racetrack. Mike Eames is standing alongside of Ty Gaynor, who is also picking up the big check. And I'm just going to, like, every time Mike gets ready to talk, I'm going to keep talking. No, I'm not. Mike, go ahead.
Thank you, Nathan Hershey. Down here with Ty Gaynor, our winner in Group 3, in that final round with Dylan Hegwood. And, you know, you come up and you saw the check and you're like, man, $1,500, that's going to look so great in my bank account. So what are you going to buy?
I don't know yet. Just have money.
Just have money, just be able to walk in the store and, like, I want 2 of those and 3 of those and 6 of those. All right, I like where your head's at. So, hold on here, we're going to do the burnout pause. before we were so rudely interrupted by cars on the racetrack. All right, so we talked about what you're going to buy with the 15 hundo.
Nothing. Just have money.
Nothing, just have money. All right, so going into the final round alongside Dylan Hegwood, you know, Dylan's a really, really good racer. And when you go into a final round, you've been doing this a long time. What are you thinking in the final?
Don't try to hold a lot. Just either make the decision to take it or not take it.
So when you're going down the 8th mile, when do you typically make that decision if you're going to take or not take?
About the mile-an-hour cone.
So you wait till the very, very end?
Depends, I guess. Depends, I guess, yeah.
All right, so what is your favorite subject in school?
PE.
Okay, besides, now, and you can't say lunch either. Besides PE and lunch, what's your favorite subject in school?
Spanish.
No habla inglés.
No.
What is your favorite activity to do outside of the racetrack?
Baseball.
Who's your favorite baseball team? And be careful here.
Cubs.
I mean, you could have said Dodgers, and that would have been worse. Let's see, what else do we want to talk about since we have downtime? Who helps you the most with your junior drag racing?
My dad.
What is the best lesson that he's taught you about driving a race car?
Don't suck.
Don't suck. That's what I tell a whole bunch of my racer friends when they're going to race. Hey, don't suck and be much more gooder. That's my advice.
Yep.
Who's your favorite, or who's your best friend in the racing community with all the juniors?
Probably my friend Dalton.
And what makes Dalton fun?
We used to always hang out at the track. And yeah, pretty much it.
See, I'm just going to keep asking you questions because there's no cars on track and we're just having fun with Bang Shift Chat and everything up there. All right, favorite food?
Chicken wings.
Chicken wings. You look like a chicken wing. All right, if you could go on vacation anywhere in the world, where do you want to go?
Hawaii.
Which island?
Probably Maui.
That is a good answer. Maui's a beautiful place. All right, who else do you want to say hello to since we're on Bang Shift?
Just Jags. Thank Jags and my mom, my sister, stepmom.
And are you going to go back-to-back tomorrow?
Hopefully. That's the plan.
I like it. Big check. Our winner tonight, Mr. Ty Gaynor. Got it done in the 13 to 17-year-old group. Good job, Ty.
All right, well, here we go. We are down to 2 cars left, and I'm actually kind of sitting up here on the phone talking to my main man, Carter, who is listening in from home and is kind of getting ready to go to bed. But Carter, you going to help me out here? Tell everybody, what is this coming up? It is the Pro Finals. I don't know if you guys heard that over the mic, but that was pretty cool. So, all right, Carter, we got to go racing. So here we go. It comes down to Victor Spitali in the Camaro out of Tucson and C.W. Hofer in the Firebird out of Calamasa. Calamasa, California. Dialed in at 7:59. Victor Spitali dialed in at 5:60. It's going to be a big head start. What did I say? Spitali? I'm sorry, Victor Sandoval. Oh my goodness, it's late. All right, so Victor Sandoval. Why do I get hung up on that? 5:60 the dial for Sandoval, 7:59 the dial for Hofer. It's a good thing Mike's here to just kind of kick me and wake me up. Cold and shivering. Pre-stage bulbs are lit for $5,000. Sandoval, first one to dive into the stage position. C.W. Hofer nudges the nose of the Firebird forward. And we are green. Separated by 7/1000ths of a second. The win light's going to belong to C.W. Hofer was 56 green and goes 7:61 on the 7:59. Victor Sandoval was 63 on the tree, taking 22 thou at the stripe, and breaks out by 3/1000ths of a second. Whoosh. So C.W. Hofer and that Silver Platter Racing team. There we go. So 761 on the 759 going to win at Sandoval. Got close, but breaks out by 0.03 of a second. And Craig Garcia says that if someone organized a junior race in Hawaii with a shipping sponsor, it could be a big deal. Oh, goodness, that's great. That is great. Yeah, I mean, come on, if somebody organized a big junior race in Hawaii with a shipping sponsor, I'd go. I'd love to do that. I'm just wondering at this point in time, I think what would be the challenging part is like, hey, you get the shipping sponsor and put all those juniors on a ship, and then they end up sitting out there in the Pacific Ocean because nobody's there to unload them. See, danger, danger. So Victor Sandoval with a runner-up finish here. C.W. Hofer making his way back past the scissor lift that Chad Reynolds is positioned upon, perched upon. And is making his way in front of the tower here to pick up the check, the trophy, the champion hat. And everything. Man, I got to tell you this. C.W. Hofer standing down there in front of the car. The camera shows up and he pulls out like a notepad, like he's actually studiously like working on evaluating the run and all of that kind of stuff. What is that? That's like the majority of Team Silver Platter Racing down there? Sasha Hofer, C.W. Hofer, Tim Arnswald. All of that kind of stuff. Mike Eames has made his way down in front of the tower. Mike, did you take the mic? Yeah, he always arrives prepared. Always arrives prepared. Which is pretty cool. We got him coming down to help you present the check and the trophy and everything. Forsyth is preoccupied back in the staging lanes, so we're going to take care of our winner's circle celebration. Down here with C.W. Hofer and what I see, Jack Swanson's made his way up here. You got the entire Silver Platter team out here in front of the tower. That is pretty darn cool. So just getting things squared away back in the staging lanes for our Super Pro semifinal. Again, already handed out all 3 of our trophies in our junior Group 1, Group 2, and Group 3. C.W. Hofer just collecting up the win in the pro category here on a Hughes Performance Saturday. With $5 grand on the line, not a bad day. Mike Eames, they need you in front of the tower, please. Mikey. They are looking for you out here as they are ready to chat with CW. All right, so while we're waiting on that, again, racers, if you are part of the $50,000 Kidd Performance and Dyno Shootout, you're going to want to start getting them ready to go. Granted, we still got our semifinals and then our finals to run in Super Pro, but pretty much immediately following that, we are going to get after it. And we are going to get after it big time with that Kidd Performance and Dyno Shootout. All right, so it sounds like maybe our Super Pro semifinals are ready to go. As I hear rumbling from alongside the tower here at Tucson Dragway and the tractor. Just about back this direction. What? So with just 3 cars left in Super Pro, in the last round, the 3 winning cars, Marco Paravolaris was 005 green, Tom Bayer was 006 green, and Dustin Wirtz on his solo shot was actually 002 red. And I'm telling you this, Dustin Wirtz, taking a look at Tom Bayer rolling up here. And I know people are going to be looking at this. People are going to be asking, be like, wait a minute. I thought Bayer broke his car in the last one. He did. But he had another car. Talked to the race promoter out here and said, look, man, I got a car that's never been down the racetrack. I at least want a shot at it. And for a car that is 100% like green, Bayer is rolling into this babe blind, hoping to find a little magical, some kind of like secret voodoo, something to make it work. Dustin is dialed in at 523. Tom is dialed in at 518. First pre-stage bulb lit up on the top side of Dustin Wirtz's scoreboard. Both are in. Marco Paravalaris rolling through the water box here and Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness. Dustin Wirtz was 0.25 on the tree, goes 5.24 on a 5.23, and Tom Bayer took a car straight out of the trailer that hadn't been down the track yet today, guessed at the dial, was 0.004 in reaction time, and dead on one. A 5-pack on the left side, and we're saying that Bayer was looking for a little bit of magic. Alakazam. He got it. He will be back to take on Marco Paravalaris in the final round as Marco lines up to take the solo shot. Marco, a little bit early with an 011 red light, goes 4.58 on a 4.59. And so it's going to be Marco Paravalaris versus Tom Bayer in the $15,000 to win final on a Hughes Performance Saturday. Again, just Tom Bayer broke the car in the quarterfinals, couldn't bring it back, took a car straight out of the trailer to be 0.004 dead on one and race his way into the final round. Amazing. Amazing. Speaking of amazing, standing down here in front of the tower is C.W. Hofer, who is swapping hats and will happily put on the K&N Southwest Showdown hat with the event winner on the side of it. And Mike Eames has got the wireless microphone down there, and we'll be spending a little time talking to C.W. Hofer while we wait for our finalists to make their way back around. Mike, I'm going to be quiet now. It's all up to you.
Always. That's what we're always doing, just waiting on me. All right, down here, our winner in Hughes Performance Saturday. What day is it? Is it Saturday, Friday, Saturday? C.W. Hofer, you know, when you pulled up, we said it jokingly that it's so nice that we can be in a winner's circle for you instead of your lovely wife, Sasha. So C.W., you know, big win tonight, you know, taking out Chris Stout in the semifinal, and then take out Victor there in that final round. Run us through that final round race.
We both sucked on the tree, went down and dropped him and let him go, and here we are. So it was pretty ugly, to be honest with you.
Yeah, but it does give you momentum for the 50 grander here later.
Yeah, I thought I killed the tree on that, but time slip said otherwise. So we'll step it up and hope to come back with something better than that.
So you've had a really, I mean, obviously you're an animal in this car. You've won so many races, but it's still special taking one of these home because, man, these fields are so tough, and there's so many good people off the bottom that can win these races. And just explain, you know, what this win means to you and Sasha and the team.
Dude, it's great to step up to my wife's level finally. I'm known as Sasha's husband, so hey, this was great to get one myself. So it was a lot of fun. I had some tough races today, and had some decent lights, and had a pretty good semifinal down there, and gonna need some new brake pads, I think, and maybe a couple of flat spotted tires, but we're good.
Yeah, well, you can use some of that money of that check to take care of all those things.
Yeah, absolutely. We're still eating on Sasha's winnings from last year, so that was spectacular. So it was a good time.
You know, you have a lot of people that help you in your racing program, the whole group of Silver Platter Racing, and who do you want to thank?
Wow, thank God. That was awesome. Giving me the opportunity to do this and play. I mean, that was awesome. Putting up with this. I've been on the road for quite a few weeks, and I got quite a few more weeks planned ahead, so definitely want to thank my wife.
Yeah, Sasha, she's a tad bit of okay.
Yeah, she's okay.
Congratulations, our winner for $5,000 on Hughes Performance Saturday. CW Hofer, good job, my friend. Good luck in the 50 tonight.
Well, okay. So the winner's circle for C.W. Hofer has concluded. And congratulations once again, C.W. You are almost as cool as your wife. Almost. So Super Pro Finals. Super Pro Finals. We would like to invite you back to the staging lanes, please. Super Pro Finals. That's going to be Marco and Tom. Go ahead and make your way back to the staging lanes. So Marco and Tom. Let's go ahead and have you headed back into the staging lanes. This is great. Ready? Oh, we're going to lose it. We are going to lose it. It is 9:15 here on the West Coast. Wolfman Jack? Oh, dude, that killed my throat for like 3 days. Wolfman Jack just destroyed me the last time I did it. We were here. But this doesn't hurt at all. So I guess we are looking for our Super Pro finalists. Again, Marco Paravalaris going to be coming back to take on Tom Bayer, or, depending on how you look at it, Tom Bayer coming back to take on Marco Paravalaris. Tom coming off what was, I mean, what do you describe it as? Anything less than, I mean, I don't know. I mean, Tom's probably got the most copious notes out there in the pit area. Pulled the car off the trailer. And, threw a little fuel in it. Went 004 dead 1 on a blind dial. I mean, that was just unreal. I like that, Troy. Troy Umberger is saying, I cannot wait for the 50K to start to see who will be calling the hotline, 1-800-GOT-WHOMPed. Or 1-800-YOU-LOST. The picks from the online, from the chat bleachers? All right. I think that would actually be a good thing to ask. Before we even start the race, who do you think is going to be going home with the 50K? So for everybody that's like chiming in on the live chat, courtesy of Bang Shift, which I've been very careful to make sure that I get that right, because what was it earlier? I said like Bang Feed Live Shift? I don't know what it was. But on the Bang Shift live feed, I know. Maybe we'll try to do it just before the first round of the 50K. Because we did the Wolfman Jack last time. Maybe it has to become a tradition. And then at that point, I'll probably like pass out. But it's all good. All right, the first called shot. D thinks that Hofer is going to repeat, take the Pro Trophy as well as the 50K shootout. Got one in there voting for Peter Biondo, one in there voting for Marco. Who else do we think has got a shot at winning the 50K? We got 408 people on the Bang Shift live feed. And I don't know what the total likes have gone up to yet because I haven't refreshed my screen in a while, but if you are watching along, somebody take a look at the, on the YouTube live feed. Tell me, how many likes are we up to right now? I'm pretty sure, yeah, Harem's definitely in it. So we got a call for thinking that High Gear Harem's going to end up winning the 50K. Shout out for Race Kidd. Oh, no samples yet because it's one of those deals. All right, Super Pro Finals. We do need you into the staging lanes. We are missing Bayer. Tom Bayer, we do need you into the staging lanes, please. Tracy Chun says she's got to believe it's Cooper. You got to stick with family. You got to stick with family. El Toro says Ty Gaynor's going to win it. Enter the Electric Junior. Start calling that thing the Electric Boogaloo. Call it the Electric Slide as he slides his way into the winner's circle. So we're up to 290 likes. I like it. I think we can get more. If you haven't hit the likes yet, hit it, hit it, hit it. 295, now up to 425 watching. Hit the like button. Has anybody said what? No. Nobody said that one yet. But we'll see what they think. We'll see what they think. So our Super Pro final round is going to be coming up, and what did it say? We need Pro. So for the Kidd Performance and Dyno $50,000 shootout, Pro bracket. Need you into the staging lanes, please. And again, we are going to be separating them by category all the way down to the end. So Pro bracket, Pro bracket. For the $50,000 shootout, if you are a Pro car that is entered into the shootout, we need you into the staging lanes, please. If you are a Pro car that is entered into the shootout, we need you back into the staging lanes, please. And if you are a Super Pro car that's in the final of Super Pro, we need you into the staging lanes as well. So we get our Pro cars lined up back there. Super Pro door cars for the shootout. You are on standby. It's not going to be too long before we go ahead and call you. So if you've got a Super Pro door car out there in the pit area, you gotta get them ready. Relocating to the recliner in the house. Come on. All right. So Jeff LaSalle gets a shout out here on his birthday as a potential winner. I don't know if he is or he isn't. We'll see. He's in there. So somebody's saying Jeff LaSalle may be able to do it. Of course, Troy Umberger saying you got Brandon and Jeremy possibly. So again, pro bracket. Go ahead and come on down for the $50,000 shootout. Pro bracket. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes for the $50,000 Kidd Performance and Dyno Shootout. We're underway. What I think we had, I don't know exactly how many ended up getting in there. We grabbed a copy of the sheet down from the trailer before it was fully completed. But I think we are down to about, about 110 or so that got into the game. I don't know. So pro cars, we're looking for you in lanes 7 and 8, please. Pro contestants for the $50,000 shootout. Make your way up lanes 7 and 8. I believe our Super Pro finalists are back there, and as soon as we get done, as soon as we get done with our Super Pro final, we are going to be putting shootout contestants into the water box. Again, just doing that call out of like who they think is going to win this shootout. Had another one pop in there for Biondo. Had a vote for Lamb. We'll see what happens. Who you really think is going to win? All right. Oh, Mike Eames hitting it again. He goes, I'm going to tell you exactly who's going to win. I know this for a fact. This is who's going to win, and then busts out the prediction machine of whoever turns on 8 win lanes.
It's right. It's right. Tell me I'm wrong. Look me in the eye and tell me I'm wrong.
I hate you. Oh, I so hate you. This is just so painful. All right. Beyond the... Oh, I'm just having fun messing with some people up here. Everybody says give me a number between 1 and 40, and of course actually what I probably should have done is went with 42. Because that's the answer to everything and anything and everything. And oh. All right, so Blaine Savar says, honestly can't believe somebody hasn't called out Luke as a potential winner. Somebody did. So how many cars in the shootout? To be honest, at this point, I don't know exactly. I know we are over 106. I think, looking at the list, I think we're a little bit over 110. I think is where we're at, but because I think there was like 4 that weren't on the list, and then we went to 106 on the list, and there may be a few more that jumped into that. All right, so Super Pro door car, Super Pro door car, go ahead and make your way into the staging lanes for the shootout, please. Super Pro door car for the $50,000 shootout. Go ahead and make your way into the staging lanes, please. So if you are entered in the shootout, and if you have a Super Pro door car, it's your turn. We should already have all of our Pro cars, the 13, I believe, that have entered into the shootout, back into the staging lanes. So Pro, you should be back there. Super Pro door car will get you headed back into the staging lanes as well, please. So Super Pro door car. And Beyond the Badge says that he has been willing to look you in the eye and tell you you're wrong. He said it. Oh, you don't want me to whisper about what? I won't do that. We are going to leave that part of it completely separate. Right. But I won't do that. No. There will be no relinquishing of the remote control. Brandon, at this point, I've got that question in my head too. Oh, we'll see. Yeah. And with it being 9:30 at night, I don't believe Mike Eames is wrong with that one. The prediction machine says that our shootout is probably going to run past midnight, which means that it'll finish tomorrow. Technically. Again, that's just, that's just what we're saying there. Super Pro Finals. The last two cars standing in the Hughes Performance $15,000 to win Saturday main event here at the K&N Southwest Showdown. Bang Shift live feed is up and in action as Tom Bayer and Marco Paravalaris back him up from the burnout. So with a nice 15 grand on the line, Marco has moved over to the right side of the racetrack. Tom Bayer stays in the left lane. Bayer dialed in at 5:03. Head start will belong to Bayer as Marco Paravalaris has put a 4:58 up on the scoreboard. Lela has done her magic, has predicted that that's what the car is going to run. Tom Bayer, I'll tell you what, man, if he had magic in his bag, he used up a whole lot of it on that last run to be 5 total with a car that came straight off the trailer. So with a 5:03 over the left side, Paravalaris with a 4:58 on the right, the pre-stage bulbs are lit for the final round in Super Pro on Saturday night. Are you serious? Are you joking? Marco Paravalaris, 25 on the tree and goes 4:58 on a 4:58. Paravalaris is dead on 9. Tom Bayer ends up running 5:04 on the 5:03, and get this. Last time down the racetrack, Tom Bayer was 004 on the tree. This time, Tom Bayer let go perfect. Trip, zip, perfect reaction time for Tom Bayer, and 12 thou above the dial to get the win light. He's pulling a little Levi Agnew there. Says, I know I need to be great, and I'm going to be better than great. I'm going to be perfect in the final round, and that is exactly what Tom Bayer did. Oh my goodness. That's a mic drop. That's unreal. Marco was 25 green, goes 458 on a 458. I mean, he was dead on 9. And, are you kidding me? So tonight, in final rounds, we had 2 drivers go perfect in reaction time to pick up the win. And Tom Bayer ends up 12 total. Ridiculousness. But it was definitely something cool to witness. That was certainly something to see. And so we got one last little time hit here. And no. No, Brandon, no. Bob Cohen going to put in 2 votes for Curtis Cinzaletta, saying that he demanded they think is going to end this thing with the check in his hand. All right. So Val Torres, who last year here at this race ended up winning like both of the shootouts, gets the so Val, the final car in a time run. All right. El Toro says that it's going to be Monty Beagle in the Canadian Coupe for the win in the shootout. So Torres 009 and 471 at 146 miles an hour down the racetrack. That is our final non-shootout car down the racetrack here tonight. We've got our Pro cars lined up back in the staging lanes. We've got our Super Pro cars lined up back there in the staging lanes, or at least they should be. We are waiting on our Super Pro winner to make his way back down here in front of the tower, as Tom Bayer should be headed this way pretty soon. All right, so we may have a few more of those Pro cars that have jumped in here. All right, Nick. Getting a call out there for Hef to make his way into the winner's circle, and we are underway. Kidd Performance and Dyno $50,000 shootout. I think we're going to be over 110 entries here. I don't know where we'll end up at, but We'll give you the exact count as soon as we are done with round number 1. We are starting it off with Joe Kidd and Monty Beagle. Beagle, the small block Chevy powered, silver and black coupe coming down out of Canada, dialed in at 598, giving the head start over to Joe Kidd with that 635 dial. And the racer out of Marana, Arizona. Red light start for Joe Kidd, and just like that, his hopes and dreams come crashing down around him. Monty Beagle was 50 on the tree and 598 on a 598. Boom. And then boom, boom. Joe Kidd, 22 red, 642 on a 635, but oof, oof. Monty Beagle, dead on the dial, and here we go. All right, Jesse. We'll hit on that here in a minute. That should be pretty cool. How about in addition to the winner tonight getting the $50,000? Hold on, Eric Daniels and David Beckwith in the Malibu, Daniels in the Vega. Advantage at this end of the racetrack goes to Eric Daniels. He was 58 on the tree. David Beckwith had an 080 reaction time, and Eric Daniels goes 708 on the 706. Again, this is our pro category. Pro. You got this. So Eric Daniels getting the win light over David Beckwith. The Malibu gets dropped out of competition here in the first go-round as Chris Johnson and Rob Strong are going to be our next two. And Jesse Adams says, hey, look, the winner of the 50,000 race tonight also going to get a free entry to the TNA Race Club May Money Madness Memorial Day weekend at Reading. There you go. Super Pro Door Car, Super Pro Door Car. You should all be in the staging lanes, please, for round number 1, Super Pro Door Car. You should all be in the staging lanes for round number 1, please. Rob Strong's got that 699 dial for the yellow Firebird over on the right side, and Chris Johnson has got the 598 dial for the Duster out of Lancaster. Red light start for Rob Strong. Rob, 005 red, bows out. Chris Johnson moves on to round number 2 as Curtis Zinzaletta and Jeremy Plyler. Plyler in the Nova out of Douglas, Arizona, dialed in at 591. Zinzaletta in the 68 bodied Road Runner. He's coming after you, Road Runner. You through? I'll tell you what, I don't know. Anyway, Super Pro Dragsters, let's get you headed this direction as well, please. Super Pro Dragster, come on down for round number 1. Eat it. 300ths of a second, the difference between the two at this end of the racetrack. Jeremy Plyler was in deep trouble. Curtis Zinzaletta, 38 green, 669. On the 668, he ends up 12th thou above his dial. Jeremy Plyler was 18th thou above the dial. The Nova bows out. The Roadrunner stays in the game as Michael Agnew and Vic Sandoval. All right, so Michael Agnew sitting behind the wheel of the Chevelle out here out of Oak Hills, California, 612 on the dial. I wonder what advice Levi gave him pulling up into the staging lane. So, Dad, here's the way you win. Just be perfect on the tree. Just do it like I did. Once again, Super Pro Dragsters, come on down to lanes 7 and 8, please. Super Pro Dragsters, come on down to lanes 7 and 8. Victor Sandoval, fresh off of his runner-up appearance in the pro category moments ago, dialed in at 558. Yep. Down go the lights, away go the race cars. Once the win light goes to Vic Sandoval. Sandoval was in a world of hurt, had the 068 reaction time. Michael Agnew was 34th thou better with an 034 light, but Agnew gets to the stripe 52 thousandths of a second to break out 11th thou on the loss, and Sandoval with a 558 on a 558. Moving on to round number 2. That's right, El Toro. If he catches you, you're through. Sasha Hofer and Kyle Rizzoli. Rizzoli, who I believe was kind of a last minute, like, hey, I'm going to get into this thing. I got to play along. Because I'm not letting everybody else race for $50,000 if my name's not in the mix. It's Sasha Hofer. So he made the time out of the tracer and decided he was going to get the four car and do it there. Why not? Oh, man. Sasha Hofer making a little statement here. Wasn't she like sticking around late into the night in the shootout last year? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I was just trying to give it like some kind of mystery there, Mike. You know, I'm like, hey, wasn't it? You're like, oh, she was the runner-up. I'm Mr. Technical Guy. So facts make the story less interesting. Sasha Hofer 004 and goes 757 on a 756. Getting the win light there is now John Schurer. We were talking about the Roadrunner a minute ago. How about Mr. Magoo? John J. Schurer, as it says along the top side of the race car. 677 is the dial going up against C.W. Hofer, who just picked up a $5,000 check in the winner's circle of pro here tonight. C.W. 761 with a down at the finish line. You can see the tail end of the Firebird lift up rather quickly as the nose dropped. So CW at 36 green gets the win against John Schurer, who had a 108 reaction time and goes 674 on a 677. And that's going to bring up, let's see here. Solo shot here with an odd number of pro cars. He goes 586 on a 585. Tony was that kind of random pick for the potential buy-in pro, and that is what he did. 045 on the red side and 586 as our first pair of super pro cars. Come out of the water box for $50,000. Stephen Dolan, the Mustang, lining up left side of the track, dialed in at 617, getting a big head start over Justin Lamb's brand new Camaro Roadster. Lamb's down at 464, and Justin is putting the car to the test. He's got cars to run in just about every other category. He said this one is built specifically for the purpose of big money bracket racing, and that is what it did. 465 on a 464 was 004 on the tree. Stephen Dolan had an 057 reaction time, gets down to the stripe, runs 616 on a 617, but Justin getting the win light there is Jason Pad and George LeBlanc. LeBlanc 590. Jason Pad dialed in at 613. The Love Truck versus the Chevelle. And the two Canadians head to head here in round number one. 18 separated in reaction time. Pad trying to run away from the Chevelle at the finish line, and it's going to be Pad 612 on a 613 double breakout. The name of the game between LeBlanc and Pad. LeBlanc gets their first 7 thou, breaks out 586 on the 590. Pad breaks out 612 on the 613. Pad's under 32, or LeBlanc's under 32 thou. Jason Pad's under just 7 thou, and the Love Truck soon will be making another run. Speaking of like old 80s TV shows that we were debating, like Best Leading Ladies, of those truly award-winning dynamic dramas that were the 80s television series, like Gilligan's Island and Mork and Mindy. I Dream of Jeannie. I'm just saying. Shane Thompson, Jeff LaSalle, and Jeff LaSalle gets himself a nice little birthday present. 007 wins it on a double breakout against Shane Thompson. Thompson was 21 on the tree, gets to the stripe second, goes 495 on a 498. LaSalle, 677 on a 679, under 12 thousandths of a second. Shane Thompson's under 21 thou, and LaSalle gets out of round number one as Dan Bain and Brandon Umberger. Bain in the Camaro out of New Mexico, 542 dial over on the right side, and Brandon Umberger in the pickle. 4 total between the two in reaction time. Win light's going to go to Brandon Umberger. 001 dead 7, taking 4th thou at the stripe. Dan Bain was 003 dead 9. A 12-pack for Dan Bain, no good in round number one as Brandon Umberger sneaks by him by 4 thou. I know it was 60s and 70s. I'm just saying, El Toro. I was watching them in the 80s. I guess that's what I should say. TV shows that I watched in the 80s. So a 001 dead 7, 8-pack. Getting it done against Dan Bain, 003 dead 9, 12-pack. As Ken Suio and Kevin McClelland roll up here. I mean, like Hogan's Heroes, not 80s, but watched it in the 80s. I Dream of Jeannie, not 80s, but watched it in the 80s. 661 the down for K-Mac, 585 the down for Ken Suio, and Suio gets the win light. 18 thou on the reaction time for Suio, and 12 thou above the dial gets him a 2 thou margin of victory against McClellan, who was 20 on the tree and 12 thou above. So a 32-pack for McClelland, a 30-pack for Ken Suio. As we got now Nick Downing and Dan Lafferty. And with Downing and Lafferty headed in to the beams, I'm going to slide out of the way here and let Mike Eames take over for a little while. Tradesies. I'm going to go stretch my legs, maybe try to find me a little something to snack on, and I'll be back.
Downing, 7:16.9 will get the win. Nick was 008. Right down there on the starting line, Dan Lafferty was 35 green, a little bit tardy, and a hun above, and was 2 hun behind at the finish line as Nick Downey takes out Dan Lafferty, Larry Pittenger, and Luke Bogacki. Luke, with the number 1 on the side of that 2019 Corvette for Mosier. 483 is the dial. Larry Pittenger out of Williams, Arizona in the Camaro. 662 the dial off and away. Here comes Luke. Larry trying to hold off. Cool hand and not going to do it. Luke was 25 on the green line start. Dialed 483, goes 4832 to be 27 total, and Larry was 40 green. And just made a $595 time run. Is Corey Jackson and Bill Kidd. Corey out of Washington. Just that really clean orange 63 Corvette. 502 is the dial-in. There for Corey Jackson. Bill Kidd out of Marana. The 66 Chevy 2. 671 is the number for Bill Kidd. Breakout Bill Kidd will come back around in round number 2. Jackson was 17 green, got to the finish line by 24 thou, breaking out by 15 thou. Bill Kidd 30 on the reaction time, under by 4 thousandths of a second on a double breakout. Bill Kidd ends up on the right side of the mathematical equation as Rodney Snyder for Scotty Muffler. At a Grand Junction, 512 the dial. For Rodney and Ernie Macias. That yellow 92 Beretta. Snyder in the lidless 68 Camaro. Time you saw the brakes for Snyder. Just the LEDs flashing. It's kind of odd. Snyder's car going to get the win by 5 thou. 36 green, one above. As Ernie dialed 558 was 11 green and goes 562. To be on the wrong side is Jason Terry and Steve Williams. Krusty in the 92 Firebird. 704 is the dial, and Steve Williams. 583 the dial in on the G5. Grand Poobah over there at K&N is Steve Williams. Breakout win is going to go Jason Terry's direction. Jason under by 1 thou. Was 26 green. Steve Williams was 22, starting his run of 5.818. Got to the finish line first by 15 thou. Breaks out 12 thousandths of a second. Jason Terry on another double breakout to get the win. Dave Mazier in Harem's Camaro. Dave from Mazier Enterprises. 559 is the dial for Dave. Greg Christensen in the Vega. 595 the dial. Be off and away first. Christensen 585 on the board. Dave Mazier will be doing the chasing. 559 is the dial. Christensen right side. Dave Mazier 13 green. Dead donut. Christensen was 14 on the green light star, under by 17 thou, and was not going to be able to move the win light over into his side of the racetrack. As Dave Mazier was 13 total, Greg Christensen was 14 green, and just flat out in the way is Judd Shoup and Vic Spitali. Vic out of Tucson, the 27 Ford Roadster, 595 the dial. Shoup out of Gypsum in the Dart. Shoup is 005. Spitali is not. And on another double breakout. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Nope.
Shoup under by 4 thou. Spitali under by 14. They're on the double breakout. Again, the double breakout. The double breakout. Ricky Duschel and Brad Pierce. Ricky out of Palmdale. The white on black, 69 Camaro, 629 is the dial. Brad Pierce, BP. Out of Riverside, the 63 Corvette, 597 is the dial for Mr. Pierce. Sure, Debbie and Alden are watching the Bank Chef live feed. Pierce is pre-staged. Here comes Ricky. There for a second I thought Duschel was going to do the old Ed Open slide. Go in there and bump, bump. Here on another double breakout. 596.3 under by 7th thou. Brad Pierce was 37 green. Duschel was 12 on the green light start and under by 12th thou. And sometimes I just feel like I'm up here taking crazy pills and nobody's listening to me. On another double breakout, Daniel McClellan and Chris Johnston. Johnston out of Keyport, Washington. Really clean 69 Camaro, 618 is the dial. Alongside Peabody, Daniel McClellan for Team Tuna Tank. Daniel was our runner-up. Lucas Oil Friday in Super Pro. Daniel out of Orange, California. That's Shirley's guy. Green. And Daniel McClellan breaks out. Got to the finish line first by 11th thou, breaks it out 3th thou. McClellan was 006 green. But Chris Johnson ends up moving on via the breakout of Daniel McClellan. It's Dustin Wirtz and Daniel Fiello. Dustin out of Napa, Idaho, 523 the number, who bowed out at 3 cars in the 15 grander today, part of Hughes Performance Saturday. But here he is in round number 1 of the Kidd Performance and Dyno 50K. It's Daniel Fiello, the 82 Camaro, 622, the number for Daniel. Team K&N, 11 green, Wirtz second. But 11 green is going to get the win. Dustin Wirtz, 008 on the starting line. Was ahead by 25 thou at the finish line, breaks out 5 thousandths of a second. Daniel Fiello, 11 green, 1 above. And will proceed. Peter Biondo and Cassie Pennington. Pennington out of Texas. Pennington Racing Stable, 475 the dial in for Cassie. Peter Biondo, the Terminator, the Spring Fling Bracket Races. Biondo Racing Products, 454 the dial in for Peter at the wheel, one of the Paravaleris family machines. 454 the number for Peter. 475 for Cassie. Cassie will be leaving first. Pennington. Peter Biondo is going to get the win. 15 green and 3 above. Got down there and sent Cassie through. Cassie was 22 green and 15 thou under, taking 44 at the stripe. As Peter got down there, showed the nose, and sent Cassie on through. Biondo made the right choice down there and will get the win. It's Morgan Rose and Philip Pennington. Morgan out of Henderson for Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC, 453. Will be the dial in here in round number 1 for Morgan, 493 for Philip Pennington. Saw Cassie bow out. Philip looking to advance. And Morgan is like, I'm right here. Better, and Morgan Rose takes out Philip Pennington, 13 green, 1 above. Philip was 16 on the starting line. Got to the finish line down there at the 8th mile by 19 thousandths of a second and breaks out by 7 thou. Needed to take 12 or less, and did not, as Mark Campbell and Dustin Henches. Mark out of Olympia, Washington, 466 is the dial. Dustin for Left Coast Racing, 487 the prediction for Mr. Henches. Dows 466, was 26 green, and goes 467. Dustin Hedges was 15 on the starting line and 6 above to let Mark Campbell take the finish line and move into round number 2 is Larry Richardson and Ryan Harem. High Gear, who picked up the win yesterday on Lucas Oil Products Friday for Mobile One and FTI. High Gear, 466 is the dial. He will be doing the chasing. Larry Richardson, that white, black, silver dragster out of Colorado, 488 is the dial for LR. Taking 2 thou, and that's generally a pretty good combination. 001 taking 2 thou. It's like a 93.5%er, maybe even higher. 468 on the 466 for Harem. Richardson was dead on 6 and 24 green and just annihilated. It's Gabe Torres and Jim Calloway. G Money out of Valinda for Val Torres Racing and Val Torres Construction. So we look down yonder, we see 469 on the National Auto Collision Center scoreboard, and Jim Calloway out of Artesia, New Mexico. 536, the dial in for Jim. On the starting line, and G Money is going to get the win. Gabe Torres, 23 green and 1 above. Jim Calloway, down 536, goes 533. Got to the finish line first by 35. Breaks out 27. Needed to take 8 or less. Good evening, Shirley. I have this feeling you don't like me anymore because you don't come to any of the races that I'm at. I'm going to start to take that personally. It's Val Torres Sr. and J.R. Learcamp. Pretty good matchup down there on the starting line. J.R. out of Olympia, Washington. 473 the dial. We just saw Gabe win. Here's Papa Val Sr. Wow. Val Torres is 77 on the green light start, and J.R. Learcamp made him pay for being late. 475 on the 473. For J.R. Learcamp, Val was dead on 5, but was hockey sticks on the starting line. And that rarely works out when you're 77.